Oh, golly ollie. We're going to be playing a video, so if you can put your eyes to the screen.
As you have the opportunity to look at the video, what you see are programs that are offered by the Community Services Department. And we certainly have a story to tell. And this evening, to help tell that story, with me is Ollie, the CSD's mascot. We are so excited. This is the first mascot. Ollie, say hello to the people. So, I'm going to go ahead and start while you all still have an opportunity to take a look at the video. So, yeah, he is really been having a good time with Ollie. And that's the excitement that we have everywhere that we take Ollie. And Ollie certainly is available. You know, you were making my presentation really nice. Thank you. See how excited these kids get when they come and participate and see what's happening at the CSD Center Community Department. So, Madam Mayor and honorable council members and city manager, my name is Audrey V. Jones-Taylor, and I am the interim community services director. To help tell my story, like I said, Ollie is with me. And you ask, where did Ollie come from? So we're not really sure. Some say he swam through the Delta. Others say he jumped right out of the storybooks over at the Chavez Library. We're not really sure where he came from, but what we do know is that he likes to have fun. What we do know, he brightens up every space and place that he goes. So we often hear in the city of Stockton that there is nothing for our youth and our children and families to do. Well, tonight, I'm just going to give you another quick story, well, not story, just tell you about some of the great programs that we provide. And we're just going to be able to highlight a few, because I have 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to try to stay within that time, because I am passionate and committed to the services that we provide. So to begin with, a lot of folks don't understand that the Community Services Department, that we are the Community Service Recreation Division as well as the library. And the library, we are focusing heavily in the next year on Training Wheels, which is a mobile program, books for 0 to 5, mobile recreation program and library program that we take out to all of the, well, not all, I won't say that. We will go to all if you ask, but to the preschools and to the child care facilities as well as our recreation centers. As some of you all might have seen, our brand new ADA mobile that hit the streets in October, and that has been modernized, and it's really wheels that take our books out to the communities, especially the marginalized communities. And then we have the 1,000 Stories program that at all of our branches to prepare our babies for kindergarten. The goal is to have 1,000 books read by the time they enter kindergarten. And then what is really exciting, thanks to Penny with PW and my staff, Thomas, we're going to be opening right now what we know, 8 pools. And we are really excited about that for the summer. They will open up in May, and they will close in August.
How many swimming pools again? How many swimming pools again?
We have 8 right now, and we're working on our 9th. But we have 8. Yeah, you can clap. That's huge. That's huge. So, and I know you're wondering, what pools? So, Brookings Park, Holiday Park, McKinley Park, Victory Park, Western Ranch High School. Now I need my glasses because I'm trying to read. And Sousa Park and Oak Park will be open, and they'll be ran by a contract. And we will also be opening Sherwood Park this year. And we are working on McNair High School and trying to work out an agreement for us to be able to use that pool right next to our brand-new Ursula Myers Recreation Center. So we are certainly excited about having places and swim lessons, and there's lap swim in the morning for 15 and above, and there's evening swim for lap swim as well. So we have it going on. We have a lot of things going on, and we are excited about, opening the pools. And then in addition to that, we have Ultra Friday nights. All the recreation centers will be open until 11 p.m. on Fridays. And it's not just for the youth, it's for the families, anybody and everybody that wants to come. So when we talk about there's nothing to do, again, I really need you all to think about what the Community Services Department provides. In addition to that, for those of you that have young people and they're looking for jobs, and especially lifeguard jobs, we're hiring. Please, 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 if you want all those 8, 9 pools open, we need lifeguards, and we are providing training for that as we speak. And then we also have, so we're doing recreation leaders and training, because we know the importance of hiring our young people from our community. But we also understand the importance of making sure they are prepared for the jobs in which they step into. So we have a recreation leader and training program, and actually it's a youth camp. So again, when we talk about nothing for our young people to do, please look at our guide. And then the last program I'm going to talk about before I talk about our guide is the Project Toolbox. The Project Toolbox offers teen trips, career building, college tours, and vocational tours, and career building. So we're really excited. We are about fun. We're also about career development and teen development. So this summer, our theme is Unearth the Stories and Unleash the Fun. And this is our old activity guide. And before May, or by May 1st, we will have the new activity guide with over thousands and thousands of programs for families to enjoy. Bring your kids, drop them off, give yourself a break, and 85% of those programs are free. Now, you say, how are you getting this information out to the community? So we work with Peach Jar. We have an agreement with them, and they connect all of our programs through Unified School District, Lodi, and Manteca. And they send all the information out to the parents and the link. In addition to that, all of our 14,000 plus families that are registered in our programs, they receive the link and the QR code. So May 1st, look for our new activity guide for the summer that has thousands and thousands of programs waiting for you. And council, I would be remiss if I did not give you an assignment. So when we send you the new link, please send it out to all of your constituents, because we are expanding programs and we are having a good time with it. And Ollie is helping us to make a difference here in the city of Stockton. I thank you for the opportunity.
Audrey, couple things. First of all, does Ollie have a swimsuit? Is he going to be jumping in the pool with the kids?
Ollie's going to be walking and make sure our kids are playing and having a good time.
Okay, good.
We don't want him to get in the water right now.
Because Ollie already has a fan down here, I think, that wants a hug. Do you want a hug from Ollie? Go give Ollie a hug. Oh. High five. Whoop, whoop. Oh, here comes the little, now the little one. Yes. Thank you for bringing us Ollie.
Ollie is making a difference.
And Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Now, I've seen the mayor jump in a pool before, so if we need extra lifeguard support, got it. First of all, I want to just highlight that Councilman Padilla was the one I think that introduced this guide to us. I didn't even know that that existed, and since then, we've been in several meetings where you've been championing. I think the thing that I think people should just know is just your passion and dedication, and you call these kids your babies, so I love the fact that you really are passionate about the work of getting this out. What I would love to see is hopefully these other municipalities, like the schools that we've met with, to take this document to make sure that it gets far into our communities through our schools and our teachers and to the kids. But I also want to just say thank you for the work on the Western Ranch Pool, because that's something that we've been wanting to do ever since we got here, and you got it done, and so people now will have access to the pool during the summer. So
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you.
Okay, now is the time set aside for public comment. This is for matters not on the agenda. And we also would like to request that one person at a time goes to the podium, okay? Catherine, you're up.
The City of Stockton invites the public to participate in various ways. If you have any questions regarding forms of participation, please contact the Office of the City Clerk. General public comment is the time for citizens' comments, announcements, or invitations. You may comment on any subject that is not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the City Council. If you wish to speak on a specific agenda item, comments will be heard during that item. To ensure sufficient public participation and conduct, the agendized city business, and conduct the agendized city business, the public is limited to one 2-minute comment opportunity. Citizens' public comments are not a time for discussions with the council regarding subjects not on the agenda for this meeting, as the Brown Act limits such discussions. Comments made by members of the public or council may not reflect the viewpoint of this council. We ask that you maintain the rules of decorum as outlined in City Council meeting decorum policy. The mayor shall preserve strict order and decorum at all meetings. Persons addressing the council shall not make personal, impertinent, unduly repetitive, slanderous, or profane remarks to the council, any member of the council, city staff, or the general public, nor utter loud, threatening, personal, or abusive language, nor engage in any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise unreasonably impedes the orderly conduct of the council meeting. The city council members will practice civility and decorum in their discussions and debate. A member shall not delay or interrupt the proceedings of the council or use personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks. Council members will not speak twice on any given subject unless all other council members have been given the opportunity to speak. Every member, once recognized, shall be limited in their debate to 5 minutes. Any council member who violates the rules repeatedly shall be sanctioned and be barred from further participation other than voting on the subject. Members shall not disturb any council members while speaking, nor disobey the orders of the presiding officer. If a point of order is requested, the presiding officer will ask the interrupter to state their point, and the presiding officer shall make a ruling. The rules of decorum set forth above shall be enforced in the following manner. Warning. The presiding officer shall request that a person who is breaching the rules of decorum be orderly and silent. If, after receiving a warning from the presiding officer, a person persists in disturbing the meeting, the presiding officer shall order him or her to leave the council meeting. If such person does not remove himself or herself, the presiding officer may order any law enforcement officer who is on duty at the meeting to remove that person from the council chambers.
So who is our first person doing public comment?
Donald Tafoya to the podium, please, followed by Matthew Lester.
Good evening, Mayor and all council members. 2 minutes. Last meeting, we had 3 minutes, but I can do it. I'll cut one of my subjects off. Number 2, I keep asking at city meetings the status of Councilman Lee's threat to sue the city for $15 million. I wish he's so transparent. I wish he would address it during council members' comments. Number 3, I've heard, read, and seen news reporting regarding harassment and threat environments at working areas in our city hall. While I was waiting to attend the city meeting March 3rd of this year, I was assaulted in the adjacent room of these chambers. I was assaulted and received what I considered a verbal threat from Jason Lee. I was fourth in line waiting to enter the meeting in these chambers. At that time, I was speaking to the person behind me. As I turned around, a face came in between me and the person in front of me, and that face hit the brim of my hat and said something that I consider a verbal threat. Instantly, Jason hightailed, ran like a lizard out of underneath the rock, and as he turned around and just gave me a big smile, as if he thought he was cute or something, which he wasn't, makeup or no makeup. So rather than do my 3 minutes, I considered what I was going to do. I just left, and rather than doing a criminal thing, because I know the criminal system and how it operates, I am looking at doing a civil suit. I do have one witness, and from there, I'll leave it at that because I only have 8 seconds. So anyway, have a good evening. This is a nice meeting and everything. I'll stay and watch a little bit longer.
Matthew Lester, followed by Leslie Heron.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Member, everyone in the audience. My name is Matthew Lester. I'm here to speak on item 12.17. Okay, as a lifelong resident here in Stockton, and just like everyone here in this room, I want Stockton to feel like a safer place, and I want our crime to go down. I do feel like spending $3 million on surveillance drones is a significant investment, yet the evidence that these tools meaningfully reduce or help first responders is still limited. And at the same time, they raise privacy concerns and often comes with additional ongoing costs. If the idea or goal is prevention, these same funds could support more youth programs, violence interruption initiatives, and neighborhood-based prevention efforts that address the root cause of all crime. When finding solutions to tackling crime in our city, the answer is not just to hire more cops and give them more gadgets. Basically, since this caliber of person they're arresting is just a poor person. I respectfully ask the council to delay or reject altogether 12.17 and instead engage more with the community and decide how these funds can support already proven crime prevention programs. Thank you.
I just want to remind people, sorry for the interruption, I just want to remind people that this is for items not on the agenda. So 12.17, we can hear on that item. So any of the items on the agenda, okay? Thank you.
My name's Leslie Heron, and I didn't know that Jess Kenyon was going to announce the sunrise service, so that's why I put in to just invite everyone to the Easter sunrise service at Weber's Point, 6 to 7 p.m. this Sunday. And I just want to give a big thank you to Christina Fugazi and Chaplain of the Stockton Police Department, Jess Kenyon, because we haven't had a sunrise service for 10 years. And we definitely need the presence of God in our city. So please come, and it's for all the churches. And also an evangelist named Mario Murillo. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of him. He's in the Bay Area. He will be here May 3rd through the 6th in a big tent that fits 5,000 people. So they will be there May 3rd through the 6th. They hope to get 15,000 people to come. And God put on his heart to speak to the youth of Stockton, and we do really need it. So if anybody knows a troubled youth, invite them to this event, May 3rd through the 6th, 6:30, and it's where the old Circuit City used to be, right across the street from J.C. Penney's Life Song parking lot. Thank you.
Jesse Mejia, followed by Yolanda Amen.
How's everyone doing today? Come on, you guys. It's a good day. It's got good energy. Be happy. Anyways, I'm just bringing up I have a new proposal, an updated proposal from the last meeting. I sent it to Councilman Villaputa, and I will send it to everyone else. I don't know if some of you guys got it or not. I recently figured out that it's costing the city $2,000 per RV or dump trailer or boat to get disposed of, and the average cost as of 2024 was $40,000 per cleanup. So with an investment that's about $1 million less than what the new flock system is going to cost, I think that would be something that we really should talk about. So if you guys want to reach out to me, that'd be great, because yeah, there's some disturbing photos and stuff in this new report. We did a business survey and we did a housing survey. So most of the residents in District 5 are willing to support a relocation program that benefits the unhoused and gets them off the street. My charity already feeds a lot of them anyways, so it's actually a very low cost to the city. Just bringing it up again, guys. Hope somebody calls me about it. I know Brando's actually reached out, but I'd like to discuss it in more detail, guys. All right, thanks.
Yolanda Amen, followed by Barbara King.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I want to take a moment to speak on an event that I had the honor of attending last Thursday. Vice Mayor Lee brought together a powerful roundtable of city, county, state, federal partners, along with community organizers, local agencies, and faith leaders. The focus of this discussion was addressing violent crime, youth gangs, and how to bring real resources into Stockton to the most disadvantaged communities. What stood out most to me was the shared understanding that real change starts with prevention and investment and enforcement. There was strong agreement that reaching children as young as 3 to 4 years old can begin to change the narrative and break generational cycles before they take hold. There was also an important shift in mindset, moving away from the idea of simply lock them all up, and instead focusing on long-term solution. That means investing in our communities, creating meaningful careers, pathways, and working together to change systems that have historically underserved our neighborhoods. For the first time, I'm hopeful that we will begin to see our government and district representatives, local agencies, nonprofits, and churches come together in one room, aligning resources, building partnerships, and committing to real coordinated action. The conversation has begun, the planning is underway, and there is a clear path toward building the resources needed to achieve realistic, lasting change. I hope that this effort continues with transparency, collaboration, and full support from everyone who sat around that table and from all of you who sit on the dais to ensure these goals are not only discussed but truly achieved. Thank you.
Barbara King, followed by Paula Gallen.
Good evening, Mayor Fugazi, Vice Mayor Lee. My name is Barbara King. I would like to congratulate Mr. Lee on the $12.4 million grant and the Forbes shout out. It's inspiring to see you skillfully navigate both public service and business growth. Your ability to lead with such vision and tenacity is a win for our entire city, community. Well-deserved and a total boss move for being recognized on a global stage. Success of this scale brings unique energy to our community. Proven with the right drive, there truly are no ceilings. Your ability to bridge the gap between media innovation and civic leadership continues to set a powerful example. Stay the course and continue what we ran our campaign on, transparency and accountability. We are so grateful for you and can't wait to see what's next. Bringing your friends, resources, and sharing with us is awesome. You've given the city a renewed sense of hope, pride, and togetherness. That's passion. You are a breath of fresh air and inspiring to many. We haven't seen or been this excited in many years. Also, a huge thanks to Ms. Tiffany Haddish for stopping by Aspire Secondary Academy on March 4th. She joined us for Read Across America, sharing her love for literacy and inspiring our children's future. She read her new book, Layla, The Last Black Unicorn, to our children. Ms. Tiffany also delivered books to Van Buren, Maya Angelou, and Western Ranch libraries. The vision is hope, about hope, and it is alive. We must continue to invest in our children. They are our future leaders. It was an investment in Stockton's future. Thank you.
Paula Gallen, followed by Marika McNeil.
Hello, council members. My name is Paula Gallen. I wanted to talk a little bit about foster youth. The different programs we have here now. I've worked with several different youths, and they don't go to school. So we're paying like $17,260 a month for them not to go to school. So I've spoken to them. They're so talented. They're so talented. So I thought about maybe we can have some type of online school in the foster care system, or maybe even have someone come out and teach in the foster care system. And also, I've seen the girls do hair. I've seen them put on eyelashes, and you know that costs like $150, $50 fill, and different things like that. So maybe even vocational for them to come in, someone to come out and teach them so they can maybe get certified. So that way they'll be able in the long term to get better jobs or look at the future. So I'm open to work with anyone, just getting out there, and just also with mental health, because I know a lot of them have problems, but that's a big part of it also, because they just don't have the structure at the foster care homes to do things like that. They need guidance from adults. And also, a lot of them go AWOL and they end up on Wilson Way. I've been out there with them trying to get them to come back to the facilities. But what it is that they're just bored. There's no structure. So just maybe we can get a task force together and just start focusing on them, because we really need to help them. That's it.
Marika McNeil, followed by Ellen Brittingham.
Good afternoon. My name is Marika McNeil. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. Many of you may not know, but April is Autism Awareness Month. This is very personal for me because I have a nonverbal son with autism. At first, I used to be scared of what people would say, scared of being blamed, but today I embrace my son completely. I love him exactly the way he is, and I want to change him for the world. Instead, I am here today to try to change the world for him and any other autism child. So for our community, I am starting a nonprofit organization called Amarie's Way. And I am happy to announce I am putting together my first autism awareness event April 19th, 2 p.m. in Lathrop, California. This event will bring resources, connections. We will have a lot of sensory activities, games, food, and a safe space for our families, and it will be completely free. I'm here to ask for any support, whether it's through sponsorships, any in-kind donations, anything that can help me make this possible, being that I am putting this together out of my own pocket. This is not just about any awarenessness. This is about action. It's about acceptance, and it's making sure no child and no parent ever feels alone again. I also would like to ask Stockton Police Department if they would like to partner with us at my event to make sure 100% of our families feel safe during this event. Thank you. And here is
Ellen Brittingham.
I
Ellen Brittingham, followed by Armando Valerio.
That's a hard act to follow. They're so cute. My name's Ellen Brittingham. I just wanted to take the opportunity tonight to introduce myself. I'm your new PG&E Local Government Affairs representative. I've had the pleasure of meeting with a few of you, but I look forward to meeting with all of you, and just wanted to take the opportunity tonight, since you were all together, to make that introduction and put a face to my emails. I've left my contact information with your city clerk, so if you have any questions, that's what I'm here for. Yeah.
Armando Valerio, followed by Eliza Eberhardt.
Good evening, Mayor Fugazi, Vice Mayor Lee, and council members. I'm here to talk about, I was going to talk about Delta College and give you some information, update on our bond, but I'm going to pivot here based on what I heard this evening. I'm here advocating for Stribley Park. Stribley Park is a jewel in East Stockton, and East Stockton continues to have structural racism. We have nothing out there. When we're talking about 8 pools open this summer, what do we have on the east side? Kids running through sprinklers with cut-off shorts, right? That's what we have. These families are disillusioned with even coming to council meetings to talk about what their issues are. You have the Main Street Improvement Project, which is occurring, but is basically painting some signs, right? We're talking about things like hawks, like Victory Park has. What did Victory Park? They got a renovation of the pool, they got a hawk system. What has East Stockton gotten? We have the Fair Oaks Library many years ago, but what improvements have been done in East Stockton? And I've been to this council before about Fort Gertrude's or St. Gertrude's and all the issues we've had associated with that, and we have had any really participation from the city to help us improve that. Now we have a little committee that's going to improve that section of Main Street. We're going to throw some paint on the street and put some signs up. When I asked about a hawk system, it's too expensive, that's down the road, we're not going to do anything about it. So I'm tired of the structural racism on East Stockton. We've got nothing. We used to have Barrio Chivo out there. That got knocked out. We got a freeway running through there which separated East Stockton. What other communities in Stockton have had that? What other communities have not had the resources of, fresh fruits and vegetables and more stores associated with that? Businesses, and even housing. We have a housing development on Main and Burkett Street. It's 6 apartments, brand new, but what other housing development have you had out there? Thank you very much.
Eliza Eberhardt, followed by Andrew Abbott.
Good evening, humans in the room with me. I would just like to speak as a community member right now. My name is Eliza Eberhardt. And I work part-time at Tuleberg Press, a nonprofit just down the street, actually, that bridges the arts and education, and it's always been a long time passion of mine. I believe arts have the ability to heal us. And I'm reaching out to strongly recommend 2026 through 2027 CDBG funding for Tuleberg Press. They weren't recommended this round. I don't know why, because I think the proof is in the pudding. We serve amazing people in our community. I've seen firsthand the positive impact this organization has had on our community. I'm a poet, I'm a writer, I'm a human. We all have trauma, and Tuleberg Press is one of those places that helps people work through their trauma. What does Stockton fund with these dollars, you may ask? Without this funding, we won't be able to offer as many free services for our community, like my bi-monthly zine club that meets every other Tuesday. I've seen people come into that room seeking for a third space where they don't have to spend money, and they just want to feel heard, and they leave, sometimes with a zine about their lives, or just a place where they get to bond with other people, and that's really rare these days. We've served veterans who couldn't read and taught them how to tell their stories. Systems impacted folks, children, struggling teens, hopeful parents, trauma survivors. These are all communities that have benefited from Tuleberg Press programming funded by CBDG dollars. Our kids can't read, and populations who can't read are easy to control. You say you want to uplift the city, please put your money where your mouth is. By supporting Tuleberg Press, this committee is making a direct investment in the health and prosperity of our community. Thank you very much.
Andrew Abbott, followed by Mark Stebbins.
There are 2 issues from the Crisis in Government report that this council has refused to touch: cutting off all influence that 209 Times has in City Hall, and adopting San Francisco-style ethics and financial disclosures for campaign consultants. Today is the 1-year anniversary of the deadline the civil grand jury gave you to get that second one done. Today. Corruption breeds incompetence. We have a sitting council member whose campaign manager pled no contest to election fraud, and whose management team were the 2 main characters in 209 Times. We know what an ethical disaster that's been. That same squad brought us essentially an empty seat, so epically unqualified that she was seated next to the mayor to help her vote. The same mayor that keeps posing for selfies with the guy who's supposed to be banished from City Hall. The mayor that gave us the corrupt free-for-all of the Colangelo months. The mayor that denigrated the service of the civil grand jury and just gave a recognition to him. You know how dumb that was, Jesus. I've already heard through the grapevine that a certain election fraud felon has been seen at the registrar of voters, checking on candidate paperwork. Do you really want another empty chair controlled by a complicit mayor? Michelle Padilla said on the record that if we made consultants submit to financial and ethical disclosures, no one would want to work with us. If you're so weak a candidate that the only people who will work with you won't submit to ethics and financial disclosures, you don't belong on council. If you'd even consider working with people who won't submit to ethics disclosures, you don't belong on council. So council members Lee and Enriquez, if you wanted to, really wanted to, you could get the disclosure rules through legislative committee and on the agenda for the next council meeting. I bet you could. The question is, why haven't you already? There's no such thing as a truce with that social media platform. We know how that goes. Anyone who comes in with the aid of corrupt consultants will be beholden to them. Get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott.
Get it done.
Mark Stebbins, followed by Mary Elizabeth.
Good evening. There's already been a legislature that voted 80-0 to strip the name of Cesar Chavez from the holiday they created. Delta College has voted to cover the mural of Cesar Chavez. There's a petition circulating, apparently, for this council to strip the name of Cesar Chavez from the library. Easter week, we walked through the dusty, discriminatory, prejudicial Central Valley, up Airport Way, turned east on Ralph Avenue, north on B Street, stopped at St. Linus Church, a church that was built by his own hands, by Father Dugan. We stopped for refreshments, walked on, down B Street to then Charterway to San Joaquin Street, and came down San Joaquin Street north to what was then Washington Park in front of St. Mary's Cathedral. We waited and saw a play by Teatro Caputrino, and then towards Sacramento moved to meet with the governor on Easter week, a governor who conveniently was out of town and then was out of office.
Thank you, Mr. Stebbins.
Mary Elizabeth, followed by Tanner Hurd.
Ms. Catherine, I don't think I have one for you, but I can give you this one. Yeah. All right, thank you. First come and first serve might be good for free ice cream, but not for infrastructure investment in conflict with the adopted general plan. The designs of sidewalks and ADA accommodations do not take into account site-specific issues. The locations for projects do not prioritize underserved neighborhoods, and the materials used must be suboptimal as cracks are observed within only a few years. So I've signed up for everything, and this information that you don't have with you but is in the electronic copy that you received is a list of 43 different ADA projects. 8 of them are in District 5. One of them is in District 2, and the rest are in District 4. First, let me take a look at design. So I show you here a picture over by Annunciation Cathedral, and I call this Mount Annunciation because you got to walk up to get to the street from the sidewalk. I presented a design from Eureka back in November to comments when I did my pilgrimage there, where you can see that you walk right from the street to the sidewalk. Since going there, I've seen this downtown quite a bit. So that was the old way of doing things, and I would like to suggest that it might be better if you turn the page, you'll see the flooded Mount Annunciation. And so this is completely flooded because this was not an appropriate design for the conditions of the road there. Locations and prioritization and materials. So I give you the general plan code that specifically says the pledge to take care of underserved neighborhoods not happening. Thank you.
Tanner Hurd, followed by Bishop Dwight Williams.
Press the button.
The issue I'd like to speak about is the flock cameras. Can I have my name pulled then? Thank you.
Bishop Dwight Williams, followed by Alyssa Leyva.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager Ford, Clerk, as well as the City Attorney's Office, citizens of Stockton, and to each and every one of you. I stand before you this evening as the CEO of New Genesis Housing Development, a 501c3 nonprofit community development organization and housing organization. On Saturday, this past Saturday, we launched at God's Church, City of David, located at 2350 East Market Street, our Hammers and Nails Community Initiative, which is a workforce development and job training program, targeting mainly young people as well as anyone who's trying to get off into the vocational trades. This is a year-round initiative. We're grateful for many of the organizations and sponsors that has come alongside to help us with this. It is a free job training program. Again, if you want to become a carpenter, plumber, electrician, and we're going to have monthly training sites right off at our address at 1305 Buena Vista, as well as 1805 Lucerne. Again, these are open to the public. We'll be launching in the month of April a full-fledged website with that. We're grateful to CBS 13 Sacramento for giving us some news coverage on this, as well on Saturday evening. It was on YouTube as well as on our social media pages. And because I have a shortness of time and I understand how I go, and it's a dangerous thing to give a preacher a mic and tell him he only got 2 minutes, I decided instead to give the clerk and each of you, the council members, some paperwork on our particular item. Would love for you to reach out to us, and we'd like to work with the city in this endeavor in some of the future engagement activities that we're doing. Thank you for what each and every one of you do, and God bless you and your families. Take care.
Alyssa Leyva.
Her clock has started already.
May I get my time back, please? Thank you, Andy. Good evening, everyone. Alyssa Leyva, Stockton Stands. We are Stockton's only youth-led abolitionist 501c3 and 4. And just for the record, our organization spearheaded with Harpreet Shima Call Stockton Initiative, which was a mental health crisis line that originally was intended to be without police, but it was tokenized by the city and other stakeholders. I wanted to address the petition for the removal of Cesar Chavez from local municipalities. I want to thank Councilman Mar Enriquez yesterday for a very culturally responsive and fruitful conversation we've had about the issue. There was a lot of discombobulated feelings about the matter. It's very nuanced because of the history that we have in Stockton for the farm workers and the labor movement at large, but also just to hold account to the fact that these allegations of sexual violence have been imposed on minors, on Dolores Huerta herself, and so We had a petition originally to have our local municipalities to be renamed after Dolores, but we updated our stance for the community to mobilize just as an affirmation of making us creating a safer society for survivors in Stockton, to have their autonomies honored, to be safe in their own bodies, especially in marginalized communities where survivors are not always guaranteed safety if they go to the police about it. I am a survivor who was neglected by law enforcement. And as a petition can be an oversimplification of mobilization for the issue, we hope that these fruitful conversations can be a step forward in the right direction of communal, intergenerational healing, and creating a better Stockton for us all. Thank you.
That concludes general public comment.
Okay, is there any comment on the consent agenda?
We do, Mayor. For item 1215, Mary Elizabeth, please.
Mary Elizabeth, and I was really excited to see this on the agenda because we need to integrate our data and be able to project it so that it has a meaningful impact for our decision makers and for our community. Particularly, the Planning Commission is tired of hearing about it, and you're probably tired of hearing about it. But the general plan called for a map of problem uses because we have some neighborhoods in Stockton that have overconcentration in check cashing, overconcentration in fast food, overconcentration in alcohol, land use used or on the books, and as well as tobacco retailers. And so I would like to ask that one of the first projects that's done with this ESRI program is that general plan map that was pledged back in 2018, and I would like to have a data layer that includes all of the conditions that were imposed at the time of Planning Commission, and if it came to the City Council on appeal, the City Council for those alcohol uses. Thank you.
For item 12.17, Lircana C, followed by Mr. Flock Safety.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lircana, and I am a concerned community member here tonight to express my opposition to Standard Agreement Amendment number 4 being proposed for the flock contract. The state surveillance system is already alarmingly extensive here in Stockton. It should be curtailed and regulated, not expanded. Camera and drone systems that constantly surveil civilians and jeopardize our civil liberties will not get at the root of our problems with crime and violence. The $3.15 million being proposed in this amendment is an exorbitant amount of money that would be much better spent, meeting the basic needs of struggling Stocktonians. Fresh food programs, affordable housing, non-carceral crisis response, the creation of good-paying local jobs. These are some of the things that, when invested in, would lay the foundation for the long-term safety, stability, and security for everyday people, not building a mass surveillance state that infringes on our bodily autonomy and right to privacy. Additionally, Flock is known for sharing data with ICE. This puts our immigrant community members at great risk. Rejecting this amendment and the expansion of the Flock contract would be in alignment with the Compassionate City resolution everyone on this council unanimously voted for back in January. In short, Stockton deserves a revitalized safety net, not dystopian surveillance drones. Our social problems must be solved for with social solutions. I urge you all to reject this amendment to the Flock contract and to ask that the existing Flock system instead be reassessed, or at the very least intensively regulated to ensure its data sharing practices remain in compliance with state law and do not put your constituents' constitutional rights at risk. Thank you.
Mr. Flock Safety, followed by Adria Vidalis.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mr. Flock Safety. Please don't fact check that. Anyway, I'm here to speak about all this criticism against my cameras. I am appalled at all of these people afraid of me tracking their every move. I'm not here to air anyone's dirty laundry. For example, I never told anyone about the time I saw John Jim Bob go on his grinder date while his wife was visiting her father who had just fallen ill with ligma. As Mr. Flock Safety, I believe we all need to keep an eye on each other as long as we have the funds and right contracts to install expensive equipment all over the city. I also believe that if you aren't doing anything wrong, then you have nothing to hide. For example, when a pregnant teenager goes to seek care at Planned Parenthood behind her religious parents' backs, she should have no reason to hide that because she's not doing anything wrong or illegal. So it might as well all be recorded and accessible to people in power. Sure, maybe her father is a police officer or a politician who could gain access to that footage, but that's a totally hypothetical scenario. So here's something that actually has happened. In 2024, Police Chief Lee Nygaard of Sedgwick, Kansas, used flock cameras 228 times in 4 months to track his ex-girlfriend and her new partner. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Officer Josue Ayala used flock cameras 124 times to track a partner and her ex. And just this year, Officer Christian Morales of Menasha, Wisconsin, was using flock cameras to solve crime. Sorry, I misspoke. He was using them to track his ex-girlfriend. I guess the point I'm trying to make here is, as long as you're not the ex-girlfriend or dating the ex-girlfriend of someone in law enforcement, you should have nothing to fear. If anything, you should feel safe under my watchful eyes, because after all, my last name is Safety. Thank you.
Adria Vidalis, followed by Eliza Eberhardt.
Hello, my name is Adria Vidalis, and I'm here today to urge you to vote no on the increase of funding and the contract for Flock surveillance systems. Flock is known for allowing ICE to access their databases, as you will see in the case reports that were passed to you. They use this data to kidnap our neighbors and surveil our community. We claim to be a compassionate city that welcomes migrants, but how can we say this when we increase funding to surveillance systems that work with ICE to locate them, track them, target, and detain them? Flock is also used to surveil and target those exercising their First Amendment rights, as well as people seeking reproductive health care. Increasing surveillance does not increase safety and feels invasive and dangerous to our community. That money could be used for social services like the Community Services Department we heard from earlier, more housing for our unhoused communities, and better schools for our children. Vote no on increased Flock funding and contracts. Thank you.
Eliza Eberhardt, followed by Mary Elizabeth.
Oh my gosh. Sorry. Hello again. I'm here to oppose item 1217. I don't think Flock needs any more funding, especially $3.5 million. Flock Safety markets AI surveillance that goes far beyond reading license plates. It actually builds a whole database in identifying your movement patterns and unique parts about your vehicle. These systems are spreading rapidly, often without oversight, and are accessible to police without a warrant. They raise serious privacy and legal concerns and contribute to a nationwide trend toward mass surveillance. Mass surveillance isn't public safety, it's public control. While this and other systems like it claim to reduce crime, there's little evidence to support that claim and significant risk of abuse. Real public safety comes from investing in communities, not stalking them. While these tools may aid in locating stolen cars or missing people, they also create a detailed record of everyone's movements, associations, and routines. How would you feel if someone was doing that to you? I believe people already are doing this to you. That data has already been misused, like when a Kansas police chief used Flock cameras 228 times to stalk an ex-girlfriend. Yes, Mr. Flock Safety is correct. Our Fourth Amendment is supposed to protect us from unjust search and seizure. Flock cameras threaten that constitutional right by having loopholes as a private company who can sell our private information. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of companies having access to our private information, and I'm tired of being exploited by big tech. If you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear is a tempting thought until someone misuses your information. Privacy isn't about hiding wrongdoing. It's about autonomy, dignity, and the ability to live free. from unjust scrutiny. Saying you don't care about privacy because you have nothing to hide is like saying you don't care about free speech because you have nothing to say. Edward Snowden. I urge you not to invest in flock camera funding for Stockton and to reassess what you already have funded. Big Brother is watching and we're already uncomfortable and we don't feel safer. Thank you.
Mary Elizabeth, followed by Yolanda Amen.
Hi, Mary Elizabeth. I'm also opposed to increasing this contract. $3 million for additional surveillance. We spent $1 million on equipping our code enforcement to monitor everything, and yeah, we get no response. And in the legislative text, it says there was demonstrated success for the existing, but no data. How was it demonstrated to be successful? How many red light runners were cited? How many firework citations resulted from the additional surveillance? How many arrests or citations were attributable to this additional surveillance? So without real data that shows of a positive benefit, the negatives associated with this, besides the increased monetary commitment, the sense of safety and the use of AI, because it is happening now, and we are just starting now to get some laws, and communities are not really doing everything that they can because they're being sold a bill of sales from these dealers that are selling this information, and we don't need it in our community until there's some demonstrated need. Thank you.
Yolanda Amen, followed by Camira Perez.
Good evening again, Yolanda Amen, Western Ranch resident. I wanted to start by saying that this will, I feel, pose a threat to public safety. That is $3 million for a drone program. Other cities like Elk Grove and San Francisco have implemented similar programs. They've seen some benefits, but the downside, they've also faced real challenges around privacy, oversight, and public trust. I don't know if these questions were asked, but I hope you will ask these questions to yourself moving forward. What are the strict guidelines when you use these drones? Who will be trained to operate them? And at what cost will it cost to train them? Who will access the data collected? How long and where will this data be stored? What protections are in place to prevent misuse or over-surveillance? Will outside agencies have access to this, for example, ICE? These are very critical questions that we need to ask each other. I believe that just because technology is expanding and moving forward, we have to even more diligently stop and really think about how that affects each and every one of us in this community. This program starts off at one price, but then will end up costing us an additional $690K every year with no guaranteed funding service to sustain it. So I respectfully ask this council to please slow down, prioritize, and really look at this. This is a lot of money that you're asking to be thrown at this. A lot of money that we can be used to put toward hiring more police officers that we need, boots to the ground. Let's raise their pay. Let's put more incentive there to get new officers in. Let's take this money and put it toward there. I think that would be more efficient and what we truly need for Stockton. Thank you for listening.
Camira Perez, followed by Garrett Daniels.
All right, let's push this. All right. Good evening, everyone. So I have here before you a case study of the introduction of flock cameras to Oak Park, Illinois. The Oak Park chief of police made the initial argument that flock cameras would be used to make their community safer. Within the first few months, Flock had recorded over 300,000 license plates per month in only a 5 square mile village, which Stockton's a little bit bigger than that. Since the installation of flock cameras in Oak Park, there's been a 40% error rate in flock-related traffic stops due to poor data, including the traffic stop of a 17-year-old black teenager who Flock's AI identified as a completely different person. Flock also shares this data openly across state lines. This has been weaponized by states with sweeping abortion bans to hunt down women who would seek to have an abortion in a state where it is perfectly legal. The law of other states should apply strictly to them and them alone. Flock seems to disagree and instead will allow and even provide the tools for other states to come and enforce their laws on our people. That is all. Thank you.
Garrett Daniels, followed by Tanner Hurd.
Hello. Hi, Ms. Fugazi. How you doing? Long time no see. I haven't seen you since I drove your pedicab for your first election cycle many, many moons ago. I could be anywhere else, but I'm here. No on Flock, please. We don't need any more surveillance in our city. I've seen you personally at 603 San Juan, where there's an active ICE facility. We know Flock is sharing data with DHS, ICE, and other federal agencies to like kidnap our neighbors, right? You're like putting people at severe risk by implementing this. I think as somebody else said before, all of you were like pro-sanctuary city. That is going to go against a sanctuary city type policy. Like whether you explicitly say that we're going to give this to ICE or not, they have access to that data, so you're culpable. Let's see. Oh yeah. Flock also regularly disregarded California State Senate Bill 34 and shared all this information with the federal government and those agencies, et cetera. With $3 million, you can feed and house roughly 50 to 100 people for a whole year based on 2024 and 2025 data. Or you can pay a bunch of teachers, or you could do almost anything else. Thank you.
Tanner Hurd, followed by Janessa Franco.
Mayor Fugazi, members of the council. So $3,150,000 is the number that I have. Is that not a lot of money to you guys? That's a lot of money, right? Right? I think we can all agree that's a pretty big figure. So I took a nice round number, $50,000. That's what some people in Stockton make. Actually, a lot of people make quite a bit less than that. But let's just take $50,000 per year. 63 years is the amount of time somebody would need to work to make that amount of money. Basically their entire lives, most of their lives. This is a pretty large figure that you're thinking of spending on something that has incredibly shoddy data. I don't think we need to turn Stockton into any more of a police state than we already experience on a day-to-day basis. You could be paying SEIU members so much more. Their contracts could be so much higher. The community services lady that was talking about hiring lifeguards. How much do lifeguards get paid? I don't think they make $50,000 a year. You could be doing so much more to actually improve this community with that amount of money. And instead, you are spending it on AI surveillance tech that nobody even really knows if it works yet. Please don't do this. Thank you.
Janessa Franco, followed by Alyssa Leyva. Janessa Franco.
Hello. As a lifelong resident born and raised in Stockton, I'm here to formally state my opposition to the motion to adopt Standard Agreement Amendment Number 4 between Flock Group Incorporation and the City of Stockton. While the recommendation suggests a $3,150,000 expenditure for the drone as a first responder system, this commitment extends through April 2031. This contributes a total investment in this AI contractor that exceeds $5 million. My opposition is based on the following critical concerns of: 1, algorithmic bias and racial injustice within AI-driven policies. Integrating Flock's artificial intelligence into our community is a dangerous step. These systems utilize algorithmic data that has been criticized by the ACLU for promoting racial bias, further endangering our communities of color who are already navigating a city with systemic injustice. 40% of AI-driven data at Flock has been proven to illegally detain and discriminate against marginalized groups such as people of color or demonstrators at protests. We must ask, how does this provide justice for residents such as Rocco Robinson, who was unjustifiably killed by the Stockton Police Department, or how does it prioritize, or does it simply prioritize corporate expansion in Stockton? Number 2, the city has already authorized millions of police equipment upgrades, including an annual expenditure of over $300,000 for restocking. Our current inventory already includes a sophisticated amount of unmanned aerial systems, such as 4 to 5 enterprise drones that range from $13,000 to $26,000 a year in the police department. Given that these remote operated devices already exist, the additional $3 million for the platform is irresponsible and redundant by the police department. These imply legal risks. Number 3, the reliance on AI for surveillance introduces a high probability of bias, which can lead to unjust, prolonged court trials at the Superior Court, which just means longer trials, more funding, and inadequate timelines. So, as shown in recent labor 2025 to 2026 statistics, in Stockton's unemployment rate has historically been unstable, reaching 7% when California is at 5%. Make more jobs.
Alyssa Leva, followed by Jared Wright.
I agree with everything from our fellow comrades who spoke before me. Last night we mentioned the Flock discussion. We were talking about the protections of our farm workers community and the ICE collaboration that could potentially come out with Flock. And Vice Mayor Lee shared that this was an initiative introduced by Congressman Josh Harder. I'm not sure who asked him to allocate over $3 million of our already overinflated police budget. How much have we spent on police already? We've spent millions. They've harassed our citizens, including the murder of Rocco Robinson, and the police union is currently harassing his family right now. They got goggles, they got a gym, and now we're gonna feed more money to Big Brother. And last week, Mayor, you didn't show up. I don't know why. You guys attended a town hall about violence prevention, and you all promised, Michelle Padilla, that, and there was a very specific question about, would you invest in youth development and violence prevention alongside, even though of the, how it coincides with the budget of law enforcement. And I was very uncomfortable from that because as a person who has attended city council for many years, you lied and you said that you would protect the youth and that you would be standing for the sovereignty of our constituents. But every meeting, damn near, you guys overinflate our police budget even more and more. Our poverty rates are skyrocketing, especially with these COVID disparities. And I'm just really disgusted. And justice for Rocco, no Flock, no KKK, no fascist USA.
Jared Wright.
Hello. So I'm here to add to the growing number of voices to oppose the Flock contract. I do not see the appeal of outsourcing like police jobs in the service of a private contractor who we know collaborates with ICE. There's a lot of posturing that we are like a safe city for our immigrant communities. We have a thriving immigrant community. And I just want to know, are we going to put money first or are we going to put immigrants first? Are we just going to keep giving to these contractors that are collaborating with ICE And my question for you, are you going to collaborate or are you going to stand against ICE? Are you going to posture against ICE or what are you going to do? And I know this is going to the police, but the risk is real. It's happened in other California cities. And I want to see a change. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for consent items.
Thank you. So going to council, are there items that council would like to pull?
1217, 1211.
Okay, wait. Vice Mayor, 1217 and 1211?
Yes, thank
12-8.
12-8, Councilwoman.
1217.
Okay, we got 1217. If that's it, so I will entertain a motion for the remaining.
Motion.
Second.
Huh? Yeah.
Motion and second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Let's go in numerical order. We'll start with 12.18, which, hang on, let me say it real quick. 12.18 is a resolution authorizing acceptance of grant funds from the State of California Board of State Community Corrections in the amount of $2 million for the California Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant for the period of January 1st.
Is it 12-8 or 12-18?
You said 8. I'm reading it. Oh, sorry. 12-8, sorry. But I'm reading 12-8. January 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029, and authorizing execution of grant agreements. So I don't know who is coming out, or is that you, City Manager? Do we have someone to answer questions on the CalVIP grant? Oh, Laura Larson. Okay, we have our.
Good evening, Council. Laura Larson with the Office of Violence Prevention.
Good evening. I just want to commend you on the work that you did on securing this funding. That just shows that $2 million towards violence prevention is a significant amount in our community. I fully support these efforts, and with that said, I just have a few questions for you, okay? So can you specify measurable outcomes, meaning, for example, how many people do you think this program or, where you're allocating will be served?
Sure. So I didn't bring down the actual goals that we set for the state. However, this is a 3-year grant, and we're going to be in 5 different schools. More if it's possible. We'll be there during lunch, before school, after school. And so right now, the anticipated number would be at least 60 a year. And you times that by 3, so that's 180 students that we hope to encounter. But I just want to point out, it's not just the youth. We're taking a holistic approach. So if we're encountering youth that are dealing with violence, whatever kind of violence it might be, we're also going to be meeting with their families and to assess the families and to determine, do they have any needs that they would like for us to support them with? And if they do, we're supporting the entire family.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I also want to touch on the required 50% pass-through. How did you determine who the nonprofit agencies and what kind of accountability is in place for those agencies?
For sure. So with this particular grant, because the City of Stockton has designated my department as an Office of Violence Prevention, the pass-through does not apply to us. And so additionally, with this particular grant, it wasn't a lot of money. The last grant was $2.5 million. And so OVP is going to be keeping the majority of this funds in-house, hiring more staff. And the only thing that we did contract out for, or are going to be contracting out for, is for clinical support and also cognitive behavioral training.
Okay, and you did mention that a lot of the money is going to be allocated to staffing. So I do have a question on that. How are you balancing the administrative costs versus the maximum benefit reach?
For sure. So it is expensive to bring staff on to city employment. So with this particular grant, we have a supervisor allocated, we have a full-time peacekeeper, and I want to say it's either 3 or 4 part-time. And the reason we opted to do the part-time is because they're only going to be there during peak hours. If there are any follow-up that needs to happen with clients, they'll be referred to other peacekeepers in the office. I have 8 full-time staff. So we basically looked at what could we afford with the $2 million.
Thank you. And then just if you can give some clarity on the vehicle expenses.
Yeah. So we sometimes transport clients. We transport them to school, to appointments, to sports games. Sometimes we transport their parents. We do not transport them in our personal vehicles. So OBP currently has an allocated of 8 or 10 vehicles. And so with the additional staff, we needed vehicles for them to transport the clients. And I will say, we're not buying vehicles. We are leasing them because it is a grant, and we don't want the city to incur extra cost.
That's smart. Thank you. And lastly, how do you plan to sustain these efforts after the 3 years?
Right. So a lot of the efforts that we engaged in with Cohort 4, like the clinical groups, the cognitive behavioral groups, even though that grant is ending, we're still going to continue those efforts using our existing funding. The way that we're going to sustain this is we're going to do our very best, and we're going to show these school districts, hey, that back in the day, back in the 90s, you had the peacekeepers on campus, and it made a difference. And we're at the end of this grant, we're going to say to them, like, can you help sustain some of the costs for staffing? And then obviously I would be coming back to council to say this grant is ending. These were the outcomes for this particular grant. We met our mark, we met our goals, and can we bring on additional part-time staffing? But that's 3 years down the line. I'm pretty good at finding additional grants, and so not wanting to add more, funding to the city, find other opportunities to continue to fund the youth violence prevention.
Thank you so much. I just want to make sure to the public as well, this is a grant, and, some people might say, well, why don't you just accept the money? But we just can't be funding programs. We need to make sure that we're using the money to truly change lives and reduce violence the measurable way. So I think there are more comments.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Padilla. Actually, I will save us time by echoing everything that she said. I think that, one, obviously, we're going to support accepting money into the city through this grant, and I also want to echo thanking you for all the work that you and your team did to get us here and to get this across the finish line. The first question I have is, with respect to the money allocations to the partner organizations, what was the process that you went through, and if you said this already, I missed it, to determine that these were the right partners to align the city's goal of decreasing violence through prevention programs?
Right, thank you for that. So the only 2 partners that we have for this grant is clinical support and cognitive behavioral. So Nate Williams, he was formerly incarcerated. He wrote a curriculum. It's called Choices for Freedom. He has worked with us now for the last 4 years. And our clients, I don't care who they are, hardened gangsters, young ones, they love the curriculum. They love his story, and they just love coming every week for the 8-week course. So we used him before, and so because he's so comfortable with our clientele, we're using him again. For the clinical support, we are doing an RFP for that one because there are a couple of clinicians out there that are uniquely qualified to work with victims of gun violence. And so we want to make sure that we spread the wealth, and whoever is uniquely qualified to provide that clinical support. But I also have, so we haven't decided who that's going to be just yet.
So $185,000 for Choices of Freedom for food, providing meals and facilitate. Can you just share why we're spending $185,000 for food?
Yeah, so the $185,000 is for the entire contract. So that includes incentives, it includes food, and it also includes their staffing time and their supplies. So food is a component of those particular classes. Food has always been a driver to bring these young people in. There are a lot of people in our community who are hungry, and so when you ask them to come in after school or after work or off the streets to come and sit down for a cognitive behavioral class, more often than not, they're hungry. And so we do offer them a meal, and so food is just one element of what that contract brings in.
And so with respect to this entire proposal or plan, I don't know if we at council, have we received a presentation on what we're going to do with like an overall program here, or no? I can't remember. No. Is there some plan to come back after you receive this grant to lay out for council and the public what the actual program looks like, the program design, how to access the services and so forth?
The right answer is yes. We will be coming back with the plan for that.
Okay. The last thing I want to just underscore that was said a second ago is just trackable, measurable efforts, right? So like money going out, ROI coming back. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
One more.
Go ahead.
What kind of tracking system or safeguards are you going to use for the gift cards? Because, I mean, you're getting a multitude of gift cards. I mean, I could see how it's easy list. Oh, here, have one here, have one there. So what kind of safeguards are...
So if we run a program that haphazardly just threw out gift cards to people, that might be the case, but that's not what we're doing. So it's the same tracking system that we use currently. We have a log. The gift cards are kept in a safe. The safe cannot be opened without two people. There's a key and there's also a combination. When the gift cards are removed for a class or whatever they're being removed for, there is either a sign-in sheet, meaning that someone attended a class and the client signed that they were in the class, then they will get whatever, it's normally $25, they'll get their gift card. If a client needs a gift card for some other reason, sometimes they're in between, they got a new job and they're in between checks and they might need some gas, we might give them a $25 gift card. There's always a memo attached to it. So with a gift card, there's always some type of backup documentation that says, why are we giving it to them? The log is kept in the safe. All the cards are inventoried once the safe is open to make sure that whoever was last in the safe, those cards are the same, and when they close it out, they count them again so that the next person that comes in, they're going to recount. So there's this constant check and balance, and there's constant audits going on as well. And so that is kept in lock and key in the fiscal manager's office.
Thank you so much for that. If there are no further comments, I would make a motion to approve.
So we have a motion, a second, but before we vote, I would just say there's also numbers on the cards, and I know at Stockton Unified, when we gave out one, we also wrote the ID number on the gift card to continue to track for backup. So just throwing that out there. So we have a motion, a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Moving on to item 12. Actually, let me get to it. 1211. Adopt a resolution awarding multiple professional service agreements for the Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Building Program. That was pulled by Vice Mayor Lee. And we have people from Economic Development coming out.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I looked at the staff report. I mean, the one thing I had met with the manager earlier about this morning is there were lots of things scheduled that I didn't see PowerPoints or presentations on, so I just had questions. So I think I had received a question from the public on what this was, the Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Building Program, and I thought we can just generally speak about that.
Sure. I will give you a brief overview. If you have more questions, I do have Angelina Abella, who is our Business Attraction and Incentives Manager. I am Tina McCarty, Economic Development Director. So this is part of our CDBG funding and part of our business support. So it's an effort to put more resources into the community to help our small businesses stabilize and be successful, in a nutshell.
And so how are we promoting this program?
I'm going to turn that over to her.
Sorry. So this program, it was an official RFP, so it went out the way that RFPs usually do. But then also, I believe there was some direct outreach to, some organizations who have signed up for our listserv and things like that.
So maybe, I'm not sure if I'm asking the right questions, but now that we know who we're proposing to award this to, how do we get presentations for the public on what that is or what it is that we're funding?
Yeah.
What programs are going to be operating, how we're tracking it. I guess, did I miss something?
No, the proposals are attached to the document, but it will be up to economic development to make sure that they fulfill what they put in the RFP.
Yeah.
So,
So
I
we
get-
did-
so,
oh, go
so if I can, thank you, Mayor. I think the clarification, once we approve funding for
Yeah.
organizations and programs for our community,
Right.
I probably would have wanted to see a presentation on here are the programs that we're funding and here's what they're going to be offering to the community, because otherwise we're hoping that they go out and get the information out to the public and
Yeah.
the public is watching.
As part of the agreement this year, we have decided to, so we do have Small Business
Can't
Week.
hear you, I'm sorry.
Hello, sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
It's my first time.
It's okay.
So this year, as part of our contracts, we do have Small Business Week, which is the first week of May. So for the awardees this year, we did require that during that week, they are required to put on a workshop geared towards really promoting the services that they provide, and specifically for the programs that we're funding this year. So they will be required to host an event to publicize to the public.
And so what are we doing as a city to get that information out to our constituents, to the public?
We'll be promoting it. We'll be, putting out flyers. I work with CSD to get in the community centers, also through social media, through, our constant contact, any way that we can, working with our partners, our chambers, really, just trying to get the word out there.
So what may be helpful for me, because I think all of us are big on communication and how we market our programs and initiatives, especially services that are receiving funding through or from the city. If you can come back or have these organizations come back and share what they're going to be doing, I think that would be helpful, whether it's a PowerPoint presentation, whether it's staff presenting. It would just be great, I think, and in the future, when we're going to approve funding, it would just be helpful for staff to be prepared to explain what the plan is, because I know that this was on the this was on the agenda that probably folks thought we were just going to not pull and vote and pass. But for me, I was looking at this last night, and I think this is great as a small business owner, how we're getting information out to help our community. But if we don't tell people about the opportunities, I don't know how they would find them.
Yeah.
And I just was going to point out, it does say for the Tavola Together Foundation, it is a 16-week, correct? And I see Rima Barquette here with culinary classroom instruction, business development, hands-on mentoring, and early stage food business. That's what that one's doing. Optima Entrepreneur Cooperative. They aims to serve 100 to 120 business owners through the workshop series and provide intensive one-on-one advising, and consulting to support the growth of retention for 20 to 30 small businesses and cooperatives. And then the last one, San Joaquin Small Business Development Center, 1 week entrepreneurship boot camp, equipping participants with readiness training and the resources to formalize their business, followed by one-on-one advising for low to moderate income residents. So if we're able to get that information so that we can then, maybe with a QR code, that they can then go to it and sign up for the program, because this is limited numbers. And we want people who really need that help, that want to propel their business to be able to take advantage of this. I think it's amazing program for helping cultivate small businesses and make sure that they're successful. We want small businesses to reach their 5-year mark and continue into the future. So.
And thank you, Mayor, for reading that. And that's the point, is we hear oftentimes, especially when we did the YES program with the kids, that we need more jobs, need more opportunity. We know, I've been to Small Business Week last year here, and I know the work that you all are doing every day. I think for me, to the Mayor's point, is what she just read, I would love to see in a presentation, to hear from the organizations, what are your plans, and maybe get ideas from all of us on where we can make sure we get more information out there, because CSD has that amazing packet that's already going to print. So like now, what are we going to do above and beyond that? But this is great, and thank you for all the work that you did. But I think the Mayor captured what I was trying to say, and if we can figure out how, when we're presenting these, to have a plan to either have them here or explain how we're going to get the information, that would be important. But I have nothing else.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 3.17, that is to approve a motion to adopt standard agreement amendment number 4 between Flock Group, Inc. and the City of Stockton in an amount of $3,150,000 for the addition of Flock drone as first responder system. And I know there's probably several questions. I have them as well. 12.17. Sorry, 12.17. Okay, so, yeah, I know Vice Mayor, Councilmember Villapudo, and myself have questions, so we'll start with Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, first of all, I want to say I heard everything that the public said, and I want people to know that we heard you loud and clear, and I just want to thank everybody who came out and spoke in support or against it and just sharing your thoughts on it. And I think Ms. Leyva talked about a meeting that happened where'd she go? I don't know where she went. Anyway, there was a meeting last night that we attended where we heard from folks they're concerned about flock cameras. I'm a little confused because I do remember flock cameras being something that's been discussed for a long time and implemented a long time ago. And I had asked for some data to just kind of help me refresh my memory. But are we talking about flock cameras or are we talking about a drone?
So tonight we're talking about a drone program. We already have the flock cameras and they're currently functioning already in the city.
Okay, so I know that we're here to talk about the drone, and I'll address flock cameras during my council comments. So just specific to the drone, I wanted to clarify something that was said earlier. There was a meeting here with Congressman Josh Harder, his staff, our police department leadership, and the mayor's team, specifically around the drone and resources that our department needs, because oftentimes we hear from the public on social media, in council meetings all throughout the city, even if you go to Starbucks, what are you all doing to make this city a safer place? What are you doing to make this city a safer place? And so when the mayor's office and myself helped to facilitate this meeting with the congressman, it was about how do we get more resources into our city, money, to be able to help with the needs of our department, because we hear from our officers what they need in order to be effective at their job and carrying out the expectation of making this a safer city. So I just want to put that out there that that wasn't a conversation about flock cameras, and I'll save those comments for later, but would love to hear about the drone and what this program is and what it is that we're here to talk about tonight.
Okay, so just briefly, the city already operates a drone program. We have what's called a trunk-based system where literally officers have a drone in a box in the trunk of their vehicle, and they will respond to a call that officers are on that they need air support type, whether it's been a pursuit or whatever the case may be, where officers need to maybe search for a suspect or a missing person. And that is a very time-consuming process, basically. It could be 5 minutes to 30 minutes for that officer who is out on patrol, could be tied up on another call, and they have to clear from the call that they're on and then come to where they're needed. With this program, these drones are stationed throughout the city. We're looking at 3 locations. They'll be able to fly at different heights based on whether this station has a radar at it, so they can fly higher if there's a radar, so it can deconflict from aircraft. And it'll be a much, much quicker response than what we currently have. We're looking at realistic response times from 30 seconds up to about 4 minutes if they're flying to their maximum range, which is about a 4-mile circle in any direction. So with what we're looking at, we'll be able to cover well over 75% of the city that we're proposing tonight. And it'll really enhance what we already have in that we'll get quick deployment. We can get real-time updates for our officers on scene. It can improve our officers' safety, give better situational awareness to responding officers. It'll cut our response times to a fraction of what they are. It also will help our staffing levels in that lower-level calls can be handled with the operator at the remote location within the city. An officer that's possibly at the SEB can fly the drone to a low-level call. An officer won't have to respond on the street, and the officer looking through the camera will be able to handle the call and say, no, we don't need to send an officer out here. The call is clear. There's no need for this officer to go. He can go to a higher priority call. And then also the de-escalation aspect of it, where we know how to respond to a call. Like, we know what the officers are getting into before they get there, because the drone operator has provided a real-time update of, like, this is what you're getting into, or do we need to increase our response, or we can pull back? So, yeah. I mean, that's...
And I'm sure my colleagues have a lot more questions. I just have one more, and then I'll wait to hear the conversation. But so the one thing I thought in the meeting that was interesting and exciting about adding to the department's capabilities was, I'll just use Western Ranch as an example. Oftentimes, I'll hear from people that will either text me or email that there's sideshows happening or people are doing donuts in the park or whatever, and that police may not come because there are other priority calls. When I heard from, I think it was Deputy Chief, she was captain at the time, Morris, talking about the needs of this actual technology was, you can dispatch a drone almost in 45 seconds to the location to be able to see what's happening while officers are dealing with other matters and determine how you need to respond. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
That's exactly correct.
Okay,
yes.
and so.
And again, this is reactive. It's once we've received a call. We're not actively surveilling anything. The police department would need to receive that call first before a drone would launch to go see what's going on there, and then they can evaluate.
Okay, I'll let my other colleagues ask questions, and I'll come back if there's others. Thank you.
Councilmember Villapudua.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor answered a lot of the questions I had. I also thought this was about flock as well. It was confusing, hearing everyone else talking about it. Maybe this is not the right time to talk about flock, right?
We are wanting to purchase the drones from Flock, but it is not the Flock LPR cameras.
Okay, well then you can answer this question. So how many officers does it take to manage the drone?
So currently 3 officers for a drone that comes from the trunk of a car. This system could be as little as 2 or 1 with another civilian employee with them, just for situational awareness to manage, to relay information to officers that are on the scene. One person to fly the drone, another to gather the information and put it out over the radio. So it'll be fewer officers to get a drone to the scene. And the drone will fly autonomously to the location. Basically, it's tied to the CAD dispatch system. The operators will know what calls are pending. They can see if they need to launch a drone. Basically, with the push of a button, the drone will go to the location without the operator actually having to pilot it there.
And obviously, someone needs to know how to manage these type of things, right? Not every officer.
They will be the drone pilots we currently have are authorized to fly them. It would be the exact same situation. They would be officers that are authorized to fly a drone.
Okay. And then other questions. Now, are these things like bulletproof? Or they have voice, anything on them?
Do they have what on them?
Are they bulletproof?
No.
No.
They're not.
Okay, because one of these days I feel they're gonna shoot it down or something.
They can fly at 400 feet. It would be pretty difficult too. But they are really made out of plastic.
Okay.
So they're not bulletproof.
All right. No further questions at the moment.
I did have a couple questions myself. They brought up the sharing of data.
Yes.
That's always a concern, and I know they brought up a compassionate city, where we made it very clear that services are provided to everyone, regardless of their immigration status. But does that data stay with? Because I understand it's a first responder, so it's not hovering around doing stuff. But if it's a first responder, it's going to an exact location that was called in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at that location, it will surveil the area.
Well, once it gets to the location it's been programmed to fly to, then the operator, the police officer, or whoever we've designated to fly it, then will take over and actually basically respond to the call through the use of the camera. They're looking for something very specific at that point. Whatever was relayed to the dispatcher, now they are basically looking for that.
Okay, and what data can be then collected? It's doing video, real-time video
Yes,
of it that it will store?
Yes.
And end up where?
It's owned by the police department.
It's owned by the police department. So
it's retained for 30 days unless the officer chooses to store it in our evidence.com system, which we currently store our body-worn camera type information.
And I know that there were a couple comments. One of the comments was, or a couple of them, was outsourcing jobs or hire more officers. The department is actively trying to hire more officers.
Yes, every day.
And this would probably help with the gaps that we have.
Yes, it will.
I'm assuming.
Yes, I believe it will.
Okay. So I think that's it. Oh, the other one is, what's the success rate of it?
So we have visited other agencies that have drones. From what they've relayed to us in our visits, it's been very successful in doing just what we're talking about, quickly responding, letting them know what the response needs to be. I don't have exact percentages. I do have flock representatives here that probably could share nationwide what their success rate is. As far as reduction in call for service, some studies that we looked at, that it'll reduce officers' response to calls by 15 to 20%, that the drone would be able to handle, that our officer would not need to drive there, which is extremely time consuming.
And I would just like to point out, because I don't think anybody up here, I went in the Falcon 10. I was the first civilian to go up in Falcon 10. And knowing what a helicopter can do, where you can put in the coordinates and it will zoom in on, and there was a high-speed police chafe that they pulled the police officers back. The helicopter followed the car, saw him dump the car, saw him throw something out of the car into the bushes. Then the officers came in the bushes. They then found a gun. You know, they were able to apprehend the 2 suspects, but there was no loss of life. There wasn't any accidents or anything like that. So I know that it's been successful as a helicopter.
And this is
But
more
now,
of that.
yes, and I think about the cost of the operation of a helicopter. Not that I want to get rid of Falcon 10. I hear it up there. I know it does some work, but I think that this is a great complement or substitute for actually having to say, calling your pilot, hey, we need you to get up now.
Right.
So
Yes.
just thought I'd point that out. Okay, Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. You said the police department retains the data, and then is it forward to
It's
investigations? or do
deleted
you have
after, if it
personnel?
wasn't used, it's deleted.
Okay, but then do you have personnel that reviews it and follows up with reports? How's the data used?
Which data are you talking about?
So you said, for example, Sideshow, goes to Sideshow, and can it see license plates?
The video cameras can see license plate, yes.
Okay. The data then goes to the police department, then what?
So in that situation, that would probably be evidence that we would want if we were going to, try and pursue a crime report. So that would just get uploaded into our current system, our evidence.com system, where all like the officers' body cameras are retained, and even we hand out like cards to citizens if there was a crime where they can actually send in video, and that then is retained in that system. Generally, it's 2 years for that evidence, and then it can be retained longer if it's needed.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Enriquez.
Thank you. And first, I'm thankful that folks from the Flock company are here. I do have some questions for you, so please be prepared. I do first want to just say, and I'm glad that my colleagues were asking about the data. In terms of what we have right now, so I see here on November 19, 2024, before the 4 of us started, council approved for an additional 105 LPR cameras throughout the city. And then on June 26, 2025, with this new council, last summer, we extended LPR services throughout June 30th, 2027. From the 105 cameras that were added, how many flock cameras do we have currently throughout the city of Stockton?
We have 120 flock cameras.
120?
Yes.
And since then, how has, to Vice Mayor's point, how has that data been presented to council in terms of success rates? It says here in the legislation text, reducing response times throughout rapid aerial deployment. Specifically, how much response time in terms of percentage do you calculate that? You say here enhancing situational awareness and decision-making and improving safety for officers and the public. Some of this can be quantified, obviously, with numbers, and I don't see it, but in terms of the cameras we have, what's been the success rate of the cameras?
I don't have a ton of data on the cameras because this is drones, not a camera presentation.
I'm quite aware.
I do know, though, that one of the council members did have the mail theft situation. Well, I do know that was helped solved with the flock cameras. Yeah. I don't have a lot of data as far as the cameras. I don't know.
Yeah, and the reason why I asked that is because we've already invested a lot of money on these cameras as it is. So if we're going to now request drones, which is still part of the flock system, I want to ensure that what we have and what we paid for is doing its job, and we have the data readily available. So I think you do, but I think that's the thing where I'm a little stuck on, because I truly hear loud and clear from the community. And I have some other questions regarding ICE and data sharing, which I hope you folks will be able to provide just based on nationwide data that is valid and is present. it's not just a made-up thing that we hear in the news headlines, but I want to be sure that if we're going to invest in 6 drones, which is listed on the agenda subject line, to my colleague's point, that it is listed about what we're voting on, 6 drones, I believe. But I want to make sure that what we have now is useful and has the data presented. I'd rather have that presented before we come to a vote.
Good evening, Councilmember. My name is Kyle Pierce, Deputy Chief of the Police Department. Through the LPR cameras, we have made significant arrests over the years. We do provide council updates regarding significant arrests, like my counterpart mentioned. Most recently, the mail theft was one of a significant arrest that was from LPR cameras. Additionally, last year, our homicide clearance rate was 72%, which is phenomenal, and that was a lot of those arrests were significant from use of LPR. Detectives are constantly reviewing the LPR cameras to identify individuals responsible for some of the more violent crimes within the city of Stockton. So the LPR cameras have helped reduce crime overall, as well as we've increased our solvability rate for some of the violent crimes.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate that. And you are right. Just for the public knows, the council, we do receive weekly updates from the police department, which I know is very helpful in terms of how crime has reduced. And I think a couple weeks ago, it was either chief or the collective department put out in terms of the last 10, 15 years of how it's, and that's thanks to all of you and what you all have done. So I want to obviously give you all credit. I know my colleagues would agree with that. But I would say with that, the weekly updates don't actually capture the data of the flock system. And I think that's something that maybe we could have asked. I would have hoped that whenever we do purchase anything, that we do get updates on where that is in terms of how we invest our taxpayer dollars to improving our parks, to redoing roads, to providing the resources that you all need, which we approve, but also then the next step would be giving us data about the products that you now have. And if you don't have that right now, then it's a little concerning for me as an individual, because I want to make sure that it's all part of the flock system, right? We have our cameras, and now we're investing in drones. I can see the importance of the drones in terms of doing your work. You've obviously listed it here in the legislation text, and I'm not questioning that, but I want to make sure that if we're going to invest in this second phase, then how have we done in the first phase? And I'm just saying phases, not that they are phases, but I mean, there hasn't been chances for us to really break down and go through the data, get community input, and then say, you know what, this is the success rate, we have the data, we present it to the community, we're doing this together. Now the next step would be, in the next year, we're gonna invest in drones, and this is why. I think we have to do it together, and this kind of just seems like it just kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, we can look up the data regarding specific arrests if you might want that. I do know through technology, we're always looking to enhance our technology platform to provide the best equipment for our officers, the safest, to make their job safer, as well as the community, right? We're always looking to de-escalate and provide a safe outcome to the community as a whole. When it comes to a potential critical incident, the use of technology can reduce the stress of that incident and come to a safe resolution for all parties involved. So that's what we're always looking for, to provide the best technology equipment for our officers and the community as well.
Yeah.
So
thank you, I appreciate that. And then if you, or maybe the folks from the flock company, if you all can provide it, I want to just ensure that since we've had the flock system, do we know if ICE has ever infiltrated our information and taken information for their use without our knowledge?
I can tell you, as far as the city of Stockton, we have not shared any information with our federal partners. We currently do not, we will not. State law, a Senate bill passed, that California Values Act, that says we cannot do that. So we do not share any information related to immigration enforcement with our federal partners. Absolutely. And that when we collect the data through the LPR or the drone footage, it is owned by the city of Stockton or the police department. The flock company does not own the footage, so we have the rights to share it, so we can decide who we share it with. We currently do not share with any law enforcement agencies outside of California. And again, I'll just reiterate, we do not share with any federal law enforcement agencies as well.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I know from the get-go since last March, the department has been very vocal about not engaging or sharing or working with ICE, let alone share information. So I know that's something that you all have provided. But in terms of, what we hear from other cities about them being able to still access, since it is a third-party provider, and we hear the stories, they're not made up, about Richmond, San Francisco, other cities throughout the country. If you all want to share how you all are able to provide guardrails against ICE when they do infiltrate the system, if not that they have in Stockton, but if that ever does come up, I want to hear from you all about how you all create those guardrails for us.
Yeah, I can just say we periodically do an audit on our system to ensure that it's not being shared with the wrong parties. So we routinely do that. We've done it most recently as of 2 weeks ago.
And for the record, ICE has not taken any of our information using our flock system, correct?
Correct. ICE is not taking any of our information.
And if you all were able to share too as well, that'd be lovely.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Lily Ho. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for Flock Safety for the Western Region. I want to thank all of the community members who spoke here to comment about Flock and be participating in this conversation. Data security, safety, these are all really important conversations, and I appreciate that the council is engaging in this robust discussion, and thank you for letting us be here to speak. Specifically regarding the ICE and data sharing, as the DC has mentioned, you own your data and you choose who you share with. That has always been the position for Flock, and we have customers in all 50 states. In the state of California specifically, and also the state of Virginia, there is no outside sharing of the state. Previously, years ago, when we first started implementing Flock LPR cameras in the state of California, we were not cognizant of the ability, we take responsibility in not creating these guardrails as soon as we implemented our camera systems in the state of California. Since then, starting in the month of March of 2025, there is a digital guardrail. There is no possible sharing outside of the state of California for law enforcement agencies, even if you wanted to. It's not possible. And it's also not possible for agencies outside of the state of California to attempt to share with agencies in California as well. We made those guardrails intentional just so that we can help support law enforcement agencies comply with state law.
Thank you. And that the guardrail was created last year, so to your knowledge, your company there's been no issues or instances where cities in the state of California have had ICE infiltrate or take information without that department knowing or that city knowing, correct?
Correct.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Councilman Blower.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the questions that came up, and this may not be for you, it may be for one of those guys, the funding on this. So 3.1 million, I know that's, quite a bit of money, but one of the things, and that was the first thing that kind of jumped out at me, but as I read through the information, it sounds like for the first year that's coming from a grant. Is that
correct? The first year's coming from a grant. Years 2 through 5, we're continue to grant funding or the budgetary process, and additionally, the contract does allow for cancellation if there's no funding identified.
And so also to be clear, the grant funds that we receive, they're pretty limited on what you can do with it, right? Because I heard people say, oh, we can spend this money on other things, but you really can't. Is that?
Good evening, Gianetta McDonald, Police Services Administrator. For this year one, this particular grant funding, we need to get it out the door by June 30th of this fiscal year. So there is no extension. So that's where we're coming up with this funding.
Thank you. I just thought that was important that people understood that this funding is coming from a grant.
Correct.
And that future years will have to go get other grants, but if we're unsuccessful, as you mentioned, we do have the ability to get out of the contract
Correct.
without any kind of penalty. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor.
Wait, Janetta, don't go too fast. Oh, no, wait, okay. Just so I'm clear, because I want to make sure like I'm not in the twilight zone. This is the discussion that we had with the congressman around funding that we did for this. Okay. The second, that's all I have for you.
Okay.
Okay. Deputy Chief Pierce, congratulations on the promotion. I missed the event, but you're well deserved. So I just want to say that. I see the chief back here. I know as you get closer. So I want to address a couple of things. One, I don't want to conflate the two things because there's the flock cameras, which have been in existence since 2023. I asked staff for some information, the 120 flock cameras, the funding that came from the board and state, and then Congressman Harder in 2024 with additional funding, and then 2025 with the AB 109 Community Correction Partnership with the county. So there's been other funding, and this has been in existence for a while. The other part, I guess, I have specifically around the Flock digital program and the guardrails. Is the data that's collected or the content that's shot from the drone subject to the public record request? So if anybody in here wanted to see what you were shooting or see what was being done by the drone program, could the public submit the request to get copies?
The public has the right to always submit a CPRA request, and then we go through look through it, evaluate, determine if it's related to a crime or it's an investigative matter, and then if it's not, then we go through the laws and determine if we can release the information.
But I guess to simplify it, the content created, if it doesn't cause a conflict with your investigations, would be subject to PRA. They can request it, and it goes through the PRA process.
Yes, it could be subject to releasable under the CPRA.
Okay. I do have a question for the flock folks. If you can come back to the podium, please. Obviously, just for the public to be aware and remind them, this council, with Councilmember Enriquez's leadership, led the discussion on compassionate city ordinance, not sanctuary city, but still giving protections and direction to not support or participate in any ICE activities. I do want to highlight, before I ask you a question, is that our chief of our department actually was the first person to respond to ICE, and it was the most aggressive response that I've seen from the city, and I remember it going out saying, basically, we're not supporting ICE. The other thing I want to say to those who are raising the issues of surveillance, as a person of color, I will tell you very transparently, that is why me and Michael Tubbs fell out, because the first thing he did was go to Eric, the police chief, and ask him to improperly investigate me when I was just a person in the community. And that right there, to me, was my example of improper surveillance. And I don't have that concern with this police chief and department. So I do want to say out there from a personal standpoint that if I believe we had a police chief or police department that was unlawfully surveilling people, I would be the first person to speak out about it, along with my colleagues in the mayor. With respect to the program or your product, is there any way that your company could, in any way, accidentally, intentionally, or otherwise, send any of the content that is shot to a federal agency, state agency, or any other enforcement agency?
We always maintain that the data is yours and you choose who you share with, and we are very solid, strong with that statement. No. But beyond that statement, we have not been requested. I mean, there may be a time and place where that may happen with the federal agency asking Flock for your data, for example. I know that that's just a concern with this current administration. In that situation, we would go to you, tell you that your data has been requested by whomever, and ask you what you would like to do with it. There are a series of legal procedures that you can do to fight that claim, and we would not take any action without your consent.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Lily Ho.
Lily, let me just be very clear, yes or no. If the President of the United States asked you to send them footage of whatever we're doing in Stockton, you don't have to ask us. We're telling you we don't want to share it with anybody.
We would say no.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, I don't know what the contract looks like with our city attorney or our city, but, you know, if you look at a box of Oreos, it doesn't tell you you're going to get fat if you eat the whole box over and over and over. If you say that you're not going to do it, is there some type of contingency or legal thing that we can have that says, if you do it, you'll give us a full refund on our money? And here's why I asked you the question, right? I really feel like the commitment that we're asking is really simple, and you've done a great job of saying that you're aligned with us on not sharing information. We all collectively, all of us up here are saying we don't want you to. We just want to make sure that we have protections as a city that you support and defend the will of our department that is saying we won't support releasing data, we won't share it, we won't cooperate, because that'll fall in line with the direction of the mayor and this council.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, city attorney, maybe that's something when you all talk, if it's passed, which I support the drone program, and I think it's great technology to help to the responsiveness of our constituents. So I don't have anything else, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm bringing it back to council for
motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, we are going to take a 12-minute break. We are going to be back at 8 o'clock.
Port City Uncensored.
Motherfucker.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Good evening. We're in the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Maybe it's because that we have corruption here, but also because what if there's like other cities like ours, or think about who the fuck in Stockton is like siphoning money, right? Why is it that public schools are fucked up? I just ask these questions because it's very simple. We like to know where our tax money's going, because if you tell someone that, hey, buddy, your tax money is not going to go to these public schools like Chavez.
Oh, we lost him.
Hello. Oh.
He said the
Bubba?
name Chavez and got canceled.
Oh, coincidence?
Like Caesar.
Coincidence?
All right.
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
all right. Well, in regards to Stockton not changing in 100 years, I've talked to a lot of people.
Yeah, Stockton hasn't changed in 100 years. Sorry, my mic cut out.
All
But my
right.
final point is that how much faith, like, what was that quote at the end of your video, Jack? Is that the dribble of a politician is that when does the words of a politician become meaningless? It's when his mouth dribbles, like you're showing Brando. And I'm like, yeah, pretty much. It's like, why is Stockton still a shithole? Because I am out of state, right? I'm in Washington. That's the state. I'm not going to tell you the city, but I'm in a city in Washington, and I keep comparing the city that I'm in compared to Stockton, and it's like night and day. Women are walking their dogs at night without fucking fear, bro. I don't see that type of shit in Stockton, bro. It's like, it's so much nicer here. There's more opportunities, but I often question, bro. I often question is that do people have to leave Stockton in order to find success? Because Nelson, bro, think about it, bro. Like that video that Jack showed us. Do you want your kids growing up around guys like that, bro? Like fucking a bunch of tweakers walking around and shit, tossing needles with a needle in their ass, bro. A needle hanging in their ass for 10 years because their handler who gets paid to their case handler doesn't want to. They're not solving homelessness. They get paid to treat it, right?
Sounds like you're in Spokane, Washington.
Yeah.
No, actually not.
And whatever you got on your end is causing an echo. You hear that?
It's because he's surrounded by mountains.
We need homeless. We need refugee camps or like homeless refugee camps, like for the homeless.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Alex found that funny for some reason. I mean, you know.
What's funny? Nah, shit sucks in Stockton, bro. It's like that's why it ain't going nowhere.
We need to
like
we
now,
need to
bro,
get
you gonna move?
2 acres of land. And this is my proposition. We need 2 acres of land, okay? Just hear me out. 2 acres of land. No buildings, just forests, because these motherfuckers do not like living inside decent facilities, okay? We can call this homeless New Haven. Okay? Homeless New Haven. Just open land. You know how like when you send your dog, like back in the day when it was time to put your dog down, like you'd send them to the farm. We're sending these people to the farm, okay?
This is like
the homeless New Haven. All they gotta do, they don't even gotta register with anybody. All they gotta do is just live on those 2 acres of land or whatever. Set it out wherever and like just be over there. Just live in that. Call it New Haven.
Nelson,
homeless,
have you been by Wilson
landing
Way
or
ever
some
before?
shit like that.
Nelson, have you ever been to Wilson
I
Way?
have.
Okay, so that entire area is pretty much like that's how I look at Stockton,
Like,
right? It's like that.
You know how like
Yeah.
there's like that whole homeless encampment that used to be like right
Yeah.
near the aqueducts or whatever in the Delta.
Yeah. I know.
So basically like that, but out in like the forest area where they can't be near people, and just they're amongst their people like themselves.
I bet
We make it near like a little river. So hold on. Yeah, no, not in the desert because we want these. We want to be humane, okay? We want to make it. We want to make it near there's got to be like a river or like a creek or some shit, so they get like flowing water. And,
Well,
like,
I thought you were banking on doing like
themselves.
regular airdrops with water and food. You know.
No, hell no, that's too much.
This is like
What?
It's like the
They can
Native
hunt the
Americans.
land. They can hunt
Yeah,
the land. They can literally they get free water from the river or whatever. We'll set up some like food stuff for them so they have like actual resources or whatever that comes to them like once a week, once a month or whatever.
This is like
But
this is
like
the Native
for the
Americans.
most part, they're living off the land.
This is like the Native Americans, bro. Instead of the Trail of Tears,
Yeah.
you're trying to do like the Trail of Beers, bro. Come on, bro. Come on.
The Trail of Beers?
Yeah, for the homeless.
The
for the
Trail
homeless.
of Beers?
For the homeless.
Oh,
All
my
right.
God.
Well,
And like once a month, we got somebody to go and check out the area from the state to like make sure they're not killing each other.
From the distance.
Uh,
Hey, I hate to shout out the thing though, but you're not going to remove all the homeless people in
Hey,
Stockton
everybody's
unless
still
it's by
alive.
force.
Well,
No, but we move them to like a land that they want to be moved to.
They're gonna tell you to go fuck
Like
yourself and
we can
shoot
set up
a
like
needle,
a
bro.
nice
Like,
little.
what do you mean, bro?
We we could tell them, hey, there'll be like a little like we'll set them up with like a little homeless Safeway that they can rob, like a little Walgreens they can steal from, and still act like they're homeless or whatever, like 10 minutes away from the campsite or whatever. But
The
they won't
immersion,
get prosecuted. They can just go in, grab what they want, and leave.
the immersion is going to be insane.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, Nelson, you should just move to
travel
Florida.
I just resolved. I just resolved homelessness for the people in 5 minutes right there with that rant.
All right. Well,
I endorse
yeah.
that
So
message.
we just got to find a spot now. So.
Hey, I've seen a couple of foresty areas up by Yuba, Ukiah, Eureka. Send them the fuck up there, you know.
Hey,
We
I
can send
have
them to another
driven.
state too. We could get buses and send them to Oregon.
Listen. I'm telling you, I have driven back and forth across this entire country twice. All right, and I recommend that everybody do that at least once in their lifetime because you will appreciate all the open space that this country has in between New York and L.A. Because, like, we don't have a population problem. We have a population distribution problem. Everybody wants to live in New York or L.A. But you go take that trip,
You
and
know
you will
something?
see.
You know something, J-Man? I actually like that idea. How about we endorse homelessness travel? Like, if you're homeless, you are required by law to travel through all 50 states or some shit like that. I don't know.
Hey,
Like,
get the fuck
we
out of
pay
this
for
one.
you to.
Just stick a bed
Yeah,
down.
just stick on your back. Just keep walking until you find a home somewhere. There's 50 states, so you're bound to find a place to live in one of them. Okay, if you gotta swim to Hawaii, get on a boat, baby.
Dude, they're
Something.
just
I'm
gonna
just
take a
saying.
bus to Stockton.
Like
You're missing the point, bro. Like they'll just take a bus to Stockton.
Yeah, like they've been doing.
they can't get on the bus, Scotty. We can put him on a bus to. Okay, let's put him on a bus to like New York, and then drop him off halfway through like let's say like Tennessee or some shit, and then he has to come back, right? He can't afford a ticket, a bus to Stockton. You got to go through the states like J-Man did. Walk, just walk your way back. Just walk your way back. If you want to come back, maybe you find a home out there. Maybe you find a job out there. Maybe you find some better needles out there. Who knows?
Probably will.
Just saying.
Yeah. Maybe we might wander into some cornfield and meet somebody with an axe.
Yeah, I'm good, man. I feel
there
like
you
the
go.
best way to escape homelessness is just to get the fuck out of Stockton. Just don't look at it, bro.
Yeah, well, make sure you move somewhere where you
Nah,
they don't have that.
I think we could relocate the homeless people. We could relocate all the homeless. We just gather them up. Be like, you like if they have a police, because a lot of these homeless people, most of them have a police record. Let's be honest. They
Yeah,
got mental
let's be
deficiencies. They're in the database somewhere, and if they've broken some sort of
Nelson,
law
can I ask you an
already,
honest question? Can
and
I
we
ask you a
can't
question,
afford to
Nelson,
put
about
them in.
this? I got a question about this. So that's one idea, but like think about it like this. All right, this is a hot take, but you said that they have a bunch of records.
No
They
euthanasia.
probably have mental deficiencies. They probably don't really want to get help. So taxpayer money, because see, it always comes to taxpayer money, is how much of the taxpayer money that we spent on this war could we have used to solve homelessness in America? Because Pete Hedges, the guy, the Secretary of War Defense, asked for 200 fucking billion. Now, $200 billion. How much of that
Scotty.
could solve the issues we have, bro?
Scotty, let me tell you something. With my solution, I'm saving this money on the homeless issue, okay? We got free government can provide these people free land to go in and camp on, okay?
But they don't care. It's not our issue unless you're in
That's
like in
what
the rich fucking community. So they don't give a shit about the lower citizens.
But
bro.
that's what I'm saying, Scotty. Like the whole allocating money to try to end this homeless issue in America,
it's not gonna work.
Waste because ultimately, what ends up happening, and this is why I'm very pro putting them out in the field somewhere.
That's
Because
a
anytime these
conservative
people
take,
get
bro.
put into a new
If you went before city council and said that Fugazi would be like, sorry, we can't do that. I'm gonna have to vote against that. or some shit, bro. Like, I'm gonna be real, bro.
No, I understand. But Scotty, no, I understand. But Scotty, that's what that's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
They're all fucking
That's what I'm trying to
retards.
get you to.
What if you got the
No, I
fucking Karen
understand, Scotty.
haircut too? We're fucked, man.
But that's what I'm trying to get you to understand, my boy. Like,
I understand.
rather than because anytime this issue and try to put him in like buildings or give him mental help or anything
Yeah,
like
put
of the sort,
buildings. Yeah.
it's money that's wasted. It's money that's ultimately wasted. So what can we do? There's a
We can
bunch of land
fire
that's
everybody
owned
in
by the
Stockton who
government,
does
right?
that, bro.
We can literally use our taxpayer money to round up all those people and send them to like government
Send
administrated
them to
land
Iran, baby.
that can
Send them to
allow
the
them
fucking
to
war. Yeah,
legally
baby. Let's go.
encamp.
Well, you know, my
No,
solution is that we
we'll
put them
lose
all
the
in
war.
police
We'll
uniform,
lose the war.
and it'll give the, you know,
What the fuck, yeah? Put them in police
it'll make it look like
uniforms.
we have a heavy police presence, you know?
No, it'll turn us into San Francisco. Come on.
Yeah, you know,
He
you walk
said,
into the
yeah.
park and you with the kids and say, "Hey, Dad, why is that cop throwing up in the
Hey, Dad, why is
trash
that
can
cop
over there?"
shooting a needle up his ass? I don't
Yeah. So,
know.
anyway,
It's part of his special training for.
yeah. Does my my deal. Anyway, I want to take a quick break here. We're gonna pay a few bills, and we'll be right back here in a couple of minutes. Don't
Yep.
go
Bark
anywhere.
box.
Ha! Who knows what these guys are gonna do next? We'll be right back.
Welcome to Shady Ma Productions, where the vibes are always right and the passion runs.
Departments to comply with the state. Oh, sorry, city manager. I guess you needed to be here, huh? Ms. Ocasio, are you leading us in this discussion? Wonderful. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Stephanie Ocasio, Director of Community Development. Tonight, I am presenting the 2025 Annual General Plan and Housing Element Progress Reports. May I borrow that little clicker? Thank you.
Thank you.
The other side? Thank you. To provide some background, cities are required by law to have a general plan and a housing element. The general plan is the official long-range policy document for the city. General plans have elements that address land use, open space, conservation, housing, safety, and noise, to name a few. The housing element is a unique part of the general plan, as it has to be certified by the state every 8 years in what is known as housing cycles. The City Council approved the current housing element in 2024, and that is for the term of 2023 through 2031 under the 6th housing cycle. The annual reports are required by law as means to track the progress of implementation of policy and action measures. Prior to 2018, charter cities did not have to report this information, but a new law was adopted that year, so the City of Stockton has been reporting annually since then. These reports are required to be presented in a public hearing, which we are here for tonight, and must be submitted to the state by April 1st of each year, which is tomorrow. The general plan was adopted in 2018. It includes policies and specific actions for various city departments that are responsible for following, implementing, and enforcing throughout the build-out timeframe of 2040. There are 228 distinct action items in our general plan. That is a lot of work and a lot of policy there. So this report helps us track that, identify where we're going, and it also helps us identify like how to move forward and what actions we can implement every year. The housing element is a plan for meeting the housing needs of the community, including existing and future. A part of updating the housing element is to address the regional housing needs allocation, also known as RHNA. within that 8-year cycle defined by the state. The state provides regional metropolitan planning organizations, or COGs, with the regional number, and then that COG will divide that number by the member cities in its region. So for this cycle, San Joaquin County's RHNA was 52,719 units, of which Stockton's share is 12,673. In the housing element, the city included its strategy to meet this with available lands in the city, and the total housing capacity identified was 22,999 units. The housing element has 3 objectives to the existing and projected housing needs, the creation of an inventory of available land to address the RHNA, and to track housing development progress annually, and the analysis of housing development constraints in our community. Some 2025 highlights are listed here on the slide. We adopted a comprehensive update of the development code to streamline the review process for housing. The entire update was focused on housing code language changes and streamlining. We initiated, EDD initiated a downtown master plan and visioning document. We held multiple workshops, when I say we, the city, for comprehensive update of the climate action plan. Also adopted the new Parks and Recreation Master Facilities Plan. We adopted a new consolidated plan outlining our HUD funding. HUD funding, I switched that up, sorry. And conducted outreach events to share the homeowner rehabilitation program. In 2025, there were 716 total new housing units. 27 were extremely low income units, 66 were very low, 38 were low, and 19 were moderate. The extremely low and very low units were from one affordable housing project known as La Passeggiata by Visionary Home Builders. The image on the left is the example of what it will look like once it's built. Actually, what it will look like from the Minor Avenue perspective. 63 permits were for accessory dwelling units, several of which utilize the city's pre-approved ADU plans, which is a significant cost savings where people don't have to have an engineer or an architect because they're already pre-approved and stamped. It is important to note that the city does not build the housing. That is a common misconception. We have to ensure capacity and by right zoning for the development of a variety of housing types, but ultimately it is the market that drives actual development. With the remaining years in the current housing cycle, an average of 1,653 new units per year would need to be constructed to meet the state's population growth and housing needs for Stockton. In 2025, the city issued the 716 new housing units. Although residential development is not on pace to meet state goals, our current ongoing development has surpassed where we were at this point in the last cycle. In the 5th cycle at this point, we were at about 545 new units. So there has been an increase from that number. Again, just for the sake of the record, I'd like to reiterate that the city is not under the obligation to build said units. It is the responsibility of the city to maintain the capacity as outlined in the RHNA that is assigned. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council accept the 2025 reports and authorize the city manager to submit the report to HCD by April 1st. I'm happy to answer any questions, and staff is also available for questions.
Councilwoman Padilla has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. It says that we authorize 537 above moderate income units. Could you just mention a few of those properties?
So that's generally going to be production homes. So that's new tract homes. That's above moderate is typical market development.
So subdivision.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
I too had a question. So, Mary Elizabeth spoke earlier, looking at our general plan, being able to update a map now that we have ESRI. Way back when, in the 90s, I called it ESRI. I still have my
People
book,
still call it that.
I was going to say, I still have my book, ESRI book. But with data sets that show, like, where, and I know we can do it, but where our, 41 license, 48 licenses are for alcohol sales, as well as where our smoke shops, because I think for enforcement purposes, it would be much easier to look at it and then see proximity by just if we had an overall map, because those are nuisance uses. So if we could maybe eventually get that to coincide with this update of the general plan, I did like that suggestion, and I support that suggestion.
Certainly, the process, some efforts are already underway to that effect.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. So seeing no other questions, public comment?
Mary Elizabeth, please.
Oh, she's still.
I know, I took a front seat there. So you have correspondence that I prepared and submitted today, specifically for today. You also would have received back in February 26th the extensive evaluation of the implementation of the 2024 safety element. So in 2025 and 2026 to the Planning Commission, they used, whoever was preparing that annual report for the general plan, used the 2018 general plan. So that was like a big mess up, that had gone on for a couple of years now. And so then we got a notice during that meeting that those comments were not given to the Planning Commission secretary. I sent the comments again early, the day before, and they hadn't gotten them. I received no response to all of those comments, to discuss any of those comments until yesterday afternoon, thanking me for my extensive comments. And there's still errors in there. And all I looked at was the safety element. The last thing that I really want to impress upon you is the cut and paste, because I looked at 3 years of annual progress reports. And when you say continued collaboration, you are not explaining to the community how that general plan action was implemented. And there was a lot of fighting that went on to make that general plan, and some of you may remember it, to make it as good as it was, to have as much environmental justice as it did, and those elements are not being implemented. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Any last questions before I close the public hearing? Okay. I declare the public hearing closed, bringing it back to council for discussion with the 5-minute timer for us, but I don't see any lights going, so I will entertain a motion.
Motion. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 15.2, zoning map amendment to rezone 2.69 acres from commercial neighborhood to commercial general at 9450 West Lane and 1530 East Marada Lane. That's you again, Ms. Ocasio.
Good evening.
I declare the public hearing open.
The proposed project is located on 2 parcels that are forming an L shape at the southwest corner of West Lane and Marada Lane, adjacent to an existing gas station and car wash. The site is surrounded by residential uses to the south and east, vacant land to the west, and vacant land to the west that was approved for a residential subdivision. There is vacant land to the north, which is currently unincorporated, and Ursula Meyer Library and Community Center and McNair High School to the northeast. The project site has a general plan designation of commercial and abuts a property also designated as commercial, which is that existing gas station. The surrounding properties are designated as low-density residential, medium-density residential, and institutional. The project is currently zoned commercial neighborhood and is surrounded by low and medium residential zoning to the south, east, and west, and public facilities to the northeast. The request before you tonight is a zoning map amendment to rezone approximately 2.69 acres from commercial neighborhood to commercial general, based on an approval recommendation from the Planning Commission. On December 11th, 2025, the Planning Commission approved a tentative parcel map to create 3 parcels, a land development permit for drive-through and outdoor dining, and design review, all of which are contingent upon the council's decision tonight. As shown on this aerial, the applicant is requesting that the two parcels be rezoned to commercial general since the existing commercial neighborhood zoning does not allow for drive-through facilities. The commercial neighborhood zone is intended to promote smaller scale pedestrian traffic and avoid auto-oriented uses, very similar to Miracle Mile or Yosemite Street Village. The commercial general zone is intended to provide for a wider variety of commercial uses. Given the site's proximity to West Lane and limited access from residential, the rezoning to CG would not significantly impact the existing residential neighborhood. I want to point out that there is going to be a masonry wall, and I think there's already partial that would be separating the development from the housing. The adjacent gas station representatives were offered to participate in the rezone effort, but they chose to opt out. The question was asked at Planning Commission, and the response given was that because it is a corporate gas station, it takes a long time to get signatures, and they didn't want to hold up the process for their neighbors, so they just elected not to join the rezone, or they would have. The site plan shows the layout of the proposed 3 commercial uses. There are 2 fast food restaurants with drive-throughs, and then an 8,800 square foot speculative commercial building which does not have an identified tenant. The 8-foot CMU wall with 15-foot landscape setbacks will be installed along all those residential areas, so that is the eastern and the southern sides of the project. The project design was also determined to be consistent with city design guidelines and development standards, and these are the elevations here that were approved. As mentioned earlier, the Planning Commission approved a recommendation for approval of the proposed zoning map amendment. On March 11th, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting at the local elementary school. 9 residents were in attendance. Some concerns were expressed regarding potential traffic impacts and school drop-off and maybe some light pollution, but the general consensus of the project was that it would clean up the site and potentially offer some jobs to youth in the proposed businesses. Therefore, given that the project does meet all required affirmative findings, staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the council adopt the ordinance to approve a zoning map amendment to rezone the 2.69 acres from commercial neighborhood to commercial general, subject to conditions of approval.
Do we have questions from council? Do we have public comment?
Mary Elizabeth, please.
Okay, so just some general issues here. One, we've got the map here. We have more drive-throughs, and do we really need every single restaurant that comes in to be a drive-through? And I just there has to be some discussion about that, because I see it all the time, and it creates a lot of traffic problems. And I know in my neighborhood, and I cite it here, we have several drive-throughs, and there's a lot of traffic moving, and it does not create a safe environment for pedestrian and neighborhoods. Second, so I discussed that there. Another topic that didn't come up was in relation to the height and the FAR, and there is a difference between commercial and neighborhood commercial and commercial general. Another thing is about the that I see a lot is I see these pictures and I see these trees, and then when they go in, there's no trees or there's palm trees, right, which are not shade trees. And so, this could be a very nice place, with lots of trees around and provide habitat. And but when it gets to the city and they're doing all of their ministerial things, it's missed. And, you know, there's no way for people to go back and get the landscape plan except to pay $85 to maybe have the developer decide to share it. Maybe. Another thing that I'm not seeing in these developments is enhanced bicycle parking. And I've I've included it here, and you know, there is in the bicycle master plan some provisions for that that are not being implemented. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
So I'm not going to close the public hearing because I do have a couple questions. I agree with the trees. I know oftentimes trees will be planted, but they're not taken care of, and they don't even have a chance at life. And looking at the pictures, they don't look like palm trees in the renderings, but do we have a landscape, you know, what specific trees might be planted?
So I do not have the landscaping plans here, but if you look at attachment, I guess it's attachment D. This is the parcel map. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I have the full set here, but if you look at conditions of approval number 5 in attachment F, it does state that all plans have to be in compliance with landscape standards as outlined in 1656040. Okay. So that will be reviewed in comparison with the code to make sure that it meets all that.
Okay. And I do feel similarly about the drive-through because when we did the idle-free California, one of the things we said was, you know, we wanted idle-free and having drive-throughs, people choosing not to go through a drive-through. I realize it's convenient, but our lungs are a necessity where drive-throughs are not. And I will state, I hope McDonald's takes a page out of Morocco's book because they have halal meat, and my niece swears by it. It's like the best hamburger she's ever had was from a McDonald's in Morocco, and she eats there regularly. So McDonald's needs to step it up in America. And bicycle parking, is that also?
That's part of the standards, so that'll be included in the review.
Okay.
There's standards that traffic looks at through our standard specifications and details.
And lastly, crossing the street. The amount of time it takes to get from McNair side, from where our community center is, across. So they're going to have to go south on Murata and then, or south on West Lane and then east on Murata to get over to the to that area.
They would need to utilize the existing crosswalks, yes.
Yes. And I'm just thinking about the time because, you know, high school students tend to saunter.
So I believe it'd be out of my wheelhouse to speak on the timing
of
the crosswalk.
I'm just concerned because it's 4 lanes and cars are moving, and if you look at our traffic fatality numbers this year, it is off the charts. And so whatever we can do to create a barrier to or have it so it's safer for kids and adults and senior citizens and everybody else. Yeah. So did you have a question? Or okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Ocasio. I just had a quick question, and you said 2 things, and maybe I misheard the second part that you said. One of the slides say design review for new commercial development consisting of 2 drive-through, but there was one part where you said it wouldn't be drive-through. Or is that set where I look at the design review?
It's 3 buildings. So 2, the McDonald's and the Starbucks are a drive-through. The 3rd is not.
And McDonald's and the Starbucks, those are confirmed that those would be created if this council votes on it.
Yes.
And you mentioned jobs for youth. Was that related to working at these establishments?
The community meeting indicated that they felt that this might provide some opportunities for youth for part-time jobs. Yeah.
One of the things, and this is something that I think I asked last year, is that I really want to, this is me as an individual, I really want to try to find ways to get away from not building more fast food restaurants and thinking more beyond that. Just because a job is a job doesn't mean it's a good job. And I want people to really dig deep about what that means for the future of our city. And I get really frustrated. I think even last year we built a 4th Jack in the Box within a 2-mile radius. And thankfully, Councilwoman Padilla, myself, and Vice Mayor Lee voted against it because I literally pulled out the Google map. I said, why are we building a 4th Jack in the Box within a 2-mile radius in her district? And then one of my colleagues said, well, it creates jobs. we have to shift our mindset about what that means when we start bringing real opportunity. And I want to challenge the planning commissioners, and again, no disrespect to any of them because I have deep respect for all of them and I watch your meetings. And I know the staff works extremely hard, but I think it's one of those things where I don't want, and I think even before this new council started, this council voted on the In-N-Out Burger and the Chick-fil-A and the other establishment, more drive-thrus in northern Stockton. And if we have to start thinking about what are the things we have to do as a council and commissions to start thinking about how we can bring in more mom and pop shops, how we can bring in actual green space and appreciate green space. If a plot of land is vacant, it doesn't mean we have to put in a McDonald's just because it creates jobs. And we have to really challenge ourselves to start thinking about other ideas. And I get really sick and tired of another McDonald's and another Starbucks. I don't want to speak on behalf of District 1, but I think all of our districts should have a sense of character and mom and pop shops. And when we talk about small business, let's own it and let's act upon it and not approve more corporations spreading throughout our city. So it's a workforce development question that we have to take on as a council. It's also putting accountability on the community. It's putting accountability on our commissions. It's putting accountability on our staff about what we're actually approving. So I'm grateful that the Vice Mayor Lee and I voted with Councilman Padilla against a fourth Jack in the Box. I would have voted no against more fast foods had I been in council in 2024. But something like this, I think, again, I get the concept and I get it's in terms of the procedures and what we have in place. But I think this is also something that I have alluded to in the past when it comes to how we think about our investments in our vacant properties. And we've done legislation to go over through the vacant properties, but it just seems like an easy solution. And I don't think anyone's really thinking outside the box on this matter. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilman Enriquez. Again, I agree with everything you said. I think that, the work that you led as part of the team last year for District 6, really envisioning the future development, what does it look like, what do we need, and hearing from people. And I think the thing that my colleague just said that's important is that all of us have campaigned and gone deep into our communities and heard firsthand what people want to see. I remember with the Jack in the Box conversation here, and I remember looking down at my colleague, Councilman Padilla, and saying, like, do you want it or not want it? Because it's your district, and we should be working to help serve the needs of each district because all of us intimately know what people want or don't want. I saw Pandora shaking her head. I just want to shake my head, too. I believe Stockton deserves better. And when we talk about a healthier, cleaner, safer Stockton, that means food, jobs, opportunity for upward mobility, affordability, housing, and that's why all the work that we're doing collectively with staff, and I do want to thank you as being a part of the group that's been doing that for my district and the rest of the city. But I do want to underscore that this council did the smoke shop ban ordinance that I thought was the first step. Now we're looking at liquor stores. I think we have way too many liquor stores, and I do think people in Stockton need to know that they deserve to have healthier food options. If you can go find a fast food or a gas station or a smoke shop before you can find healthy food options, something's wrong in your community. And I just think it's been a thing for years. I want to add just one more thing, that point about it's jobs. We say that when it's warehouses, we say that when it's fast food, it's jobs, jobs, jobs. When you think about the trajectory of the city and where we want to go, I know that later we'll be talking about AI tools, modern technology, drones technology, the advancement of our city beyond this small town minded concept of what living and existing should look and feel like. I do think we need to think about what is the city we want the kids of this community to inherit? What do we want them to be able to experience? And I know Councilman Padilla and I have lots of conversations about things for kids to do or things for kids to go and all of that, but we need to think about our food as well. I don't want to crap all over McDonald's because I think we've all talked a lot about McDonald's. But we can throw Jack in the Box. We can throw a whole bunch of them in there, and we love our partners who do spend money bringing businesses here. But thinking outside the box of other options should be a priority. So thank you for that.
Okay. I don't know if I need to close the public hearing or not. Do you have questions? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Is the developer here? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, a representative is here.
The representative. I just want to know, or maybe you can answer. You can answer it. How long has the land been vacant? Can you?
Oh, Arturo, do you know?
Please come up to the podium. Press the button so the light turns green.
I do not actually know how long the land's been vacant. It's been there quite some time. The city actually owns the right-of-way that goes through the property. The recorded maps went back to like 82, 83, something like that.
Okay. And what's the type of security are you going to be having there?
As far as ongoing, national tenants are typically pretty staunch about that stuff, so companies like Starbucks, McDonald's are going to do that. That's not something we would employ. I know somebody had some questions about the traffic. I did want to speak to that. There was a traffic study that was done, and I think the outcome of that was that the car counts were actually reduced because the local community for those houses were not traveling all the way back down to March Lane. Some of the stuff that we heard back in the neighborhood meeting was that that thoroughfare that's in there is part of the traffic challenge because that's where people drop off kids and pick up kids, where people are walking across the street. So part of that tentative parcel map, we're removing that and creating a roundabout and an exit. That was all part of the traffic study to kind of fix that area. So that's all being addressed as part of that project as well.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I know this area has been vacant for quite some time, and right now we're having some challenging issues that are happening there. I completely agree with my colleagues, and especially because it's across the street from a high school as well as our community center. And, you know, we're promoting the one thing that we all want to promote is a healthier city. By chance, I mean, are they stuck on a McDonald's? I mean, is that like locked in? We have to have a McDonald's there?
To clarify, yeah, McDonald's is locked in. That's the only way I can make this financially viable. Starbucks has pulled all their California deals, so that is not locked in. And of the total square footage, I think what's important to note is that building C is about 8,500 feet. That is intended for square footage for mom and pops or other local businesses, so it's not just a strip drive-through center. But when you're talking about the economics of these projects, a building like McDonald's, they will only purchase the dirt. So we're actually eventually going to sell that dirt to them. But a mom and pops can't justify what it costs to build and support these things. So you have to do a blended use in order to make it financially viable. Otherwise, it does not work.
I appreciate you sharing that. And I'm sorry to hear that Starbucks might not stay, because that's one of my favorites. That's all I have right now. I just have to mentally think. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor.
Sorry, let me push my mic. Maybe the mayor or city manager or Mr. Casio, you can help me. Now, I know when we're looking at residential developments, we talk about CFDs and ways of helping to maintain the community. When there's a development like this, what is it that they contribute to helping with the upkeep of the neighborhood and the community there?
Sure. So it's already in the city limits. So it's already included in whatever CFDs cover that territory. So it's already paying into that through property tax. They're going to be paying their permitting fees, their increased property tax valuation. So we get that indirectly through just the sheer nature of development, right? It's going to be worth more, so they'll pay more into property tax. They'll be paying impact fees. They'll be paying their plan check fees, connection fees, and that all goes to the separate departments that all need that in order to provide the municipal services. So they do pay their own way in terms of infrastructure impacts and things of that nature.
And these are just literally questions for me as I'm learning, because I'm a sophomore at this thing. You know, when warehouses and other developments come in, they do community betterment agreements and helping to contribute to the neighborhoods. This is not my district. Is this your district, Councilman Padilla? Okay. It's not my district, but like, I've been very clear, any development coming in my community, we're going to have to really talk about betterment of community betterment agreements and how we're really investing. Is that something that's considered in this project, or is this not the type of project that would have that kind of consideration?
So those types of community developments are often negotiated as part of a development agreement. And so this is a smaller scale project that doesn't require a development agreement. The purpose of a DA is usually to lock in standards or lock in fees. There's a concession being given in exchange for a public benefit.
Got it.
This is smaller scale development, so that is not a typical thing that occurs.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that education. I have no more questions.
Councilmember Enriquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm doing the same thing that I did for we did the Jack in the Box vote, and I used my Google map, and it's funny because it's literally a triangle like the Jack in the Box, where we had 3 other Jack in the Box and the 4th one that this council voted on. But I look at the location, and literally it's a triangle. There's two McDonald's roughly a mile and a half away. Both, it's a triangle. So the tip at the top is where it's being proposed, and then the bottom, these two corners are McDonald's. So I wonder if when we are researching, if we have visual maps, if we're going to bring in this X business, how many of those already exist in the city of Stockton, and how close are they to the proposed location that we're going to build it on? So we have one on McDonald's. I see here Hammer and Lower Sacramento Road, and then on the other side, which is probably the same, Holman and East Hammer Lane. So there's already two within a mile radius, and yet we're going to build another one.
If I may respond, I do want to clarify a few things. So in terms of free market, competition, and capitalism, the municipal code and zoning and uses and standards are not designed for us to control like which restaurant or what type of restaurant unless policy is set by council to do so. So I want to clarify that at the CDD regulatory level, we can't currently say, oh, we've got too many McDonald's there, so you can't proceed. The map that was mentioned in the general plan action, that map is designed to inform the council to help them create policy for what do we call it, nuisance uses, for lack of a better word, like the liquor stores and the smoke shops and the check cashing places. That map is not something to be used as an objective standard to deny a development application. We have to process all applications that come to us, regardless of what the tenant will be, as long as it meets the zone. So I just want to clarify that, but the map will be a tool that will be developed and given to help the council create policy in the future.
You know, and I appreciate it, and this is something that the mayor and I were just chatting. I hope we can do a sit down and discuss. But if when people think about what exists, I understand it's the policy as is. So I understand, and to the staff and all the commissioners, I understand that there is a process based on what we have set in policy. So I'm not questioning that. And if we do have to amend something, I know I'm committed, and I'll speak privately with the mayor offline after this, later in the week or two, to discuss what we can amend just to make it, because I think about the public. So internally, I get staff gets it, I get commissioners are being educated, we're being educated, but to the general public, if they pull out this map, that's what they're going to think. And they're not going to know the different procedures and processes that exist. And I'm committed to amending something, but the way it is now, I understand we have to do it because that's what exists, but clearly we're creating this cycle of more fast food restaurants because it's policy and that's the way it's done, versus amending something to change something different for the betterment of our city. But I know it's not on you. I'm not blaming anybody, but I just want to say that out loud for the public. When, if you are to go to Google and you see this, that's what they're going to see. Thank you.
Councilman Blower.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like I too am having a lot of similar feelings to when we had the discussion on the Jack in the Box, and my thoughts then are kind of like my thoughts here, is that you have a vacant lot, the developers come in, it went through planning commission was fine with it. We as a council have talked about perhaps penalizing people for not utilizing lots. We want development, we want economic stimulus. And so to me, I feel like you've got, again, it went through the planning commission, it passed there. And one thing, and I'm glad the developer was here, one point that he made I thought is really, I think, relevant is, you know, you may not be a huge fan of McDonald's, but if it takes a McDonald's there to make the building C, which can put the mom and pops, I mean, that's just the economic reality, is sometimes you have to have one element there that maybe you're not crazy about to bring in other elements that you will like. And one thing, I've heard this before when the public gets up and they will say things about what they want, and things like, you know, I've heard people say, oh, well, why can't you put in Whole Foods? Well, if Whole Foods doesn't want to come here, Whole Foods is not going to come here. We can't dictate how people use the land that they own. So I look at this project, and, you know, again, it made it through our planning commission. It made it through kind of what we're looking to do. To me, it makes sense. I'm disappointed if that Starbucks doesn't make it. And not that I'm a big Starbucks guy, but my daughter actually just started working there, and they're a wonderful place to work. They actually have a program where they pay for people's college. So hopefully, if this does go through, hopefully you can get Starbucks to get on board.
Question, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, I don't want to demonize Starbucks. I go there once a day too. I like Starbucks. This is not about which we like or don't like. I just want to say that I do understand our process, that we don't judge any business coming in or not. It's a process. They go through the process. If they meet the process needs, requirements, the Planning Commission approves it, it comes here. I just want to remind this council and the public that the council in this city also approves certain cannabis things and lottery, and we didn't follow that. So we have discretion over what we follow, what we don't follow. I'm going to put that out there. You know, my thing is just, I do agree with Councilmember Blauer that we do want to attract new business. We love development. I would love to see my district have lots of things. I don't want to see tons of liquor stores, smoke shops, and fast food. I mean, and gas stations. Like, we have to be better than that. This isn't condemnation for the program or project that's before us tonight, because we all get a vote. But I just think as we look at when businesses come in, I don't really know the process in which we talk and engage with our developers or our partners. But I think if they understand kind of the divided theory on this council with the type of city we want to see, healthier, stronger, safer, that's kind of the vision. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council. I do have just one point, and I don't know if council can help with this, but I did look up the healthiest fast foods, and if you remember, the governor said Panera was not fast food. It doesn't have a drive-through, and that's one of the healthiest places to go. And I also wanted to bring up Chipotle, because they put one over there in Trinity Park. I don't know how it's doing, but they don't have and they don't have drive-through. They have, you know, so they're considered healthy as well. So I just want to throw that out there. Maybe we can see if they want to put one in Northeast Stockton, since they're putting them in other places. But go ahead, Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know per the Google map, and if you look at it, like Councilmember Enriquez noted, you know, it is in a triangle. However, this is a unique situation. Really, from Murata Lane, the next gas station, little market thing is Hammer Lane. To be honest with you, kids do not walk all that way from McNair to Hammer Lane. So there really, besides the gas station, there really isn't anything else, but not saying let's give them fast food. But there is nothing, there is an empty lot, and there hasn't been anything there. So it is kind of like on an island itself. So I just wanted to point that out there.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 5-2 with Vice Mayor Lee and Councilmember Enriquez dissenting. Okay, on to our next item, 15.3. Proposition 218, public hearing to consider storm water rate adjustments and any protests. I declare the public hearing open. Welcome, Dr. Lytle.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Dr. Lytle with Utilities. I have my Deputy Director, Jeff Morosevich, who will introduce his team and provide a short presentation.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Morosevich, Deputy Director, Stormwater and Collections. A lot of this stuff we've already brought to you before, but we want to give you a quick overview. Did you eat? You okay? Oh, sorry. Is this it? Okay, got it. Okay. So as I said, some of this stuff we've already brought before you, but so what I want to do is give you a quick overview of the storm system again, and then kind of explain why we're even going through this effort. And then I'll turn it over to Sean Korn from HDR, our rate study consultant, and he'll talk about kind of the nuts and bolts of the rate study and how the 218 process works. So again, like I told you guys last time, this is a huge storm system. It covers about 65 square miles. About 51% of that is impervious surface area, so all that water has to have somewhere to go. It flows into about 23,000 catch basins. That's one catch basin for about every 10 of our customers, so that's a lot of infrastructure. We have 77 pump stations, which is actually a lot for the city this size. It's because we're surrounded by waterways and have waterways going all through the city. 19 detention basins, 620 miles of pipeline, and about 100 outfall pipes. So why we're here, what are we trying to do? We have aging infrastructure. That's obvious. It's been in place for a long time. The system is not adapting to current weather and climate conditions. 2023 was a prime example of that. We were inundated with rain and our system could not handle it in a lot of areas. It's important to note that this has a disproportionate impact on our disadvantaged communities because those happen to be the older areas, so that infrastructure is a lot older, so they suffer the most ramifications from being underfunded. And then also it's an enterprise fund, so the cost for any improvements has to come from the rates. So how did we get here? As I said, it has to be self-supporting. And our current rate was set in 1992 of $10.10. It's never been increased. We did come out for a storm fee increase in 2010 and it was defeated. So those years of underfunding have created a backlog in maintenance. We don't have any money for new capital improvement projects to improve the system. And we've depleted our reserve fund, so when we have an emergency, we don't have any money to pay for those emergencies. And next year, we'll be facing a $5 million deficit just in O&M costs alone. That's not even including any capital improvements. So how do we solve the problems? We obviously need to increase our revenue to pay for the dilapidated infrastructure and just to keep our operations and maintenance going. We've identified about $285 million in capital projects. That's probably going to go up. That was identified a couple of years ago, so obviously by the time we get there, it'll be more money. And we need to restore our emergency funds in case we do have another 2023. So now I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Sean Korn from HCR, and he'll talk a little bit about how the process works.
Thank you. Good evening. So to support these additional and needed infrastructure improvement costs, as well as maintaining the system, we complete a comprehensive rate study for the stormwater utility, and that includes 3 steps: a revenue requirement, a cost of service, and a rate design. And that is intended to meet the requirements of Proposition 218, which is one of the reasons we're here tonight, as well as moving this process forward if the council directs us to do so. So one of the questions we received as we talked about this in the past with the council is, what is that overall needed change in the revenues to support the ongoing operating needs, as well as those identified improvements to alleviate flooding and improve the system? This chart shows the current or existing revenues. That's the blue or the bottom part of this chart, which is approximately $7 million a year. And then the green or the top part, and at the top of each bar, you see the total revenue needed to support those identified capital improvement projects, as well as the annual O&M expenses. Jeff mentioned that $5 million deficiency. You can see that in the second bar from the left. That's that fiscal year 27-28. That is that decrease in decrease in cash due to annual O&M expenses only. So that is a key driver as we move into this process, is adequately funding just the existing O&M expenses, as well as those identified necessary capital improvements to maintain and improve the system going forward. So what does that all mean from a customer bill perspective? As we look at the overall change in revenues on the prior slide, translating that into monthly rates on an equivalent unit basis, which is the basis for the cost of service to proportionally distribute costs between different user types. So single family home versus a large commercial entity is based on an equivalent unit basis. Today, that rate since 1992 has been $2.10. And you can see the proposed rate transition plan here on this slide, which would generate that targeted revenue from the prior slide to adequately fund the operating and capital needs over this next 5-year window. We also talked about how does this compare to other agencies that have stormwater utilities? And this is never an apples to apples comparison, but gives you an idea of what other agencies are looking at. On the far left, you see our current rate of $2.10. The first year, so fiscal year 27 adjustment of $3.85 if this is approved and implemented. And then the year 5 rate, which would be the $8.10. As compared to other agencies that have recently updated their stormwater rates, you can see that $8.10 is in that same range, and those are their current rates today. And many of these agencies have plans to adjust these or have a Proposition 218 process to support further adjustments. So if we maintain the status quo, what is our challenge? Jeff mentioned a few of these, but as we go through this, we'll continue to have deferred maintenance, continued flooding like a couple years ago as we went through some significant rain periods. We'll have continued deferrals of capital improvements and increase the flood damage. And as Jeff mentioned, looking at those older parts of towns with the older infrastructure that has definitely not been sized to meet the needs of what we see today from a storm perspective, could have some significant impacts there as we go forward as part of this. So as we move this forward, step 1 is tonight. If the council directs and there's no majority protest, then we would move forward into the election process. And at that point, a ballot would be mailed to all customers to respond back in favor or against the overall rate transition plan that we've developed as part of this study. If 50% of the return ballots are in favor, then the rates could be adopted, considered and adopted by the city council. So one of the ways we're reaching out to folks through a multitude of different platforms, we do have at www.stocktonca.gov/storm rates, we have an online open house. And what that is a web page that provides a lot of this good information that's up 24/7 for folks to look at. We're also holding a community meeting here right across the street at 6:30 on May 14th. We're also doing additional business and civic group presentations, as well as meeting with other commercial and industrial property owners, getting the message and information out to everybody. So as we go through this, we've mailed the protest notice. That's why we're here this evening for the public hearing. We have an FAQ mailer, and we have a ballot and a ballot guide, and we also have a gap mailer that's going out as part of that process, along with city social media. So to close this off, we're looking from our presentation component, we're looking at the recommended action of moving forward through the public hearing process, reviewing the written protests. If there's no majority protest, then we're requesting the moving forward of this process to the election ballot component and setting the date for that public hearing in June if we move forward as that, and directing staff to move this forward to conduct that election. With that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
So we have some questions from council members. We'll start with Council Member Enriquez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. I know this was something that was presented to the Water Committee with myself, Councilmember Blauer, and Councilmember Villapudua. And I know, I fully supported this. I think it's really critical. The fact that we haven't updated our rates or increased our rates in 34 years. I mean, I was 5 years old, and we haven't had infrastructure that has been updated for the 10th largest city. And I see here we have other cities, and I know you said it's not apples to apples, but nonetheless, if I'm reading this right, SFPUC, is that San Francisco?
Correct.
The fact that 3 of these cities are big cities, just like Stockton, Sacramento, San Francisco, and San Jose, their rates are $7.87 up to $12.82, yet we're at $2.10. And again, not to compare, but I say that out loud to paint a picture of we're within 10 of the largest cities in the state of California, yet it's a pretty low number in 34 years. And the fact that if we do nothing, you had said it really clearly in terms of our deferred maintenance, flooding, and then when flooding happens, then it's on the folks that live there. They have their additional costs they have to consider as well. So I think the 385 makes sense. And then in one of your slides, I think slide 8, you have fiscal year 2030-31, $8.10. Are you proposing that at what point will we not have a shortfall? Or at what point, if we do increase it based on this?
So this plan here with the proposed adjustments and the proposed rates would maintain the current identified O&M and capital funding needs. So we would not have a shortfall in any of those years, assuming everything's correct as we've developed it today.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
That's all I have.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know Kim is sitting in the back very quiet, but I have to say during the campaign I found you to be, and I've said this to you privately, very helpful when we were getting the word out to folks in Western Ranch about the levies and what would happen as a consequence if folks did not vote in support of that. And I'm glad that the community did the right thing because we wouldn't have been able to develop. And I think what my colleague said about the price increase, I mean, obviously infrastructure and all of the things that we're talking about are important, so I'm in support of it. I would say the one thing I would offer for my district, and I know that a lot of us do this, Councilman Padilla does it, Councilmember Enriquez and Blauer also do it, and some of my other colleagues may, is we're very active in our communities with meetings. And I've offered in our private meeting about having a town hall to welcome people to come out, so to go above and beyond what you're already doing, just to make sure we have more information, buy-in, and people understand how to connect all these dots, because sometimes people don't know how their government works, and I think this is a real important thing for people to know how it works for them and to be able to ask questions. So I offer my support and would encourage my colleagues. Our city manager and our staff are also good about showing up if we need additional resources. So whatever we can do to support getting more information out, I'm all in support of that.
Along those lines, if I may offer, we did offer a tour to every council member to tour the projects that we have in their district, and we'd be happy to have community come along and tour our large pump stations and show exactly how the system works, if anyone's.
Now, I can promise I'm not going to take the tour, but I will definitely promote a tour and support getting people to the tour. Thank you.
Councilman Blauer.
Thank you, Mayor. The last time we had this come up, I was pretty passionate about, you know, what the issue is here. I mean, the fact that we have not raised the rates since 92, which I have to say I was a lot older than 5. But that is a long time to keep the rates where they were. I took some heat for my strong position. I had people online saying, Councilmember Blauer is raising your rates. And, you know, so we all understand, Councilmember Blauer, this council, any of us, can't raise your rates. So it is a Prop 218. It does have to go before the voters. What I would just really hope is that we really get the word out and that people educate themselves. I mean, I look at this and I feel like we're driving towards a cliff. We have aging infrastructure. We have pumps that are 80 years old. We've had issues. In 23, we had a pump that was going like 2-3 days in a row, and it used, you know, it was an older one, used gas, and it overheated, caught on fire, burned down, and now that you didn't have that pump, houses did get flooded. One homeowner, I think, had about $16,000 worth of damage because his house got flooded by like 1 or 2 inches. So what we're talking about, like I said, we're back in 16 years ago in 2010, as we're heading towards the cliff, we had the opportunity to turn away, and unfortunately we didn't, so now we're still heading towards that cliff. So I do think that it's very, very important that people educate themselves and come to their own conclusion. I would say that, you know, if you see all the work that needs to be done, stormwater's not the one that you use every day. You know, the other 2 elements of municipal utilities district, you do use clean water every day to take your shower and drink and all that. And the wastewater, we all flush our toilets every day. So we know the importance of that. So it seems like stormwater is like the forgotten little brother of the other 2. But that little brother could be a real bear when we get one of these atmospheric rivers coming through. So one thing I do have a question under what if we do nothing. One of the things I didn't see on there and that I would like to ask about is flood insurance. And what are the odds that if we choose to do nothing and our infrastructure continues to age and continues to break down, what are the odds that FEMA would come in and redo our mapping?
Go ahead and let Kim Floyd, she's on our public outreach team, and she has a lot of experience in that area, so I'll go ahead and let her answer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So FEMA will come in at some point and do what we call a remapping process of the Stockton area. As you know, we're working on a $2 billion levee improvement project that includes all of the Delta Front levees in the Calaveras River. When that's done, FEMA will come back in and they will take a look at what we call the residual floodplain, which is internal drainage. And if you do not meet FEMA's requirements for internal drainage and providing at least a 100-year level of flood protection, even though you have what we will have at the time, 200-year flood protection from our levees, you will get mapped into a special flood hazard area. That means we're back in a situation where we're facing no more development and mandatory flood insurance. And I will tell you, we just got the Smith Canal area out of the FEMA special flood hazard area, and it has been an absolute bear to help property owners get the documentation they need to end their mandatory flood insurance. And I would like never to have that happen in Stockton ever again. So it is a probability. And what people don't realize is 1 inch of flooding in your home, $10,000 worth of damage, not covered by your homeowner's insurance. And so this is a very real issue. And places that aren't currently flooding now, if we cannot improve our infrastructure and maintain it, they will flood in the future. It's not if, it's when.
Thank you. I thought that was an important factor for people to consider. I currently serve as the chair of SJAFCA, which is, SJAFCA is the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency. And as an agency, you know, we're working really, really hard to protect our area from flooding of the rivers. And just early last month, as Kim alluded to, with the completion of the Smith's Canal Gate project, we were able to go to FEMA and ask for what's called a letter of map revision. And that letter of map revision, and that was a process. That took a couple of years to get that done, to finally get 8,000 properties out of the special flood area, which means they now, if they have a federally insured loan, they do not have to have. They can still have the flood insurance if they choose to, but they are no longer required to. And if they do get flood insurance, it's going to be a lot cheaper than when it was in a flood area. So it's really, you know, when you look at the cost of what we're talking about, going from $2 a month to at the most $8 a month, you know, and $6 a month is $6 a month. But I'm telling you, compared to the cost of that flood insurance, I mean, I knew people that had properties in that area paying over $3,000 a year. $3,000 a year for the flood insurance. And putting on my real estate hat, I've mentioned this before, but I had listings in those areas where you do an open house and the first thing people would ask is, you know, does this require flood insurance? And when you said yes, a lot of times they would turn around and walk out of that house. So this is a big deal. I'm, you know, just again, we don't have the power to raise your rates, but hopefully we'll all do our due diligence and come to the conclusion that it's in our best interest. Ooh, I did my full 5 minutes.
Okay.
Look at me. Wow.
Councilmember Villapudua.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's a very sensitive issue, especially right now with gas prices up and everything's up right now. And, you know, a lot of, in my district, you know, low-income area, with Conways and different areas, it's going to be tough for them, you know. I wish there was programs. I wish there was these town hall meetings to explain exactly what's going on. They got to wait till May 14th to get educated. I mean, I just wish we had that, you know, way before, come here, let people know what's going on. Because I did see the thing when Councilman Blower was, you know, they were on him. And that's because there was no education, letting people know what was going on. So I wish we had that instead of waiting May 14th. Is that the only one that are we going to be having?
That is the public meeting that we have scheduled, but we also reached out to each individual council member to meet with you and your constituents if you'd like. And we have the online open house, and we're meeting with civic groups. So
I'm gonna,
anything we can do to educate, we would be
Right.
happy to add.
So we sent out the protest notice, and in the protest notice, it had the link to the online open house. Then we will have the in-person community meeting on May 14th. And then, as Vice Mayor Lee mentioned, we will go anywhere, anytime to talk to anyone about this proposed rate increase. So if you help us, we will show up in your district as many times as you need between now and the public hearing and the close of balloting to talk with people. We will also have a phone number people can call. They can also email us, and we will do everything we can to make ourselves accessible. Now, you mentioned that in your district, I understand this is not something that we're looking at in a vacuum. We know other costs are increasing, but your district stands to benefit quite a bit from those improvement projects that will actually protect your constituents from flood damage. As we noted before, some of these projects, the $285 million projects, are targeted to our oldest parts of our community, which are most vulnerable in these storms and most vulnerable to flood damage. So this is very much, we have one opportunity really at this point to get in front of this before we go over that cliff.
Well, I just hope that, going on forward now, that we can maintain these things. I wish that we would have maintained throughout the years and not got how as bad as it is now.
Would agree.
Going forward, we don't have that issue. And
Well,
then whatever, the years go, rates going to go up high again. So it's a very sensitive issue.
We need to rebound because we are way behind. So we need to catch up. And then you're right. We need to get to a point where we have continual investment in our operations and maintenance programs so we don't fall behind. It was unfortunate in 2010 that the proposal for the rate increase was not approved. And that's one of the reasons we're in the situation we're in today. Would not be the same had that been approved.
No further questions, Mayor.
Question, Vice Mayor? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll echo what my colleague said about affordability. His district and my district, as you know, that is a real concern. $1.65 increase. I just want to say, to tell on myself really quickly, because the statute of limitations have passed and I can't get arrested for this, but I was driving once, brand new car I paid cash for, $80,000, and I let my insurance lapse, and I got in a car accident. Totaled the car was gone. Huge loss for a matter that could have been protected had I paid the $237 at the time a month insurance, right? So I think of my district in the same context my colleague did. What happens if a family who can't afford $10,000 for 1 inch of damage and could have paid $165 to help as a preventative measure? So I think I share the same concern, but look at it maybe from a different lens. Again, just underscoring how important it is that all of us go as deep as we can into our districts, using our social, using our resources, city resources. And I'm confident that with this group as active as we all are in our districts, we can open up our coffee hours in our town halls. But again, I love your sense of urgency, because you scared me about not having levy insurance. I'm like, we got to pay for this levy insurance before we lose everything. So thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Dr. Lotto, for the 13 slides.
And before we go to public comment, my question is, this isn't the end. This is just one more step to get us to the end where we'll either approve or not approve the rate increase. So this isn't the final step. So public comment.
Mary Elizabeth, please.
Mary Elizabeth, and I'd just like to provide a little history. The reason why the 2010 failed, it was a fallout from when the city tried to privatize. And there was no trust. And, I support the increase in the fees because, it really is unreasonable. But what also is unreasonable is that the capital improvements came through over a 5-week period. It was released, went to Water Council, went to WAG, maybe, went to the council. Done. There was no discussion about prioritization, and, we have a lot of infrastructure inside of the city that needs improvement, not major projects on the outside. And so when we spoke last, You know, I was under the impression that a council member directed staff to discuss with me the issue with regard to the design precipitation, because the design precipitation that was included in that stormwater master plan was less than we had in the 2023. And that plan went right through, right in 2023, right after, you know, so that there was no opportunity to look at how best to characterize what precipitation values that we should be planning for. Thank you.
Yolanda Preciado.
Good evening, Council. Okay, so I have a little bit, well, quite a bit of experience in stormwater through the business side. So one thing I haven't heard, and you know, I don't expect answers tonight, but just one thing to consider is business fees are, you know, when someone owns a business, there's stormwater procedures, yearly, quarterly, actual samples that need to be taken and sent into the city, and you have to know how to do it, how to process it, and all that good stuff. I have experienced myself in the business that I used to work in that some of those boxes were never opened, like for years. So is there going to be follow-up for businesses? Are there going to be increases for businesses, not just for residents? Is that something that's being considered? Also, when you have to do your stormwater, you have to hire someone that is actually like knowledgeable. You have to draw a map, you have to draw where your drains are at and all that good stuff so that you can send in your samples. Before you send them in, you have to do that. So with that, just idea, the city may benefit, if possible, from saying, hey, we have a consultant, so instead of you having to go spend your money elsewhere, we can cover the consultant for this fee. And then we can increase funds that way as well. Because right now, either they don't use consultants and they fudge a lot of stuff, or you know, they go and outsource and pay somebody else. Why not pay the city and, you know, keep that money inwards? So that was all. Thank you.
Yolanda Amon.
I didn't know I was going to speak on this evening, but it actually hits home. My son has worked for City of Stockton going down into those wonderful drains, and he also works at the water plant now. So I hear some wonderful stories from him when he comes home. I am in favor of this just because I think we're really, really behind, especially a lot of the machines and maintenance and things like that. I don't want to get into detail and get him in trouble, but yeah, just some things that we need to fix and we need to get updated. Also, too, Little Manila Rising, I've been attending all of their little workshops that they've been doing. It's really informative. We were able to draw out our flood zones, learn how to fill sandbags and all that other stuff. You'd be amazed at how many people just don't know that they even live in a flood zone. They really just don't know. They know there's a levee back there that they go ride their bikes on and bring their dogs, but they have no idea what happens over the years with the snakes and rodents and everything else. They're just not educated. And when we first moved to Western Ranch, we had that like flood watch that time. But we really, well, my street wasn't worried because we knew it was like an over $2 million levee that was just built. But everybody else was tearing down their cabinets, pulling out carpets. We knew we were safe, but we knew that people down the road weren't safe, and there were a lot of homes that were lost. So I think, like you said, Vice Mayor Lee said, if we can start having some of these smaller town halls via Padua as well, have these smaller meetings, bring these people in with the resources that we can start to educate. That's the very first step, is educating the community, because you'll be amazed at people who do not know that they even live in a flood zone or how to escape in an emergency. But I do back this. I think it's well overdue. You know, we waste money on other things. We'll just have to cut back and maybe not go to the McDonald's and Starbucks for a little bit so we can afford that raise. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay. No further questions. I declare the public hearing closed.
Motion. Second.
Mayor, I need to read out the results of the protest.
Sorry, go ahead.
I, Catherine Rowland, City Clerk of the City of Stockton, hereby certify that City Clerk staff personally received the letters returned in person or by mail to be considered regarding the proposed adjustments to the city's stormwater rate and declare the following results of tabulation. Total protests mailed, 84,871. Total protests needed to support protests equaling 50% plus 1, 42,437. Total protests received, 45.
Okay, so now I declare the public hearing closed and bring it back to council. And I-
Motion to
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Because there's a fight for second. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Lytle. And team. Okay, now we are moving on to new business. I'm going to take some things out of order, but I will start with item 16.1, adopt a Sorry. We're moving on. Sorry, I didn't have the microphone on. We're moving on to new business. I will be taking some things out of order, but we will start with 16.1. That is to adopt a resolution deobligating previously allocated affordable housing funding and approve affordable housing loan awards to eligible respondents to the 2025 Affordable Housing Notice of Funding Availability, otherwise known as a NOFA. Hello, Ms. McCarty.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Tina McCarty, Economic Development Director. So I've got a short presentation for you tonight and kind of want to give you an overview of how we're going to go through this, because there is a lot in this resolution, and it was, albeit it was not the intention to make this confusing in any way, but certainly things are tied together, and therefore they were put together in this one report. So the action request and recommendations before you do a couple of things. First and foremost, there's a deobligation request. So we're going to go through that, and I'll walk you through that. And then the recommendation for the affordable housing. And the reason they're tied together is because if you so choose to approve the recommendation for the deobligation, it allows you that additional capacity to award in the new allocations. So should you desire to change the recommendation and you change the deobligation, we will need to ask you to also amend the recommendations in the awards in the commensurate amount of money, because there's a finite amount of money. So this presentation is going to walk through those requests. We're going to talk about the process and the projects that were scored that back up the recommendations, and then I'll once again, and then talk about each of the projects that are recommended for allocation, and all of the developers are present should you have additional detailed questions, but I'm going to run through the overview of the projects first. So with that, so as I stated, the action before you tonight has a deobligation amount of $1.6 million. This is from a originally allocation that originated in 2019. It's in essence been sitting on our books. The project was Sierra Vista Phase 3. So while Phases 1 and 2 have lifted, 3 has not. The developer recognizes that the project has not moved since the original allocation, and he does not see it moving in the immediate future. So a responsible developer in our discussion and has accepted that it makes sense, and he understands the recommendation to deobligate. Certainly, it's still a great project. It's just not ready yet, and I'm sure he will reapply for future funding when he's ready to lift the project. So with that, then there are 3 recommendations for funding, 2 at $5 million, but this is an either or, and I will explain that as I get into the presentation, and then a $2.8 million request or recommendation for Fairview Housing and DCDC with Danny Drive at 4.179. Apologies, the first 2 at $5 million were Visionary Home Builders. It is the same developer for both projects. One project is called The View at Channel, and the other project is called Don Shalvey Apartments. The reason that the recommendation is either or of the top 2 scores is because they're the same developer. both of those projects have the same funding package, if you will. You may recall when last we spoke about the NOFA process and how the funding works. They're adding different funding sources together. So whether it be from the city, from the county, usually state tax credits are usually involved in many cases in these larger projects. And so the stack, if you will, of the different funding sources are the same for both of these two top housing projects. And they include tax credits at 9%. They rarely award two projects in the same region, in the same round, let alone in the same city and the same developer. It's almost unheard of. So for that reason, what we're saying is these two projects, while they're the top two scorers, they are almost impossible to lift at the same time. So the recommendation is either or, allowing the developer to decide which package can they feel is the most successful to be submitted for the tax credits, and the cities behind either project at their $5 million ask, whichever one lifts first. So it is not a total of $10 million. It is a $5 million allocation recommended tonight for either of the two projects. So how we got here. So we spent a lot of time in 2025 talking about our NOFA process with council, and ultimately had an approval of our process in early November. When we talked about that approval of the process, we recognized that the NOFA had just released days before that. And should council have taken action to change our process on the November 4th meeting, we would have amended the NOFA that was already out. But we had committed to getting the NOFA out in October and did get in there just under the wire on October 3rd. So the NOFA opened October 3rd. There were no changes by council on November 4th when you approved the NOFA process. So what went out on the 30th remained. The NOFA closed on December 18th. We received 8 project proposals. The first step in the NOFA review process was that those proposals were all reviewed by staff within economic development for simple submittal of requirements. So this was a check yes or no. All 8 proposals met that threshold. From there, the 8 proposals moved on to 3 internal raters that were different people than the original assessment of did they turn in their documents. So one of the things we talked about last year in the NOFA process, and we made it a policy in the recommendation that you approved, is that no staff member would touch the scoring in more than one way. So if you reviewed for the required documents, you would not be able to be a rater in the review process. So that happened in that manner. So the technical scoring went through. We also took it a step farther, recognizing that the raters within the department, none of us are financial experts. That's not what we do for a living in terms of underwriting, though one of us is more active in that. And because of that, we have a consultant in TDA, consultants that we are under contract with. These are the consultants that help us do the underwriting for our housing projects. They come highly recommended, so much so that this particular company is hired by HUD to put on training seminars for staff across the country in helping to work with the regulations of HUD. So we felt good in having experts. We asked TDA to review the performance sections only. And so they reviewed the performance sections. Meanwhile, the raters independently, 3 raters within the department, rated each of the 8 proposals in all of the categories. You have a scoring sheet attached to the council report. I believe it is, attachment G. And so we use that rating sheet for each of the 8 proposals. Then we came back and we had a conference discussion with TDA consultants who talked to us about what they saw in the performance only for each of the 8 proposals. They also sent us independent summary sheets of their review that then the raters had independently to take into consideration to formalize their final review of the performa. From then, we took an average of the 3 raters, and we had a ranking of our projects by score. We took another step further, and with discussion in the city manager's office, decided let's take it a step further and use technology to our benefit, and see what AI has to say. So we solicited the expertise of an AI company that helped create a program to put all the proposals, all the documents through the same scoring sheet that the human raters use to rate these. We received the analysis from the AI and found that when you added the AI scores to the existing 3 human raters scores, it did not change the order. While there were some variances from an average perspective, it remained the same order. So that is what has led us here tonight, and the recommendations before you are based on these scores. So again, the slide before you shows in yellow, sorry, it is a bit bright, but wanted it to be obvious. So the scores before you, the top yellow, are the 4 projects that are being recommended. There is a total of 11.979838, so 11.9, almost 12 million for you to allocate. This includes the 1.6 million deobligation. So again, please be aware that should you choose to change that recommendation, this number will have to lessen, and one of the recommendations in allocations will have to be minimized by the same amount of money. So you can see the average scores and where we're at in terms of, again, just because this is a little out of the norm, so I will say it again, the top 2 scores are both visionary home builders projects at $5 million each. The recommendation is either or of those top 2 projects, whichever completes their full funding to go to construction first, would receive the $5 million, followed by Fairview Terrace at $2.8 million and Danny Drive at $4.179 million. So just a little bit about the project. So the top project, the view at Channel, is at 31 East Channel Street. It is the old State Building. It would include 132 units. The targeted population served would be families. The AMI levels range from 30% to 80%, AMI being the average median income level. The other project is the Don Shalvey Apartments. This is located, if you're familiar with the old DMV property, it is at 315 North San Joaquin Street. It includes 110 units. The targeted population is also families. Again, the target AMI level is 30 to 80%. Mutual Housing in California, this is Fairview Terrace. It is located at 2222 South Airport Way. It includes 76 units. The target population served is senior housing, 55 and over, and the target AMI level is 30 to 60% of the AMI. Of note, this project is gap funding. This is a project that the city has already gone into at a $7 million allocation level in 2024. The thought there, this was our somewhat test, I would say, project in that this was different for the city to go into allocation at a $7 million level. The thought being the larger the allocation, the better chance they're going to have in getting the tax credits. It was successful. They landed the tax credits. This project is due to break ground next month in April. We are pushing right now to get through underwriting in hopes that we would then close the deal on April 10th. That is their deadline for their tax credits. So this one is ready. However, what happened was when the tax credits sold, they were anticipated to sell in the 90 to 92 cents on the dollar range, and they sold in the high 70s instead. That created a gap in funding in addition to some changes in construction market, so they have a $2.8 million gap. They've come back to the council and have asked the city through this NOFA process to to allocate the additional 2.8 million so they can go to full construction next month. And finally, we have Danny Drive from Delta Community Developers Corporation. This is located at 6306 Danny Drive. It is 66 units. The target population is senior housing, 62 plus served. The target AMI level is 30% to 60% AMI. And finally, to wrap up the presentation, again, the recommendation before you tonight has multiple items. The first being the deobligation of $1.614 million from the Sierra Vista Phase 3 project. Additionally, then, to approve the loans to the following 3 housing developments. That is $5 million to either Visionary Home Builders, The View at Channel, or the Don Shalvey Apartments. $2.8 million to Mutual Housing for the gap funding for Fairview Terrace, and $4.179 to DCDC for the development of Danny Drive. That completes my presentation. I am happy to take questions.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to first acknowledge all the work that this council did to get some of these projects to where we are right now, because we prioritize low-income housing, affordability, affordable housing, and wanting to make sure that you know, we further develop our city. I just want to speak specific to staff and the work that you all did, not just in responding to council's concerns around how we issue NOFAs and how we rate NOFAs, because there was lots of concerns on how that happened. Adding the AI tool and just modernizing the process through technology to add another optic of fairness, so that way it removes this perception that we're picking and choosing who we're giving projects to. And I do want to acknowledge, I do see Visionary Home Builders in the chamber tonight, and I know we've had lots of conversation about the good projects that you all have done in our community, throughout the community, and I've visited them, I've seen the people that have moved in there, and so just thank you for all of your work. And I want to acknowledge Peter Ragsdale. You're a great partner. I'll go on and on and on for days, but the fact that you acknowledge that you could deobligate and we'll come back, I look forward to you coming back and supporting Phase 3 of Sierra Vista. Fairview Terrace has a lot of history in our community. You remember, this was the property that, Mayor, I don't have to go down that trope. Okay, well, lots of history there. And I am just glad that we are finally at a place where we can break, bless you, Marcy, City Attorney, where we can finally break ground in a month, right? This has been an eyesore in the district for a long time, for years. And the fact that this council is in a position to change that is great. I also want to acknowledge the hard work that staff did with the developer, because remember when they first got the $7 million, we didn't know if those tax credits were going to get approved, and there's been lots of back and forth of whether or not it's going to happen, and the fact that it happened and we're here, thank you for the work of getting that done. So I just want to acknowledge just all the work that this council has done, staff has done, and it's really exciting to see the AI tool piece here, and to see that our human raters and our technology rater system is pretty much aligned. So anyway, just thank you for all the work in getting us here, and I'm excited about this topic.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions. So first of all, I'd like to know what were the priorities listed when you put it into AI, and then what were the top priorities for your process in the scoring?
So we used what is on the scoring sheet, attachment G. So we didn't direct direct AI, or the company that created it created the actual AI software system. We didn't direct them to prioritize anything beyond what was on this scoring sheet. So you'll see the scoring sheet awards 30 points to the developer experience and financial capacity, and lists, items as to what that really means. So this is the sheet that AI used to score based on the language that's on this sheet.
So the reason I bring it up is because it said 30% AMI was a priority. And I thought this council was very clear in saying we needed workforce housing, that project readiness, and we also had a question about cost per unit. And city manager, you can let me know if I am incorrect in that. But I thought those were some of our main priorities. Yes, no, maybe so?
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. What I would say about the 30% AMI is that's one of the priorities listed along with our, families, units, 3+ bedrooms. Those are all listed in our annual action plan. So that was it was built off of those plans.
Right. Well, I appreciate that, but when we look at downtown, one of the issues, and some of these are downtown, one of the biggest issues is that, we have businesses that are not being supported, and part of the reasons they're not being supported is because of the people that live there don't have discretionary funds. And so I have several things that, and I'm looking at gap funding. I mean, I'm looking at a lot of things on here. And I will say I was there from the beginning for Grandview Terrace. I've been there for the beginning for Fairview Terrace. Zeddy's Place took 10 years. I wrote down a number of them that have taken a long time, because even getting here today with Fairview, that started 9 years ago when we sold it for $1 or whatever we did to Fred Shield at Stand. And then we had the lawsuit, saying, oh, nope, this was the contract in 2018. That was from, Mr. White. And so I am concerned about project readiness. I'm just going to put that out there. When we get to council discussion, I'll go further into that. But what we can build right now and what's going to be built and done in 2029, when we can go through another NOFA process between now and then, when there's tax credits that need to be gotten between now and then, when gap funding, like you just said, once they get complete full funding, 96 million, 84 million. I mean, those are very large numbers, with cost per unit at $725,000 per door and $778,000 per door, $536,000, $611,000. I mean, those are big, big numbers. I don't know how many houses you can build with that. I know that I would like to afford a house that could be that price. I realize, but there's more involved in that. But I will save my comments for later. Councilmember Villapudo.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think all these are great projects. A lot of them in my district. Some aren't on vice mayors. They're all great projects. So, Mayor hit one key thing. Out of all these projects, which one would be breakdown? Would open quick? Well, the first one. Who would break?
Fairview Terrace, because it's going to break ground next month.
Okay, and then what would be the second one?
Well, Council, if you look at your matrix, your scoring matrix, if you go all the way to the far right, the last two columns, you have construction start.
I see bricks.
And so that sort of give you the timeline on when they're scheduled for construction to start.
Okay.
So I guess in the order that we have listed, the only project that would be next construction start would be
bricks.
January of 2027.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. I just feel like a lot of these are going to take a long time with the funding, take a while. That's why I was looking at which one would be the first one to up going faster. What would be up first? And that's why that was my question compared to all of them. I know what's the funding, what it takes, but what would be the first one, like having housing right now? That was my question. And it feels like it's terrorists. Fairview will be number one. And am I correct or not, but it looks like bricks?
That is correct.
Right.
Based on the information we have from the applications, yes.
Okay.
Bricks would be the second one at, and please note the asterisks on there. So they listed it this summer as being their construction date, but we know that they're, yes, breaking ground, but we know in review that they have some further work to do in environmental approvals. So staff, which is why this is asterisked, and you'll see we did it on multiple projects, based on some of the things that we saw as raters, it's more realistic to think they'll break ground in January of 27. Nonetheless, it's still the second one to break ground based on the applications and the information we received.
Okay, well, I have other questions. I'll have my colleagues to answer some.
Councilmember Blower.
Thank you, Mayor. Tina, I just want to thank you for this presentation. I really have been curious because we did get some information on these before, but we didn't have that AI component. And so I've been waiting with bated breath to see how that lined up, and to see that the top 4 projects came out in the exact same order with the AI, I thought was really interesting. I think these are some very good projects. Kudos to Visionary Home Builders for the top scorers in both the humans and the AIs. Gave you a big score on that. So I do think all the time and energy and the work that you put into this, NOFA, I just want to let you know I appreciate that. And, you know, looking at these all seem like pretty good projects. I also appreciate the fact that when we're de-obligating the funds, that there's really no pushback on that from the people that had that. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I do echo Councilmember Blower's sentiments with regards to Visionary, and I don't know if they're available to ask a couple of questions. Or answer, sorry. I'm going to ask.
They are here.
Hello.
Thank you. We know that your work is very much appreciated here in the city. If you can give us some context a little bit, because, you know, when we look on paper, 95 million sounds like a lot of money that you're going to have to raise. So first question, what does that look like? You know, you can do it, yeah. You know, how long? What's the outlook for that number?
Sorry, quick huddle.
It's okay.
Just to be transparent with the council, Visionary has already kind of determined what project will be moving forward.
Okay.
Tomorrow, Tina will be expecting an email sharing that it'll be the Don Shelby.
Okay, so 83 million.
Correct.
Okay, which still is a big number.
No, and construction and development is very astronomical, and it's construction material,
Right.
program costs, and these budgets have been shared with your staff, which I'm sure they have been very critical and each line item, and I'll defer to Stephanie for more technical.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, let me make sure. I'm short. So first of all, on the 83 million, so I did want to address that. So thank you for that question, and I know that you asked that as well. So on May 4th, we're preparing to submit our next stack application, which is the ASIC. HCD ASICs, we've been working with the City of Stockton on that. The City of Stockton can get up to $15 million, along with us getting $35 million from the state of California. It will, the funds for the $15 million will be bike lanes, pedestrian walkways, and some program budgets. And the program, one of the programs, and you touched on that a little bit, is workforce development. Okay, so we will partner with a nonprofit here locally for workforce development and also anti-displacement for tenants. Those are two of the programs. The other program is the bus passes. We will pay for bus passes for the tenants. Their internet will be completely free. So those are some programs that we get with the ASIC funding. So once we get the 35 million, then our next step will go straight to tax credit. We are looking at, if we're successful with getting our tax credit, breaking ground December of 2027, and that would be for the Don Shelby. The View It channel is a little bit higher priced, so you're going to have a little bit more funding. So when you talk about breaking ground, when are we going to be able to launch? We would definitely be able to launch I call it still the old DMV site, faster than we are for the channel. So we would actually know right now that that 5 million would go to DMV.
And so have you applied for the ASIC?
May the 4th. We're working on the application now. So we will submit on May the 4th. And we are submitting for both.
Okay.
Channel and the DMV.
It's for the Shelby, it's a very strong application. City staff has been very responsive throughout all your departments, whether that's traffic, planning, anything to touch this fire is a great help. Phil Simon, very critical on these projects, protecting the city, which we appreciate. And I just want to echo that what the city of Stockton is doing is very important in the development community. These local awards really help propel projects further, quicker, right? So when we talk about timelines and things like that, well, let's look at the actual finance stack and what either the city or the county could contribute at that time. So when tax credit's looking at, okay, well, how do we move forward on a project? How you guys are looking at it, right? City of Stockton gave this $5 million versus $200,000, which is typically on average your awards $200,000 to $500,000. So it's just a great bargaining chip, just to ensure that it goes quicker, right? We want units now.
So I know an award helps your tax credit application. Is that the same for the ASIC as well?
Correct. So,
okay.
Right, tax credit in my mind is more of your federal. So, right, we start local, CDBG, home, that's your city, your counties. Then we look at the state, whether that's ASIC, Joe Cerna, MHP. And then once we line up local to state funding sources, then we hit home with the tax credits. Because once you get the tax credit award, your clerk starts, you better be ready to hit the ground going.
Okay. And this was low income, what, 30%?
30% to 80%. So you have 30%, 50%, 60%, and 80% AMIs.
Mm-hmm.
Traditionally, your 60 to 80%, you can classify that as your missing middle. So as we look at families that work at the Bank of Stockton, that are teachers in our communities, that may not be making $50,000, but maybe somewhere between the $60,000 to $75,000 range, you know, everybody needs decent housing that they can afford.
And how much of these units, it'll be all 30%, or is it mixed?
It's a mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a mix.
That's all I have, if someone else has anything for you.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Enriquez. He hasn't had an opportunity to speak yet, and then we'll head over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to highlight, thank you again, Ms. McCarty, and to the team for doing this. I don't know how many of my colleagues were able to meet with you beforehand, but I know there was that outreach to meet, and I'm pretty sure most of us did meet. I know for me it was very thorough, and I appreciate just the breakdown. That way I had the context coming into this meeting, as I'm sure many of us did. I also appreciate the fact that, you know, you had people actually do the scores and the AI, and I think the top four are pretty solid in terms of, and also I think, you know, I don't necessarily want to jump into just because what's the first project that will break ground. I think there's also the other factors that go into, like the quality of the partner, like Visionary Home Builders, which is, I'm sure, was part of the scoring process, and it was very thorough. So also the history. So we have the quality of the partner, and also the different types of housing. The bottom, number 3 and number 4 are senior housing. And in other sections, we don't have that. And you know, it's critical that we start investing in more senior housing. And, you know, with those two projects, that's already combined, it's 142 units that we're giving to our senior community. So I want to put that out there because the other top two are, sorry, Mayor. Go ahead. Are low to moderate family incomes, and then the others are a little bit different. But I also want to trust the staff for their scoring process, and the fact that you compared it with AI, I think, was a good visual representation. But I think also the diversity, the type of housing offered is within these four makes the most sense for us moving forward. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. The mayor did a good job of starting the trope of Fairview Terrace and avoiding us from going all the way into the history of what happened there. And there's lots of history there, so I just want to say thank you for that. With respect to what you said, I just want to say one of the things that Councilman Enriquez and I have been talking about is this continuum of housing concept that we've been talking with our staff about to help us understand how do we get people from Sierra Vista, where they may be in low-income housing or situations, and then what is the model to getting them to affordable housing and then to market rate housing. So the idea of how my family that may have lived in Sierra Vista can see that as a temporary stop as they're getting workforce development, opportunities to advance. And I know that Mr. Ragsdale and his team do a really good job of really helping the community moving through their, through whatever their goals are with respect to where they live now. So I did like hearing that from you, and I would love to hear, if there are other folks in the room who are on this sheet, I would love to hear from them too, what the goals are with respect to what their plans are. The other thing I do want to say, just in terms of this process, and maybe the council can remind me, the reason why we spent so much time, literally on the first day we got in office at our first meeting on January 7th, in talking about NOFAs in the process, was there was lots of suspicion in the community around how we issue funding. And so what I want to just remind all of us is whatever the integrity of our process is, I think we need to be very clear about that. Because for me, if I was going for funding and we switch up the rules mid-game, that to me would be the red flag. And I know that right now we don't have that red flag on the play here because we did set a new process, or we set forth process that staff adhered to. And again, I do think the use of technology, in addition to human raters, only allows us more credibility in this process. Question, did we, as part of this NOFA process, ask the applicants to be shovel-ready when they applied? Meaning, was that one of the expectations at the time they all applied for the funding?
It was not. We asked for their timing of what their project schedule was, but it was not a requirement that they be shovel-ready at the time. Okay. And that's a difficult ask, if I may go a little further in that answer. It's a difficult ask because as these projects come to fruition, they acquire land and or they seek out or figure out a land. They may not have even, they do have to have site control was a requirement for this NOFA, but they can be very much in their infancy of creating their project. So what we're finding more and more, we talk about the funding needing to be last in. You may recall when we talked through the NOFA process and talked about how the funding worked. And we discussed the fact that when you allocate funding to a project, it is not going to contract immediately unless their full funding stack is complete. So just to give you actual examples of what the projects we're talking about. So Fairview Terrace is a little bit of an anomaly comparative to the rest of these projects in that it's asking, this application asks for the gap funding. They have their complete funding stack ready, and so we are actively behind the scenes working through the underwriting process to be able to go to contract on the loans for the full funding. Now remember, council before you in late 2024 allocated the $7 million. That $7 million allocation's been in essence sitting on our books. Contract hasn't been issued because the full funding stack wasn't completed. So by the same token, and I know this is a long answer to a shorter question, but it is difficult to suggest that we would only award funding if they're shovel ready, because what we're finding is that, just as Visionary just pointed out and how they think about getting their funding stack done, they're starting at the municipal city level, county, state, and then on to federal. Those tax credits and the other grant sources are looking to see that the local municipality is in on the project. So when you're allocating this first bit, it really is the first piece of their funding that leverages them and shows that the city is in and behind the project, that allows them to be successful at the future amounts of money, the future sources of funding. So again, just to reiterate, when you allocate this funding, it is not going to contract until they complete all of their funding, which is what we mean by we're last in funding. We will not go to contract on the funding you allocate until their full funding is completed. So again, in this scenario, what you've got before you, Fairview is the only one that is going to contract on the $7 million that's already been allocated. And should you take the recommendation tonight and add the 2.8, that amount will be added to the existing underwriting contracts that we're currently working on.
Yeah, no, the question, thank you for the long-winded answer. We need that because education.
Sorry about that.
No. It's education for me. I mean, this is a great experience and exercise for all of us that are going through it. So that's great to know. The other thing is, question is, with Fairview Terrace, did the last funding that the last council did with the $7 million, did that help to accelerate the tax credits?
We believe so, because that was, in essence, somewhat of an experiment, if you will, and I mean no disrespect by using that term, but for lack of a better one, the city decided, let's try this. Let's go in at a bigger initial investment and see indeed if it does turn the project faster, meaning it makes them more competitive in their scoring system to get those tax credits federally. It worked, and they did get it. So we, as a city, previous council allocated in late 2024, and in 25 they got the tax credits, and that brings us to today. So it was a pretty quick turn in getting the tax allocation.
Okay, just two last points. One, I would just like to point out that District 6 is shovel-ready, and that's really exciting, so I'm glad everybody saw that. The other thing is just a disclosure. I did meet with the developer from Stan and staff before. We didn't discuss, maybe we did discuss enough, I don't remember, but I just want to disclose that I did meet with them, so there's
Yes,
that.
we did not have the scoring at the time, so I can confirm there was no discussion of scoring. We just discussed the merits of the project.
Just doing my disclosures. Thank you.
I know you asked if other people could address, so Mr. Ragsdale, do you mind coming up? And just with your vast experience in the number of housing that you've done,
Thank you.
You know, tax credits, knowing too that they're not so easy, and the fact that, you know, do you have vouchers or do you not have vouchers? And we know
That's a component.
it is a component,
Yes.
and it's something you have. So can you kind of take us through the playing field?
Certainly.
On getting those tax credits?
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. You know, again, we're all working hard to deliver resources to this community. The Housing Authority and our nonprofit, you know, we've opened, I think we're closing in on 600 doors in Stockton in the last 8 years. Sierra Vista, you know, it's funny, I think of a housing continuum, and our AMI limits for tax credit projects are the same. So New Sierra Vista 1 and 2 are the same as every other tax credit project in Stockton. What I see from a housing continuum is not to move across town to another apartment, but to make somebody a homeowner. And we can make them a homeowner in District 6. So it's not the affordability, it's the growth of income that ultimately makes people leave affordable housing. The problem is the gap between a market rate rental and affordable rental is impossible for anyone to meet. And, you know, I appreciate the conversation around, you know, fast food as initial jobs and teaching people, you know, the value of work and commitment, right? But I'm saying to you, $30 an hour is a living wage. So, I mean, that is the number that gets people out of, you know, affordable housing. So it's interesting, you know, tax credits are oversubscribed in the Central Valley in California, whether you compete in a set-aside that's statewide or you compete in the Central Valley. We compete from Kern County to San Joaquin County. We had a project when Fairview Terrace, full disclosure, originally applied. I have a Tracy project that won first. It's under construction. They're next. Great. I mean, we have more affordable housing in San Joaquin County. But we can only control what we do locally, right? If somebody has a great project in Fresno and they have a very high tiebreaker, it'll win. So that's a fact, and I would argue that California does it incredibly objectively, that this is local match. So yes, the first in money, there's no point applying if we can't get a few $1 million to incubate a deal. We're all going to look at whatever available is available from the state. So one of the things you mentioned about AMI limits is that federal programs require us admitting people at ELI, meaning extremely low-income households. That's what the rental assistance is for. So if you look at Dandy Drive as an example, which is 62, we're going to take seniors anywhere from 0 to 30%. There's no requirement, right? And there's a need for that in this community. I know I'm going to come back and see the Homelessness Committee on Thursday, but just by a little way of context is for the projects, the special needs projects that we've opened, you know, the average income at Park Center that we completed this summer is $14,000. So I'm saying to you, there's a reason that you know, operational subsidies are required, because that's what people can afford to pay, you know, based on their income. So, you know, it's exciting that, you know, there's so much opportunity. We need all the affordable housing we can get in this community. I think it's great that we also want to take seniors from various, somebody lives on Social Security at $25,000 is going to struggle equally, right, between somebody with $15,000 of Social Security income. So, you know, I applaud the process. We've done good work in Stockton. We're happy to be your partner as well. The reason that Phase 3 has been slow is we cannot absorb. We have 79 units to empty of large bedroom, 85-year-old public housing, which in this community that's entitled land with infrastructure needs to be reimagined. I'm glad to hear that MUD is contemplating reinforcing the levee along Conway, but the reality is right now it's a 100-year floodplain. We can't do anything with that property because we'd have to build, you know, 3 or 4 feet out of the floodplain. It's impossible. So I hope to see that levee reinforced sometime before I retire, but that's what makes it possible. But we have 58 units empty in Phase 3. One of the things we'd like to do is cluster the affordable housing and come back all along the top of 10th Street on the north side and do 50 units of single-family home ownership. And we can take families who lived in, and perhaps grown up in Sierra Vista and conceivably make them homeowners, because we have land, we have infrastructure, and we can build at cost. We don't have to make a profit. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. It is competitive.
I have a follow-up
Okay.
question. So how are tax credits obtained?
There's a twice annual competition. We apply to the California tax credit.
No. I mean, where does the money come from
sure.
that funds tax credits?
It flows to the IRS. It's called volume cap that comes to states by a function of population. So California, being the biggest state, gets the largest allocation of tax credits. You're going to get crazy, but acronyms. It's called a qualified allocation process, a QAP, that determines what are priorities. So in California, there's, you know, family housing, there's nonprofit set aside, there's special needs housing, you know, so there's various funding buckets. And then each geographic area in California gets a certain allocation of tax credits.
So I tried to figure out how that was done. And is it corporations then that get?
They are essentially taking their future federal tax liability, paying it early, and they do a time value of money calculation, so that if I buy $1 of tax credit liability for 15 years in the future, I can get a return on my money. So the 80 cents, $1 of that tax liability may be 80 cents today because I get that 20 cents of return by paying it early, that type of thing.
And I asked that question because looking at the current federal climate and knowing that allowances are being made, you know, or taxes are being cut for some of these large corporations is concerning because we need those tax credits.
It has effect on pricing.
I think it's going to be more competitive, you know, and there's going to be less of them. So that's...
It's not volume, but I'm sure that mutual housing people can talk about pricing. But, you know, ultimately we can only raise so much equity in our deals. And anyone who's standing up here tonight, we could come back and say our pricing doesn't come in as high as we had hoped. So that can happen to anybody. It's not a developer's fault. That's market conditions. You're right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I know we have public comment yet, but do you want to hear from Fairview? Or you? Well, I think, yeah.
Yes, they're here.
Isn't she here from Fairview? You said mutual housing, is there, yes. Yeah.
Hello.
So, because it's been many years.
Correct.
And you guys have been chipping away at it, and here we are at the finish line with the only gap being the 2.8 million, and that's what exact amount you're asking for.
That is correct. And I would add that stand, and as you alluded to, there has been a lot of history in bringing this project to date. Mutual Housing's involvement started only a couple of years ago, and we are very fortunate that stand as a community organization brought us in as a partner. This is going to be our first project in Stockton, and we are looking to doing many more in this community. It's been a pleasure to work with city staff. I really applaud them. It's been wonderful at all departments. I would say it's hard to command a lot of jurisdictions in California. It's very difficult to develop projects, especially affordable housing, but this community has been nothing but welcoming, and the staff and the leadership really supporting the project. If I can maybe add on the comment on the pricing that you have and elaborate a little bit on that as well. The tax credit pricing is really volatile and drives on policy changes and private market changes. It's really the federal government's way of leveraging private funds in order to build affordable housing. So we secure the credits, sell them to investors, which are usually just banks or CDFIs, and the pricing they provide becomes the cash equity that goes into the project. And it's usually the majority of the funding that allows these projects to actually move forward.
Thank you. Any questions for Mutual Housing? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I was looking for Fred. I didn't see Fred, so I didn't know you were here. You all are out of Sacramento, correct?
Yes, we are.
So welcome to Stockton. Let me just say this. This project cannot turn into the City Hall project. We're going to do it. We have the cost. You know what I'm saying? And then like next year, it's 10 more million, and then the next year, it's 11 million. But this project, and she started with saying, I think you said 9 years of history. Like, there's a lot of history, and this community really needs this this project to lift. And so, yeah, I'm grateful that staff have been supportive. I'm glad that this council has been supportive, and I'm glad that you're here as a new partner to stand. And it's a beautiful project that I look forward to hopefully being able to be at some kind of groundbreaking or ribbon cutting or whatever. But this is a really important project. Not that anything else isn't. And there's just so much history that I hope that you get intimately educated on and know that, like, again, next year I don't want to be here saying that we need 10 more million or 2 more million or 4 more million.
And to Vice Mayor's point, when Berkeley came in, UC Berkeley came in and did a whole plan for a stand, and I know when it came before us how much it was going to cost. At that time, it was 27 million. This is 40 million. So we got to. So I just wanted to point that out.
Absolutely, yes. And what we are really excited about is the short timeline that this project is going to take. When we stood in front of the council here at the end of 2024, we set out exactly for this timeline. So the fact that staff took the initiative to revisit the NOFA process and really support the project made the project win our 9% tax credit application. We are only by a couple of months behind what we were projecting. So within hopefully we are going to close in 10 days or less than that, which is when we give the notice to proceed to our contractor. They're going to get on site, and this project will go up in 14 months, which is a very impressive timeline.
So are your plans already approved by the planning department?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
planning department and building department. So we are ready to pull our building permits, break ground, and just get started.
And how about PG&E? Have you spoken to PG&E? Because I know that takes a long time.
Yes, we do. We have been in communication with PG&E, and we are working on a pole removal. I don't need to go into detail, but that's in process, and we really appreciate the support in making sure that the communication stays on, and we can keep, all our partners accountable in moving that.
Yeah, because we're trying to get stoplights in South Stockton, and PG&E has been a huge holdup.
Oh, no, I just did a call with PG&E, so thank you for bringing that up. Anything you need from the mayor, myself, the council, in support of this, and staff, we're here. I do want to say, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite. Staff did say that they see a Starbucks in this neighborhood, so if we come back to council saying that we're putting a Starbucks there, I take back what I said earlier. But anyway, I look forward to supporting this project. This is a really important project to this district and to the city. So we, again, thank you for your partnership.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your
So
partnership.
any more questions for them? Okay. And then I think we have another project in the, or two projects in the room. I thought Alicia said that they were going to be here, but I don't see them. And then we have the bricks in the audience as well. If you don't mind, are you able to come up to the podium? Okay.
All right, good evening. How's everyone doing?
Good. So my question is, I looked at everybody's project, but you're not going for tax credits. Why are you not going for tax credits?
Optimizing for speed in rooms. Because like, we looked at this project, we've gone through several iterations of it since 2021, and we're trying to figure out how do we get doors and people inside of them sooner than later, so.
Okay, so you have the majority of the funding already secured for it?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the date here with the asterisks, I see it says January 27th January of 2027 to break ground, but is that an actual number?
That's not what we submitted. We believe we can be ready to break ground within 120 days. Drawings are done, so we need to resubmit to get our permit reissued, but we had gone through design and planning and several iterations with the city already. And so I'm not sure like how we, like I know that they have their calculations and things that they do, but I'm not sure how we landed on that new date with the asterisks.
Okay, and then do plans expire in a year? Is that why you have to, or why would plans expire?
I don't know that the plans expired, but I don't know if they originally submitted with the intent of having federal funding. And so there's a different requirement for accessibility if we put federal funding in. So I don't want to speak for you, but I know that could be, we've talked earlier that could be a reason for a resubmittal because they need to now meet the accessibility standards to allow federal funding to be put into the project.
Okay, and federal funding separate from tax credits?
Correct. Either or would trigger the federal funding and accessibility requirements. The building department, and I don't want to speak for them because I'm not the expert at it. I know enough to be dangerous.
I don't know if Ms. Ocasio's back there.
Yeah, but there is a different set of building requirements if there's federal funding, and it has to do with the accessibility requirements if federal funding is being put into the project.
And is that NEPA or what is that?
So NEPA is the environmental, so certainly NEPA is triggered in terms of if federal funding once again is going, so different from state, if it's a state grant, that's CEQA, whereas if it's federal funding, we have the NEPA requirement in environmental.
Well, CEQA has changed.
Yes,
thankfully,
correct.
And made things a lot easier.
It has.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Wicks, for that. 'Cause that was her doing. Okay, and then
Mayor, we have Stephanie here.
Oh, yeah. So when it comes to permits that were submitted, so my question was, they said they have to resubmit to get the permits.
So Director McCarty was correct that if it is utilizing federal funding, there are some different quality like inspection standards for ADA and whatnot. And then there's also the NEPA and the CEQA difference. But I don't have the permit numbers in front of me, so I'd have to pull up their exact status. But federal funding does play into it, even for valuation because it's prevailing wage, things of that nature. So we'd have to update the information for the records.
Okay. And is that the issue that you have? Do you know?
That's been the discussion, but Robert, you got more on that one?
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me,
Yeah.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and City Manager. My understanding from our team, who's an expert at this, is we are about 120 days from breaking ground. We're there. We just have to refresh the permit. I can't speak specifically to the federal standards that you're talking about, but the team's very detailed. We actually had a call with Jordan Peterson and looked and dug into the NEPA and some of the other issues. So we are the second closest to the shovel ready. We have a project that we feel is the right project at the right time, It is a 60 to 80% AMI project. It's going to be a workforce project right here. It's ready to go, and we also have a tremendous cost advantage. We're literally about half or less cost per unit for the construction, and so as a project, it makes a huge amount of sense. It's a good-looking project. It's well located. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. It could be a little more than 120 days, but we don't see it in January. We've done a lot of the environmental work already. Phase 1, Phase 2. We have a vapor barrier test to go. That takes a little time. So there are steps, but we believe that we're about 120 days or so. It could be a little bit later. I don't know if it'll go to January. But even if it does, we are second in line, and this is a project we can deliver quickly.
Councilman Enriquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Tina, I was asking the mayor right now, just so in case folks were wondering, I was asking her about, so all the partners were invited to come to tonight's meeting, regardless of where they are in terms of the scoring?
They were not. We did not invite all applicants. We requested that those that were being recommended be present tonight to answer any more detailed questions.
So the Bricks, Alicia's Place, Rubino Properties, and Rural Building Community Project, they were not invited to come by the staff.
Let me clarify further. They weren't invited as in requested to be here when we sent out notices last week of the fact that they were not being recommended. We did include in that notification the date and time and location of this meeting. So should they want to, and let them know that this was being discussed and the allocations would be made final by council tonight. So we did give them the information. We did not request their presence.
And in terms of just all the legwork, and I say this out loud because I'm just trying to understand the process. This isn't to any of, however the rating scores, but I trust the process and what you all have done. And if you all have communicated in terms of where you fall, obviously the council's going to vote on the recommendation, yes or no. But one of the things I do worry about is I don't want a last-minute effort or a last-minute pitch to convince someone when the scoring was very clear by the staff. It was broken down, I'm guessing, especially from the meeting that you all had, and it's not just to you all, it's any of the groups, but if you're saying that it was every group was notified last week, yet the four, most of them did present and did share their thoughts and their process. What I said earlier is that I don't want to just jump the gun just based on who's shovel ready. And I'm asking you because you have the specifics and your staff have the specifics as to why these four were rated high. And I don't know if this is even appropriate to have these groups present and say they're shovel ready or not and this and that to throw this council off. And I'm not saying that's the purpose, but I just never seen a process like this before where you've done your due diligence, your staff has done the scoring, you said that they were all notified and recommended that these four groups come, yet now we have some of these groups are here to make a pitch. At least that's what it seems like, and I could be mistaken, but I trust the process and I trust your word and what you've educated us on, those who made the meeting with you. So I want to be clear that if any of these other groups are presenting, I think there should have been a fair opportunity to present. I don't think it's appropriate that you all should be speaking at the podium if others don't have the equal opportunity. That's just my opinion, and I'm one of seven, and no disrespect to you and the organization, but I just don't think it's inappropriate. It throws off and it disrespects the process that Ms. McCarty and her staff have done to do this for us.
Well, I would just comment off that. It is an open meeting. We have gone against staff recommendations prior. I did a deep dive and have notes on all of the projects, and I want to do, as we all do, what's best for the city of Stockton.
Have others been invited?
I talked to Harry.
What I'm saying is, if other
everybody,
you just said that they weren't invited.
It's not up. It's an open.
I know.
Meeting.
I understand. Again, I just want to make sure that if ultimately there was a communication to invite all the partners to come and speak, that's different. If you had told me right now that all of the partners were invited to speak because you wanted to make it fair and it's an open meeting and it's open to the public and we should all hear all the perspectives, great. But that didn't happen. So I understand that if one or two, yes, but if you're going to do it to one or two, all of them should have been invited. And I get it's a public meeting. Everyone has the right to come to a meeting and still be able to at least listen. They can give a public comment card. I get that. I'm not denying that process, but I also feel like if you're going to invite a partner, everyone should have been invited. And if you have that documentation, then please provide it.
Okay. Any more questions then for them? Or any of them? Because we'll go to public comment. Okay, public comment. Thank you.
Jane Chamberlain.
Good evening. My name is Jane Chamberlain. I'm not sure if I should tell you all, but my first job was at Jack in the Box at the age of 16. We've spent many years planning the future of downtown, but due to the lack of workforce-ready housing, progress always stalls. That's why this agenda item matters and why it matters who receives the financial support from the city. Looking at the housing scoring matrix, I was perplexed at the ranking of projects and could identify no specific rationale behind the prioritization. There is clearly only one project that meets both the criteria of serving downtown and having a realistic completion date, and that's the bricks. Yes, yet staff is recommending funding for 4 other projects with significantly higher price tags, more than double that of the bricks. And 3 of those 4 also have significantly delayed completion dates, 2029. Additionally, there are 3 of the projects have identified significant gaps in funding. One funding gap is 7 times greater than the total construction cost of the bricks, which will certainly impact the completion date. So basically 2029 becomes a crapshoot. In contrast, the bricks can deliver real results by mid-2027. On a side note, my husband's building a full courthouse in Lakeport, and his entire budget is less than the gap funding identified on one of the recommended projects. With a significant construction project going on in the adjacent parking lot to the future home of the bricks, we cannot wait 5 to 7 years. Building now, not later, means workers living closer to their jobs, students able to stay and build their futures here, more activity, more customers, and more momentum for downtown Stockton. I urge you to consider modifying the recommendation by reducing one of the larger funded projects to then include the 4th project, the bricks, who was only asking for just over $2.6 million. We need immediate progress to match what is already happening downtown. Let's get going. Thank you for your time.
Mary Elizabeth.
I waited here to talk about trees. We saw all these pictures of trees that when they were showing them, now we know that it's gone to already building, which I appreciate that question, and they have perhaps some permits. I think about Channel Street, where we have a 15-foot sidewalk and not a single tree. And, you know, the Community Development Department, when they updated the development code last year, included lots more waiver power. And so I'm wondering, you know, there was a verbal from the landscape architect on the Park Center, you know, just go ahead. No, you know, looking at it, are we going to allow for palm trees? Are we going to not have shade trees because we need shade trees? And, you know, to find out that if they want to charge $85 to look at maybe the landscape to even verify whether or not the Community Development Department, Building Department, when they issued the permit, had looked at it. And so, you know, I maybe this is something where we need to be looking at the development code to make sure that trees and bicycle parking are really strong in there, because that's what the Climate Action Plan is calling for. That's the number one. And, you know, I'm just not seeing it. And, you know, when we're looking at all of this investment, when trees actually can reduce the energy demand of a housing unit because of the shade that is provided. Shade in the summertime, and also a windbreak with just the limbs in the wintertime. So, bye-bye.
Peter Ragsdale.
Sorry, the one thing I did not get to say about Danny Drive is we are trying to do senior housing with services. I know folks on the dais are familiar with PACE centers. We've approached the health plan of San Joaquin and SJ Health to conceivably co-locate a PACE center along with senior housing. So from an age-in-place perspective, you know, there's a pause on PACE applications. We've had a discussion with the city, but there could be 3 phases of senior housing on this property, 3 acres. But I just think that it would be a unique model in Stockton to have, you know, age-in-place services, day habilitation for seniors, and really a quality of life that you have around community, congregate meals, et cetera, that we think is a unique model. I meant to say that, so just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Raymond Whitley.
Hey, good evening, Council. Thank you, everybody, for this meeting. I just wanted to reiterate, I'm a homeowner in Stockton, been a homeowner for about a year now. Our Vice Mayor Lee was kind of talking about the strategies you take in order to get out of affordable housing. I grew up in the neighborhood, affordable housing all my life, became a homeowner last year, and I'm trying to buy another home. So I say that to say those services that are provided in these areas are very vital. I was very fortunate to work with somebody that taught me credit, taught me financial literacy, taught me I think he talked about that $30 an hour job, you know. That don't exist here. What I did was I kind of started my own program, my ambassador program. I work with juvenile youth, I work with foster care youth in San Francisco, been working with it for 15 years, been doing residential service coordination, doing all as much as I can in community, but kind of realizing a lot of those programs don't exist here in San Joaquin County. I was fortunate to actually get an offer to work with your OVP, you know, so I'm just letting folks know that I'm here. Those services are needed. I do have a workforce development program that I would like to share with the council, would like to share with community, and that's what I just wanted to elaborate on. Yep, appreciate it.
That concludes public comment for the item.
Okay, so bringing it back to council for discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think just if we can get some direction on how to move forward, I would say obviously Fairview Terrace, you know, I'm all in support of that project. Staff has its recommendations. I think what I said earlier is whatever the process is or the rules are, I'm just a rules guy until we change the rules. So, but I know the council has to make the decision on what to do. I just want to, again, just thank everybody for participating, all the dialogue, all the work we did, the history lesson by the mayor on Fairview Terrace, and just reiterate, I'm supporting Fairview Terrace. Not that I'm not supporting anything else. I just want to say I'm supporting Fairview Terrace. So I just give us some direction on like what the options are or how we're moving forward. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we're all in agreement with Fairview Terrace, and I don't think that's an issue at all. That's just my assumption. We do need senior housing, so I am very much in favor of that. I know you said that $7 million was very helpful in obtaining tax credits. Is there a threshold to, well, obviously, the more you have, the better chance you get, correct? So what if we modified some numbers? Would that still be an opportunity for Visionary to get tax credits?
So I'm going to answer that based on what I've seen in the last couple years, not that I've been in this position for a couple years, but in reviewing what my predecessor did, those allocations that we're dealing with and talking about as staff. And it was a unique change in direction for the city to allocate a sizable investment at $7 million, and it worked within a year, the tax credits lifted. In the past, I think it was a combination of two things that drove the council's allocations. One in being there was not this sizable amount of money and was not always even a sizable amount to get to 7 million in all past years. The other thing that I think drove smaller allocations was the idea, let's spread it around. What we found and what I can tell you that we're living with today as a city, and what led to this larger number is we have had funding that is in essence set on the shelf from past allocations that was not enough, or for whatever reason they couldn't finish their financial stack, and therefore the money has been sitting there. That puts the city in a difficult position because these allocations, when we get them from HUD, the federal funding, they're on an 8-year roll. So we're doing our best to, the next project that's ready, we're going to spend the oldest money. Like we've gotten wiser in not tying a project directly to a particular year of HUD funding, because the first one that lifts now, we are going to spend the oldest money to keep this going. But it is a bit of a juggling act. So there is a strategy for the city to think about in terms of, if we make bigger allocation to get the housing built more readily, to make them more competitive as they finish their funding stack, that seems to be a better strategy to get the housing built faster.
Okay.
So I am thoughtful and would share that thought in terms of spreading the money out too far.
Okay, thank you. And we have to make this decision tonight.
The one that absolutely has to be made tonight is Fairview Terrace because of their completion funding next week. If we don't make this allocation tonight of the 2.8 million, they will close on their project, and once it's closed, we can no longer add more federal funding, and we don't have another funding source other than federal funding.
Could I let Vice Mayor Lee make that motion for that particular project, and then us review the other projects?
Well, you've got other projects, as you heard from Visionary, that they're looking at additional allocation applications as well. So
in May,
it is certainly the prerogative of council to delay if you see fit, but there could be consequences for other projects.
If I may, I think you just kind of made the motion, but I'll regurgitate it and own it. Because I think the other thing is that would also, I think, work in support of what Councilmember Enriquez asked, to have an opportunity for everybody to come back, present, talk through it. I think his offering of programs, I think factoring in all of that. So I'd like to make the motion that, well, I'll wait for staff. I'd like to make the motion that we approve Fairview Terrace, and then have staff come back and present at the next council or future council, that the mayor and manager decide on the rest of the options.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? Okay, hearing none. Council, please vote.
Oh, shit.
Motion carries 7-0. Fairview Terrace gets work.
I feel better.
Could we have clarification on the deobligation also?
It's exactly what I was
Yeah.
going to bring
Councilmember
up.
Blower, do you have a motion, Councilmember Blower?
Yes, I move that we deobligate the 1.6 million.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Council, please vote. Oop. Sorry, you showed it too soon. Motion carries 7-0.
And just one more question. So when you want us to come back, what are we coming back with? Okay.
I just want clarification because I want to be responsive to council. What additional information are you looking for? Do you want presentations by all applicants? Do you want what?
Give them the
I
opportunity.
can clarify that. Yeah, they can come back and present each of the other opportunities for the council to decide on who gets the funding. And I would also extend the invitation to have them all come here and be prepared to speak on them.
So we're going to extend an invitation to all applicants
If they choose.
beyond Fairview Terrace to present to council
that are on this list. That are on the
correct,
list.
the 8 applicants. So all applicants beyond Fairview who's been approved tonight, you want another presentation where they have the opportunity to present each project.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is when we're gonna go out of order, and we're gonna move, because it is 10:30, move on to item 16.4. That's the substation. Well, we can't take any new items past 11 o'clock. We have to vote.
The meeting has to end at 11, otherwise you have to vote to, not
Okay.
extend it, but you have to.
Well,
vote to
it's the
suspend your
pleasure.
rules.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and go into 16.4, the update on police substations.
Okay, good evening.
Mr. Crew.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Will Crew, Deputy City Manager. I think you've probably seen this presentation before. It is updated, so I'll go through it rather quickly. We know that Sierra Vista does have an open station. That was opened in December of last year, or January of this year. Grand opening was in December. And then we've added a location here, which is the Villa Monterey Apartments on Kentfield Road. That is up towards March Lane. The other 4 options is Western Ranch Food for Less, Western Ranch Library, Van Buskirk Community Center, and Conway Homes. And we've updated our costing options. The Western Ranch Food for Less, there was just a couple items there that we updated. One was the common areas charges down in the annual cost. That is $10,800, and then there was a security deposit that we didn't include last time, which was $1,800. So the total one-time costs were $69,000, and then the total ongoing cost is $72,000. The rest of the items, except for Kentfield, are the same. The one-time costs being around $40,000, and then the ongoing costs of around $8,000. And then Kentfield one-time costs $37,000, with ongoing costs of $48,000. Location map, here's where those areas are located. I think you're all familiar with that. And then this is the new location at Kentfield Villa Monterey Apartments. And I'll have PD come up for crime stats.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Captain Brad Burrell. I'm the Special Projects Captain for the Office of the Chief of Police. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about what our crime stats in District 2, District 5, and District 6 have looked like over the last 3 calendar years, as well as our call volumes in those districts in total. Then we're going to talk a little bit more about the statistics in a couple of the locations that we're focused on in particular. So what we're seeing here on this slide, slide 1, this really sets the stage for what we're discussing. It's comparing, as I said, crime and call volume over the last 3 calendar years. What this slide really illustrates is that District 2 and District 5 consistently experience higher levels of crime than District 6, but they experience them in markedly different ways. Similarly, we see that call volume is highest in District 5 across each of the last 3 years, and that Districts 2 and District 6 have similar call volumes in those last 3 years. Kind of narrowing the focus a little bit into the areas that we're discussing. Can you hit the next slide, please, sir? Thank you. What we're going to talk about here is, as I said, the areas in particular that we're discussing. So the Van Buskirk area, the Western Ranch area, and the area that we're considering now, newly now, is the Kentfield area. So what we're seeing here is the property crimes in just the calendar year 2025. And what we see is that Van Buskirk and Kentfield both exceed Western Ranch across nearly every category, but Van Buskirk leads in overall volume in property crime. So specifically, it's important to point out that in arson, Kentfield had double the arson incidents in relation to the other two areas. Burglary, Van Buskirk had nearly tripled the burglaries of Weston Ranch, yet it still exceeds the Kentfield area. In auto theft, Van Buskirk was about 50% higher than Kentfield and about 12% over than Weston Ranch area. And lastly, in thefts, we see that Van Buskirk reported 81 total incidents, Kentfield at 73, and Weston Ranch right about the same at 72. So in summary on this slide, what we're seeing is that Van Buskirk consistently ranks highest, Kentfield remains elevated, and Weston Ranch is the lowest in property crime just in calendar year 2025. The next slide, we're seeing the same areas, but we're talking here about violent crime. When we examine violent crime, we see that Kentfield clearly separates itself as the highest risk area for, again, violent crime. Specifically, Van Buskirk and Kentfield both reported one homicide in these particular areas last year, while the Western Ranch area did not report any homicides. However, in forcible rapes, Van Buskirk had more than double the incidence of Weston Ranch, and Kentfield was in between those two. A couple of the areas that we know council is approached on routinely is our aggravated assaults and our robberies. When we talk about aggravated assaults, Kentfield had 124 incidents of aggravated assaults compared to 40 in Van Buskirk and 59 in Weston Ranch. So that's more than 3 times than Van Buskirk, Kentfield had, and over double Weston Ranch. And this is the most significant gap that we see in any of our categories between both violent crime and property crime. Again, in robbery, Kentfield leads the way with 31 robberies in 2025, Van Buskirk at 21, and Weston Ranch at 14. So suffice to say that Kentfield has more than double the robberies of Weston Ranch. In summary, what we see here is that the highest, that compared to Van Buskirk and Weston Ranch, Kentfield had the highest aggravated assaults by a wide margin and the highest robberies and equal or higher levels of homicide. So lastly, I think it's important to talk about the data, but it's important to have a little bit of context. I know that council has previously talked about considering a substation in District 2, so we want to talk about kind of what the historical context of that is. So historically, we know that Kentfield has a great deal of high-density housing. We also know that there is a long-standing gang presence in that area. Consequently, that area has repeated inclusion in our violent crime reduction strategies, both currently and historically. We also know that this particular area has had a number of high-profile incidents that have struck our community in very tragic ways. We know that there have been a number of our citizens that have been murdered in that area, and we also know that we lost one of our own SPD officers, Officer Jimmy in 2021 in this area. We also know that in 2023, there was the attempted murder and shooting of one of our police sergeants also in this area. So again, and that's just to provide a little bit of context with the data in relation to Kentfield. So to summarize all of this, again, Van Buskirk really has the highest property crime. Kentfield has the highest violent crime. And Western Ranch, while it certainly has its own challenges, it helps set the kind of the context for these three, but it is the lowest across these 3 areas. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are on the statistics.
Okay, Vice Mayor, and we'd have public comment too, so just saying. You want to go to public comment first? Okay, public comment.
Leslie Herron, followed by Barbara King.
Good evening. I know I was already up here before. I just want to kind of talk about the substations. I heard that they are very expensive, and right now we have over 1,200 calls a day on 911. And I Googled it, and it says we have over 460,000 people in the city. And I don't know if that's correct, but I know that we are also still more than 60 officers short, and that 11 are going to retire this year and 12 retired last year. So it seems like they're retiring faster than we're hiring. And so what it shows too is that we only have 1.13 officers per 1,000 residents. So what is that? One officer and one officer's leg for 1,000 residents? I think it's most important that we hire and fill those 60 shortages, and it's more important that we have cars or boots on the ground and cars patrolling the areas. All of us, I feel, are equally at risk in the city of Stockton. I constantly hear cars doing donuts like Jason Lee did, and our mailbox got robbed. We have a group mailbox, and it got robbed 2 times last month, and we just need more officers just circulating our whole city. And I really think the way Jason could get help, I think the city council could drum up more officers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara King, followed by Paula Gallen.
Good evening. I'm in support of the police substation in Western Ranch. They shouldn't be an afterthought. They need a police substation right now. This was our campaign original vision, and despite others borrowing the idea for an upcoming election, this is idea theft. These neighborhoods must come first. Public safety isn't a luxury, it's a right. And all of Stockton neighborhoods should be safe. We are asking for equal access to safety. Let's bring safety and integrity back to South Stockton. It's also time to stop ignoring the empty seats on our oversight committee if we want real accountability. We will not forget. We are staying engaged. We are watching our budget, and we are demanding council return with a fair and transparent discussion.
Paula Gallen, followed by Yolanda Amon.
Hi, I'm Paula Gallen. I wanted to talk about the substation. So we had already talked about this so many times already. And then I look at District 2, Ponce never talks, never gets out there. She never speaks here. You know, I just don't understand why we look at District 2, District 5. We should be looking at District 6. Jason Lee has got out there, put his boots on the ground. He's talked about it. He's been about it. He's actually just been vocal about everything. So I don't know why we are even considering taking this away from Western Ranch. We need this in our community. We need it bad. Thank you.
Yolanda Amon, followed by Yolanda Preciado.
Yolanda Amen, Western Ranch resident. I was cool until I saw this presentation here. I'm here today on behalf of all of my residents. The council already voted on this before. You made a clear decision to move forward with the substation. It was in your campaign that you promised this to us. Today, however, we are discussing this issue as if the vote never took place, considering revisions, relocating a decision that was already approved. Respectfully, this is not a routine update. This is a reversal of a council action. Western Ranch remains one of the most underserved communities in this city when it comes to public safety. Delaying or relocating the substation sends a troubling message that even after a formal vote, our community's needs are still negotiable, and commitments made in this chamber are not guaranteed to be kept. Accountability matters, process matters, and public trust matters. If there were concerns about this presentation should have been made before that other vote was made. But you heard some numbers and said, let me jump on it. I'm the only one that has come up here and said that I believe that there should be a substation in every district. That's after one was promised to us. And now all of a sudden you guys are trying to backpedal, and you even added something to this list that wasn't even on there before. I'm very upset. I feel once again we're being pushed to the side. I believe there's vendettas going on in the back, and I just believe this once again is retaliation, and we're not going to end up getting our substation. You promised it to us. You came to our district, you looked in my face, and you said we were going to get this substation. And now you're turning around and you're revoking it from us. Do the right thing. Follow what you pushed your green buttons on. You voted for it. Give it to us. We deserve it. It's what you promised us.
Yolanda Preciado.
Okay, so first I want to compliment you guys. I didn't get to speak on the public announcements. I really appreciate that there are meetings being held outside of these meetings with various of you guys, some, not all of you guys, unfortunately, and that things that we are talking about outside in those meetings with community leaders that, believe it or not, there's quite a bit of workforce out there supporting and backing you guys up. With that being said, with the substations, and why I'm tying that in is I feel like unity is a big miss in all of this. What I see on there doesn't surprise me. Western Ranch, District 6, has been heavily working, on getting it better, flock cameras, all that good stuff. So my thought to you guys is, why, if we see something working, why not continue it on, get the substation there, and then continue it on into all the districts, just as we're, Yolanda said. We all deserve, we're all in Stockton. So why not allow us to have what we have been promised in District 6? Even on my side on the corridor, I'm sorry, I need one too, okay? Can we please get it going, close the door, and move on to the next district that wants it and needs it more? That's all I have to say. I hope that you guys can help us out and just give the people the chance this time to keep believing in you guys so that we can continue on. But I think closing this door would be much easier. Give us the cake and then, get us ready for the pie. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to say what Councilmember Brando always says at the end of his council comments. Lots of big wins tonight. We're continuing those conversations. First, I want to clarify a couple things. This council is not responsible for all the safety improvements that we're seeing in Western Ranch or the city. It's our officers. So I want to acknowledge that, because oftentimes we will get the credit or take the credit, but it's the work that they're doing. And specifically to Western Ranch, Lieutenant Harris, Deputy Chief Morris, I got to shout out my new guy. Hold on a second. John Griffin, who's doing a phenomenal job of going deep into the community and literally partnering with the residents there, our community Western Ranch Forum, all of the commissioners, all the people who are active out there. And then I also want to say today we met with staff, and I and PD met with the management group of the Food for Less shopping area to talk about joint concerns around some of the things that are going on in that area. So it's good to see that, one, they want to come to the table and help us make the community safer. They want to reestablish Business Watch. They were invited to the Western Ranch public safety meetings, and that work will continue to happen. The other thing I want to clarify is what I told everybody about coming down tonight was, do not come down and attack, but advocate, because advocacy is important. This council is working through how we work together in partnership to get us all in the direction of moving forward to what everybody has asked for today. I haven't been told by any of my colleagues that they're reversing the support for the Western Ranch substation, and I do want to thank staff for creating this presentation in PD, because we did say this should be a data-driven discussion. And so part of coming back was to look at all these areas. I had a meeting today with Councilwoman Ponce to talk specifically about District 2 and her area, because she and I and the mayor and Councilmember Enriquez ran on a commitment of a safer Stockton coalition. My tagline that I had on the back of my shirts, which I still have available for purchase, is change you can count on. The mayor's was Stockton, not politics, and enough is enough. And so we're all getting to the place of continuing to focus on what we had talked about. I love two things. I love the fact that Western Ranch is getting safer, but as a person who lost his brother, there's no amount of money or safety or numbers that will take back what I have felt for my whole life from losing that one person. And people will have to look at the fact that two things: we are improving, but also one loss of life, and I think we just lost a life in the city yesterday, is too much. And so there were some conversations with some of my colleagues, and I'll spare names and all that, where, you know, there's been this discussion that, well, PD doesn't want substations. PD doesn't have a decision in this fight. This is a council decision. We are going to make the decision, and PD has already said publicly they are not pro, supporting, not supporting it, but we all have universally said that substations are not to replace officers on the street and boots on the ground. It's to look at what's happening in Sierra Vista, where people have direct access to community service officers to go in and file reports, a place closer to their home. And what John Griffin is doing is exactly the concept of what one of you, I think you sent me a picture of Blondie, huh? At the meeting, at the event that you all did the other day, for, I think it was SPOA. This Blondie was an officer that we knew in our hood. Like, we knew him and we have relationships with him like Western Ranch is establishing with John Griffin. And that is what we want, to promote more officers having direct relationships with our community and having a space to go into closer into the communities that they serve. So I just want to thank staff for this data, because it's allowing us to look at it. But here's the one thing I will say, because I know this is informational only item and we're just discussing and we're running out of time, thankfully, for right now. I don't think we should ever, no matter how much we like or don't like each other, get along or don't get along, whether we go to events and sit at tables or not, we should never politic public safety. That should never be a thing. I'm not saying that that is happening. I'm just saying publicly to my colleagues that I'm hoping that we do get to a place where we have one in Conway Homes. I want to remind everybody that Peter Ragsdale, who was just here, committed $300,000 to Sierra Vista's police substation, and he committed to Conway Homes, which is in District 5. I would be in full support of all three substations opening, just like I was in support of our drone program and like I am in support of our flock program, because we should be doing everything we can to make this a safer city and support our departments and support the desire of our constituents. And the last thing is, I don't benefit personally or politically if I get the substation or not. What I do is reinstill hope and belief in our government that when we go out and campaign on promises, that when we get the positions, we deliver on those. So I thank staff for the presentation. I definitely want to run the clock out for my 3, 2, 1 seconds. And thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council.
I'll go ahead and comment on this, and I'll be brief. I understand emotions are running high, but we can't make decisions based on emotion or even campaign promises. I know I said with the vice mayor, you know, he asked me, can we do this? And I said, yes, we can do this. That doesn't mean we have the resources or the funding or whatever. Once we're here and we get a better idea of what the data shows us, we have to take that into consideration. And what the chief and his department is doing, they're being proactive, they're maintaining visibility, which you just got through saying, Western Ranch, you've got your officers, the last one, Griffin, was it, you know, that are, visibility is huge, and like, well, it was said, hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is the programs and policies, community policing, proactive policing that the chief has initiated, we see the results over the last 3 years. And Ms. Herron mentioned about, not having enough officers. Yeah, we don't. So I know it's just a discussion item, but I'm just saying that this isn't about a political win or loss. This isn't about emotion. This isn't about campaign promises. This is about what we are able to do that's best for everyone in the city of Stockton. And we do have one, and that's been open since December. And I haven't gotten an update on that. It would be great probably to get an update on that. So, Councilmember Villapudua.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Looking at that data, I'm very happy the last 3 years as crime has been going down. So, Chief, you're doing something great, and I appreciate everything that you're doing. And you have a plan that you do. I noticed that a couple months ago, I have my neighborhood watches every month. We talk about crime. We talk about all the statistics that we just went down. And I asked your help. I needed more dedicated cops. You gave it to me. And guess what? The last 3-4 months, crime went down, everything went down. So I feel like that has worked for us. And I seem like I know there's dedicated cops at Western Ranch as well. So obviously the crime has went down. I know that I have the biggest crimes are 2 and 5. I'm not saying it's not happening 6, but what you're doing is it's working. I'm not saying substations do not work. I'm not saying that, but it seems like I have my problem is hearing what that person.
May I interrupt you, please? I'm sorry. Because the meeting is going to end, it's 10:59, and we have to vote if we want to extend it. And if we extend it, I just want everybody to know that I got a message that says that the meeting will have to suspend at 11:30.
Correct, the meeting will stop live
So
streaming at 11:30.
I will make a motion to extend if that's what council would like to do. Second, council, please vote. Motion passes. Okay, continue, sorry.
Okay. The young lady that spoke earlier saying that 11 cops are going to be retiring. I have a real hard trouble with that. It's hard as it is right now that we're behind, 60 officers, and we're going to lose 11. Is that going to hurt what the wheel's been doing well, helping Western Ranch, helping Stribley Park? In some of these areas, what is these hot spots? I mean, can we identify what are these hot spots that are the most crimes that are happening? I know they say District 5, District 6, District 2, but what are those, and what areas are there? That's something that we could address.
We're happy to provide any stats that council would like for us to do. I'm not sure of your exact question.
Well, you said, Van Busker, but what area, what street? Are we talking about?
So when we're
8th
talking
Street,
about,
we're talking about Houston.
Yes, sir. So when we're talking about the Van Busker area, so this is a geographic area that we define the borders. The north border would be Charter Way. The south border would be the Slough. Okay. The east border would be I-5. And the west border would, again, kind of be the waterway, the slough, that, again, kind of wraps around to the north. So that area that does encompass Van Busker as well as Conway. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. So, one last question.
Yes, sir.
So, hearing that you guys there's 11 great officers that are going to retire this year, will it affect moving forward with the substation or doing what you guys do on a regular basis, knowing you guys have a plan? Would that affect?
So what I can say is that we have not received 11 retirement notices. We do project, the industry standard is about a 10% attrition each year, right? At the same time, please keep in mind that we are working extraordinarily hard to recruit the very best applicants that we possibly can to join our forces, right? So if we were to have 5 retirements, 11 retirements, 20 retirements. The intention and the plan is to ensure that we're not doing a one-for-one swap. Rather, we're increasing our force, despite however many may be eligible for retirement at any one time.
Because regardless, sideshows, calling about smoke shops, which just about every day I call on those, cars that are doing donuts and all that, will it affect the plan of getting a substation and making sure that we're doing both things at the same time, you know?
Yes.
Good evening, Chief of Police Stanley McFadden here. To answer your question is, you got to view us as one pie, and we can carve that pie out into 4 big slices that handle really peel back and do deep services, or you could carve it into 20 slices where it's going to do more surface and maintenance type things. Absolutely, the area where I pull officers from is from our SEOs. And I think those are the ones that you guys see in a lot of different places. They tackle a lot of the quality of life issues in the city force. And from the messages and conversations I have, that's what means the most to our community members. It's those quality of life issues. Could it impact operations? Absolutely. And when I say operations, it could impact sideshows, smoke shop enforcement, our retail theft missions that we do. Even when we have to tackle a trend that just pops up, we push our SEOs to do that. Even when we have the recent mail theft issues going on, we push our SEOs to do that. That's my unit that does not have the responsibility to respond to 911 calls, which affords me the flexibility to utilize them wherever they're needed. Just going back to retirements, we did some numbers today, is there actually 31 are eligible. So that means today, if they said, you know what, we've had enough, they could walk today. There is no guarantee of help on the way. We would like to think that we constantly hire those replacements and that we're sure they're going to make it through the program, but it's a difficult program. And we're averaging less than 25% success rate through the program, through being a beat officer. So my number one priority is to stabilize resources. And what that means, it ensures we got people that can respond to 911 calls.
Well, I just want to say thank you. What you're doing, process of how things are, last 3 years, crime's been going down. So obviously, Chief, you're doing a fantastic job and you're doing a great thing, and keep up the great job. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, but it's not me. It's the men and women that, that serve us, and it's the technology that we use. I know you mentioned LPRs and drones. I guarantee you our homicide solve rate would be much less if it wasn't for flock cameras. The serial killer that we caught was caught on a flock. We don't know how many more people would have been killed if it wasn't for that. If you think of our robberies, our carjackings, our most violent crimes, it's that vehicle tracking that is solving these cases, where a great percentage of these cases would be non-worker cases. There'd be absolutely zero information to go on. So that is what has breathed new life into my detectives, because they utilize that resource constantly, and it's just hard to be effective in policing today without having that technology. It's a force multiplier. It's a huge stopgap for us because we are very lean. And there's no way a force as lean as we are could be as effective as we are if we didn't have the technology that we have. So I do appreciate the vote earlier today. I appreciate the past votes because it helps me do my job. I know I've spoken with all you guys, and you guys have always said that you want to help give me the resources, equipment, and training that I need to be effective as a leader and to run an effective force. And you guys have all done that, and it shows in the data. And we can't forget about our community members who have been calling more. They're believing in the process. And when you believe in the process, when you believe that closure can come to a crime, you're more likely to call. And it's a relationship building in all capacities, whether it's my detectives in plain clothes, or it's my uniform personnel, or if it's my professional staff, they're all building relationships. And that's why collectively together, we're impacting crime.
Okay, Councilwoman Ponce.
Thank you, Mayor.
And thank you, Chief. Actually, you answered most of my questions that I was going to ask. So, but I just want to be clear. You mentioned that some units will be reduced if there's opening of the substations, correct?
Yes, again, right, just going back to the pie analogy, it's just one pie. So at your direction, we will make it work. Something I expect of my staff is to find a way to get things done. So what I put on myself is when you guys want something done, I'll find a way to get it done, right? So we're just waiting for direction from Mayor and Council as far as what direction you want us to go. But finding a way, just thinking right now, is going to impact my SEOs. It's going to impact those that handle those quality of life crimes.
So I have a question. Instead of a building, would having officers assigned directly to our neighborhoods be more effective?
It's a different option, and it has proven to be effective, right? The trend in policing is everything in your vehicle has all the things you need to be effective. Going back to Officer Griffin, he stays mobile. He is not in a brick and mortar, but he's very effective in the way he polices. Having the option to mobilize to respond to any emergency, north, south, east, or west, is a benefit to the community. So I'm never going to pick stationary over mobile, for obvious reason. If my folks are mobile, they can stumble on crime, they can respond to assist others. It just allows you to act. You're already in motion, which allows you to react quicker.
Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. A couple things. I don't think the officer in Sierra Vista is sitting in the substation all day long, correct?
No, they're doing parking sites or having conversations.
Right.
They're doing policing within
Right.
a geographical area. Yeah.
For those who or may not be familiar with how some of these communities like a Kentfield, where a lot of my friends' families lived growing up, where the Northside Gangster Crips have pretty much that area and have dominated that area in terms of gang activity for years. Lots of crime activity. I think we heard from our captain, by the way, congratulations on your promotion too, well deserved, that, there's been activity to the extent that one of our officers lost his life in that neighborhood. And I think that, growing up in Sierra Vista on Ariba Street, when the police moved around the corner, it was like the police are in the hood now. They right here. So when you go to the ice cream man outside, the police are right there. That in itself, there's a symbolism to what that represents too, because our department has had a presence in our city for decades. And so in terms of like really going deep, when we had the community policing model, out of bankruptcy, and maybe the mayor can help me because I wasn't around then, out of the bankruptcy, lots changed around policing. Our police officers took a big hit. Our firefighters took a hit. So public safety there's been other elements. I think it's important to be very clear that this is not a one-track discussion where we implement a substation, all of a sudden nobody dies, nobody gets shot, crime goes away. No, you have to have neighborhood watch, you have to have business watch. Chief does a good job with the department of doing the chief's walks throughout the neighborhoods and the community forums and online, and all that is a part of it. And even still then, there will still be crime. We've had OVP do presentations here in front of the public where they've said, and I quote, a homicide is $1 million. A shooting is like $140,000. So we had a homicide last night. It's not our officer's fault. It's not the council's fault. It's not the staff's fault. It's the community. Murder happened. So that's $1 million. For the substations, the cost that I have here, just for the discussion, for context, because sometimes it's important. I think I heard what you said about folks retiring and cost. Thank you. And Will, I'm sorry, my eyes are so, I'm gonna just hold it right here. $69,000 for Western Ranch was one option, with another at $39,000. Van Buskirk, $33,000. Conway Homes, $33,000. And I don't know the cost for Kentfield, but I would assume it's somewhere around the same. I think we also said $300,000 commitment from a community partner, Housing Authority, to help with the cost. So when we start talking about costs, when we get into the numbers, $1 million for a homicide, $69,000 for a substation. Again, I think what it's going to come down to is it's the council's decision, as the mayor said, to decide, are we moving in the direction of what we committed to people, or now are we going backwards on that commitment? And there are other options that Western Ranch has to figuring out how we have a safer community. My commitment is to listening to the community and delivering options for how we police our neighborhood. And this council may be forced with other very challenging decisions should we decide that we're moving away from the model that we did sell the constituents. So again, I haven't been told by any of my colleagues that they don't want to have substations. There hasn't been a notice of rejecting it. I think this has been great discussion. Staff gave great data. I know we ran out of time, or we're running out of time, so maybe it's a discussion to come back after we can have some more discussion before council meeting. But I do think a conclusion to this topic is something that we need to bring to a head. And if we are going to rescind the council's decision that we've already voted, at least for Western Ranch, then we should tell the public that. The other thing I want to say is I am in full support of substations in Kentfield, substations in Conway, in partnership with Housing Authority, and would love to hear how things are working in Sierra Vista. And I'm willing to host a meeting in that area. Maybe some of my colleagues who aren't from District 6 can come out and hear it. But yeah, I just think we need to come to a conclusion on this, especially, again, given that while we're sitting here talking about public safety, we did have a homicide just 24 hours ago. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Appreciate staff for your report. Do we have time to do the single audit, do you think, with 20 minutes? Do we have time for the single audit with 20 minutes? Gilbert, or Mr. Garcia? Do you think we have enough time to go over the single audit? Yes, I believe so. Okay. Then we're going to move on then to item, let me find it. I don't have anything open anymore. 3, accept the single audit and independent auditor's report for the year ended June 30th, 2024. Mr. Garcia, you're up.
All right. Good evening.
Make it quick. Just joking.
I'll make it quick. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Gilbert Garcia, CFO. So tonight we're presenting the single audit report through fiscal year 2024, so through June 30th, 2024.
So before 4 of us were up here.
Yes, before I was with the city too, or at least the second time around. So I just wanted to go over a couple of terms briefly. So material weakness basically means that there are serious concerns about internal controls. A significant deficiency is less serious than a material weakness, but it is something that is worth pointing out to an auditor. So in summary, we spent about $148 million in federal funds. According to the auditor, we did comply with the federal requirements for spending the money. However, they did have 9 findings with respect to our internal controls. So 4 of them were new, 5 were repeated from 2023, and then 1 finding from 2023 was actually corrected. So in this slide, basically, I try to summarize categories of the different findings. So some of them dealt with delays in accuracy of reporting either our financial statements or reporting how we spent the money to the feds. Payroll costs, we do know that in 2024, we did have quite a few payroll issues, and those were identified by the auditors. And in 2 of the findings dealt with inadequate documentation, that we had complied with some of the guidelines in terms of procurement and inspections. We also had late and missed filings, as well as late payments to vendors. Our correction plan for all of these can be summed up with a commitment to more timely and accurate recording of transactions in our general ledger, in our accounting system, improve policies, training, and communication within the city, between departments, and with our partners, federal partners, and developing standardized procedures, including formal reviews where we beef up our internal controls. There are a couple of findings that I did want to highlight. So one had to do with our bank reconciliations, which is something that we're actively working on correcting. One of the things that we plan to do is to work with Tyler Munis to implement what's called a bank rec module in our general ledger, which will give us the tools to provide more accurate and timely bank reconciliations. And again, we had these payroll issues that were quite considerable. We did have a large number of entries, so because we did lack internal controls, we were able to find things after the fact and correct them, but they, typically you want to see a relatively small number of corrections and not a large number of finding problems after the fact. Our corrective action plan is strengthening our year-end close procedures, which includes making sure that we close our financial statements on a monthly basis. We're working towards that. We have not implemented that yet, but every year we do present our financials closer to the end of the fiscal year. So that is something the city's been improving on every year for the last 2 years. Implementing and improving our reconciliation processes so that they happen during the year, so that we're not having to do these journal entries and corrections at the end of the year. And improving coordination and communication between departments. So for example, if we know that they haven't drawn down funds or they haven't filed reports, we can send out the communication to them.
Back to that slide. My question is this. So over 1,300 employees received retroactive payments. So we know that there were issues that we found in 2025.
Correct.
Okay. So have you been able to work that out? I mean, are we righting the ship?
Yes. So so while this particular error wasn't identified in the Moss Adams report on payroll, it deals with the same broad technical issues that we had, and most of those have been addressed. We still do have payroll issues, which we're working with Munis to address, but by and large, these specific issues that were identified in the audit were corrected, yes.
So you brought up Tyler Munis, great. I know we don't have all the bells and whistles with Tyler Munis, and had we had that, would you say we wouldn't make some of these mistakes?
Yes, if we had a more full implementation, they could have been avoided, yes.
So, but we can fix it.
They are fixable. It is manageable.
You're doing it now, so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then with respect to the home program funds, audits are required for the rental properties, and due to staffing shortages, we have not been able to complete those audits. So this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any specific questions the council may have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Garcia? Okay. Oh, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. We talked about all of this in audit, so thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Were these I can't remember if in audit did we ask that those findings that, as the mayor pointed out, happened prior to us being here, be forwarded to the controller? And then, yeah, actually we did, and you said you had a 3:30 discussion with them at that time. Can you give us an update on that conversation and what the controller said? Or
so I did both in writing and verbally present the concerns. They responded with an email asking for specific questions about, more drill down information on each of those concerns. I think we sent in around the bench memo kind of detailing what I discussed with the auditors. So they had follow-up questions, so I'm in the process of answering those questions to the auditors now.
when you have that full update to the controller, can you forward that to council as a whole so we can get that update?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing I would say, I mean, I'm really glad that you all have gotten into the weeds of our finances, have found things, have forwarded things, so that's great. Are things now moving in the right direction? Do you feel good about it?
Yes, they are. They are. I've kind of taught myself how to pull reports out of Tyler Munis, my staff. Again, we are producing our financial statements more timely and accurately. We just produced the ACFR, the annual report, I think last month, and our next one should be completed by May. So 2024 we published a couple of months ago, 2025, we should be able to do within the next 2 months. So we are catching up, and the information in our system is more accurate and our controls are better.
One of the things that you presented at the audit committee meeting on page 2 of 8 of this presentation, actually on page 2 of this, you have this staff report at the bottom, was the $573,587 variance with no supporting documentation. Have we cured that issue yet?
So that specific one, no, that deals with the larger bank reconciliation issues. So what we'd like to do is get to the point where we're able to, in every month, reconcile our bank statements to what's in the general ledger, and then work backwards from there to figure out, okay, why were they off in prior months and in prior years. So we still have to get to the point where we are reconciling with no variances and then work backwards from there. So we have not identified that specific amount yet, no.
The other thing is, and so have we established a process to cure that? $574,000 variance and being off by that is a lot.
So it depends on what it is. So a lot of times when you see a variance in a month, it could be because certain transactions, haven't posted yet, so there's a delay. So you may find, and some of my staff has indicated, in like subsequent months, there could be an overage for about $500 and some odd $1,000. So we may be able to just figure out there was perhaps a timing issue, and that these over time zero out. But I can't give you a definitive answer until we have that research completed.
But I think for the record at the time, you said the $574,000 variance was in the negative, not in the positive.
Right, and that
It
one.
wasn't an overage, it was.
Correct.
Okay.
As of the end of that year.
The other thing is that, I think another thing we identified was that council had previously approved a forensic audit of both our Measure A fund, our Measure A taxes, and some other thing, I can't remember. And we specifically had directed staff to look at fraud, look at all things. And my understanding in the discussion we had at audit, and I'm not sure if the full council's had a chance to see the tape, is that one, we never started the forensic audit, that never happened. And so I think for me, I would like us, the council, to decide what we want to do. So I would just maybe, ask that we agendize for a future discussion whether or not this council wants to continue with the forensic audit or not. I don't know if that requires a second or not, but I'd ask, a second? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and my question kind of piggybacks off that. So we've had conversations about, do we have an internal auditor or do we do an external auditor? Let's look at the cost. What is the bare minimum? Because I think it would help me personally to have internal, but I know that I don't want them to do any violations of Brown Act, talking about things before we do them. But I think knowing what the costs and the benefits, the pros and cons of that, can help this council make a decision, because it is a budgetary item.
Understood.
Mayor, if I can, we're aligned on that. I think also there was a RFP that went out for an auditor external, but I would be open to bringing it back, because I think we all shared wanting to pursue an internal. I think it was a cost thing, but either way, I don't know how we do that, put it on a future agenda, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll have it on a future agenda. Okay. So public comment?
We have no public comments on this item.
Okay, so bring it back to council to accept the audit.
Motion.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. And while we do have 5 minutes left, I don't think it's appropriate for one person to speak if not all of us can speak. If that's okay, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Council, please vote. 11:26, we're adjourned.